the scene, back out fresh on 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 the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a tu competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam espírito.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
សប្បាយดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือลาว2สโลแกนของพวกเขาคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့တင်ပါပါအခုလည်းညီမစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်အခုလည်းညီမစီကင်းပြန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ together we ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2, demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points, and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Today is the day where the grand finals of the 32nd SEA Games for Pubg Mobile is about to happen. Between 9 countries and 16 teams, let's see which country will make it to the top. Tash Bunny here alongside Keith Lee, and we are your casters for today.
Yeah, very unfortunate series of events, I would say. I mean, could have someone will have to go out of the tournament, definitely, that's for sure. We've understood that, but obviously as casters here for the 32nd SEA Games, we'd like to, if possible, see all countries represented comes the grand final, but unfortunately it is what it is. This is the spirit of competition. Irregardless your flag, if you're not good enough to make it to the next round, then you will have to make way to competitors who are performing much better than you. So instead of the 10 countries, now down to 9. Excited to see what these teams have in store for them. Now, based on the points, whatever they've made during the qualifier, they will not be accumulating them here in the grand finals. It is a reset of things. So every one of these teams are back from ground zero to maybe accumulate one up. Right now, we're looking at Thailand, and also the only team representing Thailand, a massive region in Pubg Mobile, which came to much of a shocker when their powerhouse team, Thailand #1, got eliminated.
Yeah, honestly, seeing Thailand 1, Timor-Leste 1 or 2, I cannot remember, as well as Brunei not making it was honestly a shock. And I think for most of the viewers at home who have been following Pubg Mobile for a while, they're very, very familiar with Thailand 1 team, especially as the players, some of them do come from one of the most renowned esports organizations in Thailand and Southeast Asia, which is Vampire Esports. Now, coming back into the tournament today, though, of course, Brunei not being here today is also a big upset upset. For you guys who didn't watch yesterday, yesterday was the qualifiers where we had 19 teams across 10 countries playing, where unfortunately one of the countries were not able to make it through because Brunei was only able to send one team. Now, coming back into today, the Philippines honestly really surprised me across the board, given the fact that not only did they come back toward the end of the maps in Erangel for the last 3 maps, but they ended the tournament with a very, very dominating start. Regardless, I think a lot of teams learned a lot yesterday in terms of how each country plays, what teams has a little bit of like an idea of how the rotations are going to be. But today, as Keith said, because it is a reset, because we're coming back to Ground Zero, a lot of teams are going to have to play the get to know each other game again once more.
Yeah, and the dynamics of the entire tournament has also taken a shift, right? Because back then, Philippines got away with it at 79 points in total with 2 good games, insane games played out by Philippines' second team. Kudos to them. But this time around, it's a bit of a marathon here with 3 days taking place to actually decide the overall champion. They have to make sure that they've got their consistency in check. In fact, just take a look at the timeline right now. We've already concluded Thursday. That was the 11th of May itself. Today is the Friday. We've got Saturday, Sunday to finally conclude the best PUBG Mobile teams based on the country for this division. And on a Monday, 15, we'll find out who the best player is as an overall.
You know, given the fact that how this is played, and this is going to be a point system, we don't necessarily have a league like before. We're going back to basics where you're just going to try and collect as many points as you can based on your placement, based on your eliminations. Of course, one elimination 1 point and a chicken dinner means 10, but it's always a lot more harsh if you think about it, because from 1st place all the way to 8th place only, you are going to be awarded points. Now, in the usual traditional league, we have 15 points for the chicken dinner, and then up to maybe, I think, 13th to 14th place, you do still get points. So it's a lot more harsh in terms of getting that point moving forward. Now, the participating teams, as we mentioned before, Cambodia 1 and 2, Indonesia 1 and 2, Laos 1 and 2, Malaysia 1 and 2, Vietnam 1 and 2, Myanmar 1 and 2, Timor-Leste 2, Philippines 1 and 2, as well as Thailand 2, which means that Thailand 1, Timor-Leste 1, as well as Brunei are the teams that have been eliminated thus far.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them. I mean, now the pressure is on for Thailand to perform since they've only got 1 flag to wave, and they are considered the top dogs here moving into this competition. This is today's matches. In case you guys forget, the formula is the same. We will be kicking things off at 4 p.m. UTC 7 at Sanhok. It will only be the only Sanhok map of the day. Then comes Miramar, and then a full straight of Erangel.
I think what's really good is the fact that we're getting 3 Erangel maps. I mean, usually in a league, it takes turns. Like maybe one day we'll have more Miramar maps and one other day we'll have more Erangel maps. But in this tournament, we have more Erangels. And I think that I really like that because we saw a lot more consistency across the board from a lot of teams when they played in that map in particular. And that's also the pop-off moment for the Philippines. And I think for a lot of teams who played yesterday, this is a moment where they say, okay, the Philippines do pretty well this map. What have we learned from their rotations? What have we learned in terms of their play style? Or is now in the grand finals day number 1 is when these teams are starting to bring their, I would say, their ultimate strats coming out, their secret weapon? Or is it going to be the same thing again and again? It's just whether or not they want to change the momentum or the pacing.
I would like to see teams trying to risk it a little bit now that there's a little bit more leeway to play around. Seeing as though that you have 3 days, right? Surely when you only have the 1, you kind of have to, play the best of your capabilities and not try and experiment. You don't have the leeway to maybe say play aggressive when it's not your style. That happened yesterday, but this time around with 3 days, maybe take a hybrid approach, right? I'll play my game on the first day. Second day, if I had a first one, maybe try a bit more aggressive, try and farm those kills. And if that kind of bites you in the back a little bit, at least you still have the third day to kind of fall onto.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about strats yesterday, and I mean, yesterday, given the fact there's only one singular day to make it to the qualifier, sometimes to go back to what you're comfortable with might have been the best approach. And we also talked about some teams who do better as time goes by, and that, of course, is Thailand 1 coming back to what we know about them through through a lot of the big leagues that we've watched before. Now, because the fact that they weren't able to really take time to build up on that momentum, unfortunately, some teams didn't make it. But now, as we go into a 3-day tournament, more teams can start to learn and pick up new things, start to adapt, and also, as Keith said, a hybrid approach. Maybe on day number 1 is the day that they can start experimenting, changing up the way they drop their drop spot, changing up the way they approach a team fight. But at the same time, we've seen this happen before. We talked about Geek Slate the other day. We've seen this happen from a few Thailand teams as well, how some teams are very different in terms of how they play on day 1 and the last day. Indonesia particularly has also been one of these teams, how they call it Raja Ngeprank. They say they prank around, they just kind of like in Malay also they say santai, which means they just play around on day number 1, they take it easy, and then a lot more pressure builds up and they play a lot better on the last day. So I don't know how exactly these teams want to approach these things, because at the end of the day, this is not the league stage on PMPL, PMSL. This is a day where they're playing together from different teams, coming together as a team, as a country, to carry the country's flag. Now, as we go into the first map, Sanhok, if we saw yesterday, it was a very, very fast map. I would say that in terms of momentum, it's very quick, it's very aggressive, and teams who are very late to the circle are severely punished.
I mean, Sanhok, it is what it is, right? From the dawn of time until PUBG Mobile players are saying they're dreading Sanhok just because of how fast things happen, right? There's not many vehicles within that map, and it's such a rotation-heavy game because you need to have to capitalize some of those key hot spots when the circle comes in, because that essentially is the nature of the game. The blue zone comes in. Traditionally, people would be in the healing phase of the game, but that has been negated due to the meta shift and how much damage you take now within the blue. And so that kind of forced people to make early rotation, to make predictions within the circle, and maybe take a more advantageous cliffs or hills that they can play with towards the later end of the game. I mean, just from yesterday's games itself, I did notice Sanhok to move, it did Sanhok to play out a bit more happening than it traditionally was. So on a viewer's front, I kind of get why the meta has shifted the way it did. But on the player's level, I guess you're now under this new set of rules and this new set of pressure to perform a bit differently and a bit more aggressively than you would traditionally understand Sanhok to be.
I think for Sanhok, one of the most interesting things about that map in particular is the fact that how not only momentum heavy, but I think from what I saw yesterday, it was very skirmish heavy. It wasn't really a full 4-on-4 fight. It was a 3-way, 4-way fight with people getting picks all over the map. It wasn't necessarily, full on, I would say, traditional, you get a pick, you get into the compound and take that fight and take the space away. And I would say that this is because the map is very small. There's a lot of high grounds that you can play with, a lot of deep areas you can look up from, especially if you have the nice positioning. But I think in a way, I think that's how the map was sort of made, right? It was sort of made to be a very, it really embodies what a battle royale is. Every man for himself, king of the hill. It's more of like who can get this space first, and if we can manage to take this space, whether or not we can hold that area in this very short and small span of time. And that's exactly what Sanhok is. And I think if you want to see more set plays, if you want to see more strat-heavy situations, you want to look at Erangel, you want to look at Miramar. And I think for a lot of these teams, Sanhok is kind of a map where you just you just get through it. You get as many points as you can, and then you just move on, go next. Because it is quite difficult to really maintain your lead on a map that is so skirmish heavy. But for teams who do very well on that map, who thrive, because we have had teams who have specific lineups for that map. I remember Geek Slate had a particular player who only played on that map. So for teams who are really, really well versed in the map of Sanhok, let's consider, I would say, their trump card or even their bonus point situation.
I honestly don't think any team out there is versed with Sanhok, to be honest. Yeah, because it's such an RNG map, right?
It
you
really
land
is.
in this really small space, in this really small playing field that's about the size of a cookie compared to Miramar, right? And now you're
It's only 8 by 8.
yeah, you're in your own drop zones, and now all you can do is hope that the circles go to you, because once the circle shifts away, rotating into circle becomes such a difficult feat for Sanhok, because just for the sheer fact that there isn't much vehicles to capitalize, so you can't safely get across from point A to point B in such a speedy manner, and it's such an open playing field. You're gonna get shot down eventually, or you know, at the worst case results, we've seen people swim. I've seen Thailand players dropping really early over in Hatin, swim north, gets a boat, and then makes rotation from the outside. It's the most craziest thing, but Sanhok is just scary to move from one place to another. The only way you can do that is probably fight against someone within a compound, and you take compounds after compounds after compounds, but how many fights can you take until you actually die out? So it's that balance, right? Like I said, the healing strat is already out.
I mean, I was gonna say that as a viewer, as you mentioned before, I'm so happy that the healing strat ended, because for us as casters, as viewers, it was very anticlimactic, to the point that, okay, we had to patch everything, and if you wanted to get those extra items, you have to drop all the way down south into one area only, and it's very dangerous to go there because you don't necessarily know how many people are going to be there, is number one. And number two, with the circle constantly shifting, and even though the circle is centralized, the island is divided into three: the bigger island, the middle-sized island, and the tiny island. So when the circle is centralized, you have no clue which island you really want to hold on to. And even when the circle shifts and you have an idea it might be between two islands, a lot of teams go to a strat where they will hold an area near the water. And even when you're near the water, because it's not necessarily a big river, to cross over is a pain. You want to cross the river, well, be prepared to meet bitch trolls, because you have to pay a toll to those people who are trying to farm for points. If you want to swim, well, good luck, buddy, because you're gonna be fished out of the water. I would say it's a very complicated map to play. And I even though I would say complicated, it doesn't really have a solution. It's more skirmish heavy. It's more get your picks and see which team gets whittled down in terms of number first. It's very rare that we see a 4-on-4, a quick wipe, unless it's very, very early. When you go in the drop slot, you meet each other, and then you go take those picks. Regardless, as we go into this first map, we're still waiting for the teams to prepare. If you guys are in the comments, don't forget to tag your favorite players and your favorite teams who are organizations. Let them know how much you love them, how much you care about them, and support them. And be sure to share this live stream with everyone you know, including your parents who don't play PUBG Mobile, so you can share the love and say that, Mom, Dad, there's esports now in SEA Games, and this is my favorite game. You should watch it with us.
Well, just let them know that we didn't tell you to say that. This is my favorite game. It's as if you were endorsed to say it. We're really not. She's a huge fan of the game and the concept itself. That's why she's preaching it to you. I'm only surprised that we haven't yet seen a PUBG Mobile figurine in your background, Tash. When's that coming?
Yeah, I'm slowly collecting it. Like, I'm just waiting. Maybe I can get like the helmet or even like the pan. That would be dope. That would be like the best day ever. But coming back to this game, if you guys want a recap of yesterday, we had the same amount of maps played between 19 teams and also 10 countries, including Brunei. So yesterday's day was not a very good one for Brunei, as they really struggled. We start to see the disparity between the Bruneian teams, who haven't really made it to the bigger stage of PUBG Mobile. But you really, if you guys haven't, if you guys are Bruneians watching at home, please do watch the VOD yesterday, because honestly, they really tried their best. They had a pop-off moment where they were able to overcome the Indonesia team 2, who were having back-to-back chicken dinners, I believe, and they were just doing very, very well. And in this situation as well, for those who are at home, teams who really stood out to me were Vietnam 2, Indonesia, both 1 and 2. Honestly, they both had their moments. Malaysia 1 and 2, as well as the Philippines. While Malaysia 1 was able to get a chicken dinner, Malaysia 2 managed to maintain their positioning in the middle side of the ladder, which is honestly something to look out for. And in this situation here, a lot of teams are starting to show what they have shown us before on the bigger stage, but on a more global level.
And let's take a look at the teams right now. Laos, who counted them out? I'm gonna be honest, I was one of them. just because I don't know what to expect from Laos. So you know, just logically, if you're gonna put a chip on something, you don't want to put a chip on things you don't know. But Laos came out
You
quite
want to put a pillow on your chair is what you want to do. Look at that.
a good surprise though. Laos, they came in and they've got decent amount of kills and almost consistent almost every round. I think out of the two Laos team, was it Laos 2 who had a pop-off moment, making it in a lot of the top 3 finishes in Miramar itself. So hopefully we can see something similar back then on display. But Cambodia, they are the ones with the largest pressure. They know that they have to set themselves up for success. Cambodia has got a decent run during the qualifiers. They've managed to secure themselves within the top 16. But is Cambodia, being the host country of the 32nd SEA Games, okay with just the top 16 finish? No, they have to make it work. They have to get into the top 3 position somehow and hold themselves there to take home some sort of a medal finish, seeing as though they are the host country.
Yeah, I think that there's also this home turf buff that we talked about yesterday. Every time Cambodia had a pop-off moment, the crowd went absolutely wild. And I think that can really, really motivate them in terms of doing well and knowing that your parents are in the crowd watching you play. Your family, your friends as well can really, really bring an extra advantage in terms of morale. But at the same time, we also see teams like Indonesia, who I think that in terms of fan base, Indonesians are one of the biggest when it comes to this game. And their fans are honestly very, very passionate. And I think for Indonesia, you know, even though it's not the home turf advantage that they want, it's also a very, I would say, a very big pressure for them to perform, for their country, Indonesia.
I think for the Indonesians, yeah, it's scary because we know how passionate the fans can get, and just them in sheer population alone, just even Jakarta, bigger than the entirety of Malaysia, to put that one into perspective. Like, as Malaysians, we know we have crazy fans, but that is nothing compared to what Indonesia has got on them. So the number of eyeballs, the pressure to perform is there. Philippines, they have to ride the wave. They're already up in a good start. Let's see more of them coming clean. And Philippines, again, whenever they play these games, whenever they get these winner chicken dinners, they somehow manage to always maintain all 4 members and get so much kills in the process towards the last few fights. And in fact, when they won the chicken dinner, they still have 4 members standing. So I guess for them, they might want to look into making sure that their members survive first before actually raking in those points.
Regardless, you can see the arena getting dark and we are flying into Sanhok. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opening for the finals of the PUBG Mobile SEA Games 32nd. And for now, the flight path from the north all the way to the south to Tambang, I would say, not the best flight path because you do take a while more to get over to your side. But honestly, this map is so RNG. Get down there, shoot as many people as you can, and try and rake as many points as you can before you go into the next map, which is Miramar. And I love how chaotic this map can be.
I think this is the lesser of evil. We have that the flight path cutting from Kao all the way down to Tambang is a better bet rather than go towards the southern side, right? Because at least the center point between all these islands meet towards the top side of this entire map. So for them to rotate between islands shouldn't be a problem if the circle closes in that end. We still have yet to see where the circle will first appear, and that will be that will kind of determine what the struggle is going to be like. And Cambodia off the top already shooting upon their own teams sharing the same compound. Good thing about this flight is also though is that Camp Alpha is very much accessible and in play. So I saw about both Malaysian teams drop in.
I'm not surprised. I mean, if you look at how they played, it's always been that way. When we talk about Malaysian teams, every time we see them play in terms of different organizations, I would say their rotations have been fairly similar across the board. And it is not surprising when you think about these teams. They would scrim together in the same country. They would play together as well. But we just found out that we're going to have a remake here. It's very understandable. As we go into the game, we're still waiting for the teams to restart their clients and go back into the lobby. So let's talk strats. I think that for a lot of teams, the team that really knows how to adjust very, very quickly has been Indonesia. Their strats don't change in terms of how they hold and how they take, but it's mostly how they rotate that will be changing here. And I love the fact that they're just so adaptable and fluid with how they play. They don't have to worry too much about being so rigid on how exactly they want to take an area. Indonesia yesterday, Indonesia 2 in particular, was a team that is just, when we talk about adaptable, they know how to adjust their playstyle in terms of what they want to achieve in the particular map. Indonesia 2, even though they weren't able to get the chicken dinners in match number 1 and number 2, yesterday they had one of the longest rotations we have seen. And why was that? The objective for them was to farm as many kills as possible. And it worked out so well in their favor to the point that they were able to get or overtake Vietnam 2, even though Vietnam 2 were able to get the chicken dinner in map number 3.
Yeah, but I mean, given the circumstances, Vietnam, they had the circle. There was no reason to leave. And so Indonesia, whether it was planned to kind of like gun down teams in ahead of them, or they would have pretty much chosen the same path that Vietnam would have, it's all in the ether, right? Because if someone else's has the circle and I have to get into it, it's either me shooting down the next team in front of me or I get shot down in the process. So we wouldn't really know if that was a planned thing, but one thing is for sure is that they have the mechanical capabilities to win all these team fights and turn things into their favor.
Truly. And I think that if you want to talk about predictions today, it's going to be very, very hard given the fact that yesterday was very competitive. And on top of that, some teams do tend to do better the longer they play. And I think that Malaysia 1 has been one of these teams. Of course, Thailand 1 as well. Very unfortunate they wouldn't make it. But I'm really curious to see how exactly Thailand 2 will be playing it today. I mean, they also have some big name players in their roster. We have seen them play before. I'm just curious to see, when we talk about PUBG Mobile, and even PUBG PC, actually, this is the country where these two games really thrive, and we want to see those pop-off moments from the Thais especially, but we haven't really seen that quite yet. And I can only come up with 2 strategies. Number 1, they weren't really able to decipher what exactly each team is trying to go for, to understand how exactly they work and play. And number 2, yesterday we saw a lot of very complicated circles. Were these complicated circles the reason why they weren't able to have pop-off moments? We got 2 or 3 water circles yesterday, and most of the circles yesterday have been pulling either toward the southern side or way toward the northern side. It's a little bit hard when you talk about rotations, because when you pull up all the way southern or northern side, you can see a rotation up, and moving up into the circle is just so packed, so convoluted. Everyone's just fighting to get inside.
Now, I wouldn't excuse Thailand from not getting a pop-off moment here, because remember, one of those water circles, they were in an advantageous position. It was over in Erangel by the banks of Rozak. They had they had a house, they had a compound by the riverbank. They were shooting everyone who was swimming across, and for some weird reason they lost. Okay, it's not a weird reason. I believe it was Logan on the top floor who took the Molotov burns.
Oh yeah, that was
immediately
crazy. That was so smart.
So he kind of ditched his point, right, in which he was supposed to maintain guard position from, and so immediately Malaysia, they came in and pushed and denied them from a chicken dinner that could have been so easy for that Thai team to earn. So I'm not gonna excuse them for not getting a pop-off moment, because that right there was handed to them by the gods.
Honestly.
Yeah,
that was an
on a
outplay.
silver platter. It was right there.
I mean, we talk about win conditions a lot and what you can do to hold on to it. I think that Vietnam 2 has been one of those teams who are just so good at taking these win conditions and truly holding on to it. Twice already we've seen that in a row. Regardless, we have just got notice that we're going to take a little while to restart the game again, so we're going to be taking a quick break after this, the first map. Once again, Sanhok, we'll see you in a little while. Still waiting for production. Guess not, I guess. Okay, so still okay, we were supposed to go on a break. That didn't happen, but coming back to my point here is that, I love the fact that we're seeing outplays in the game. I mean, we talk about win conditions, right? And I think that for win conditions, having a team like Malaysia, who is at a very disadvantageous situation, not having the compound or the high ground, being able to outplay, using whatever they have in their hands to be able to do that. The fact that they're able to not only throw a Molotov, displace Logan, have Yuhai Boy act as the bait and give so much space, and just distract them as Mika break into the compound is insane. And honestly, I want to see more of that from these teams. And I feel like it's so rare that we have these outplay moments, because usually when you think about it, a lot of the outplay moments happen in maybe an isolation, or maybe the last circle happened in a very open area. But I want to see more 1v2s. I want to see more 1v3s. Frankie almost did that yesterday from Vietnam. And, it's always really exciting when we have those hero moment plays.
Yeah, so we'll hope to look for more gameplays like that once this 30-second to see games begin for PUBG Mobile. But first, a quick break finally from Tash and myself. We'll see you in just about a bit.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points. The second place receives 6 points. The third place point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points, and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, Please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជាពីរពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Olá, I'm a primeira equipa Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Olá, I'm a segunda equipa Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့တင်းမြန်မာပါအခုလည်းညီမစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နှစ်ကြိမ်မြောက်စီးကင်းပြပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Wait, Tash, we agreed. You were supposed to do the opening. First match is always yours to take, but I guess her smiling into the camera is sign that she ain't talking. She's on strike right now, huh? We threw her to a 10-minute break and she's suddenly on strike. Welcome back to the 32nd CE Games. You're watching PUBG Mobile as the esports title within this division. Tash Bunny, your casters who's smiling and refusing to talk, and me, Keith. Now I will pass the mic on to Tash, so she will have to entertain you one way or another.
Alright, so we're about to start our first map of the day. For you guys who just tuned in, this is the finals day number 1 of the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile. As we start the first map for today, it's gonna be Sanhok, one of the most, I would say, skirmishy, aggressive maps that we have seen so far. And yesterday, if we looked at recent events, it was one of the most aggressive maps we've seen thus far amongst all the teams. It's not as, I would say, as calculative or as set play or strat play as you expect from a Miramar or at least an Erangel map, but it's nevertheless very fun to play, as well as giving a teams a chance to show themselves or prove themselves when it comes to playing in a smaller or rather close quarter map. Now, as we go into the first map for today, I think that, yesterday I predicted that we're going to be seeing Team Thailand 1 who will be coming up on top. But honestly, I was surprised to see Vietnam 2 who did well. Keith, do you think that we'll be seeing the same trend that happened today? Or will the other teams have already adapted to the style of play and will evade Vietnam 2 for as much as they can?
Yeah, so moving on into the SEA Games, right? My predictions were simple. Top 3, definitely Thailand, Vietnam, and maybe Indonesia, because prior to this, Indonesia was up, and sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down, sometimes they're forced to be reckoned with, and then they're suddenly nowhere to be found, right? So it was always going to be Vietnam, Thailand, in my opinion. That's why I was really surprised that Thailand's best team, Thai number 1, did not even make it through, which means opportunities out there, which also means both of the Vietnamese teams that are already performing as well during the qualifiers has the chance to now play for the top 3 position and bring back the medal for their countries here. So if you're asking me who I'm expecting that might come out on top just based off yesterday's performance itself, I would say probably Vietnam, Indonesia, and maybe Philippines.
Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines. Honestly surprising that you didn't put Malaysia up there, and can I know why? What do you think about the Malaysian performance thus far?
I think Malaysia's great. I know they got what it takes. They have the players, they're skilled. Yuhai, Micah, and how they took over that Thailand compound. There's something to be commended of, but also it was like one great moment within the 6 games that were played, right? So I personally believe that there's a consistency issue when it comes to Malaysian teams, and so that sounds like an unstable claim to make that they would be in a top 3 position.
Okay, personally for me, I think that for Malaysia team, they're very, I would say, set play heavy. They rely very heavily on execution. And if you watched again and again how Malaysia team plays, it's always Yuhai boy playing aggressive in the front part. And if a situation push comes to shove, he will be the first man to sacrifice himself for his team. But you don't want to see that moment to ever come by, correct? Because they are a team that's so set play heavy. So when you're so set play heavy, when you rely on these executions or rather win conditions, it's going to be hard when, say, one of your players are taken out. What can you do when you're left with only one player left standing? It's very different to what you expect from like a team like Vietnam, who still thrives and still manages to survive all the way till the end with only just 2 players. Now, on the flip side, I really want to talk about Philippines. I think that for Philippines, they are a very momentum-heavy team. They rely so heavily on the wins, on that heat they get from every single round. If you see their name pop up early on those kill feeds, killing someone, getting those elimination points, is as though their morale really rises up, their confidence rises up, and this really shows in how they play. It doesn't really matter whether or not they have a set play, but when confidence shows, they're able to go up straight in your face and take those fights, especially what we see from Rokel, Rochelle yesterday, which was just absolutely insane. Twice in a row, he was able to get MVP for both matches.
Yeah, but Philippines, I think they have one win condition though. Both of those matches, they have every single member still alive. So are they going to get away with that sort of thing again here for like the next 3 days? Because let's be perfectly honest, when you look at the situations on paper, Vietnam, only 2 members up against all 4 of Philippines, nearly could have gotten a chicken dinner. They made them work for it really, really hard. All 3 members from the Philippines were down at that point, and thankfully for the composure of I believe it was the guy with the pink hair who had the interview to pick everyone back up under cover of smokes. Like, thank God he has that in mind, right? Otherwise, most people would have saved that one member, get him into a better position to maybe fight back and secure at least 1 kill before the team is out. But no. So Philippines is reliant to the unfavorable advantage towards the opponent. So if they have the numbers advantage, I'm pretty sure they can make something happen.
I mean, if we also want to talk about advantages or win conditions as well, we saw that yesterday the Philippines was also a team that had one of the highest amount of throwables used. At one point, they had 79 throwables, which is insane because for I think around 2 games in a row, they were able to get 20 eliminations, 19 eliminations, and I'm honestly not surprised at that point because when you have that many eliminations, your resources are almost unlimited. It's like having a food delivery straight to your feet. Now again, we are finally going to be taking this flight onto Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, ready or not. And I think in this situation, this remake may have favored the players as the flight path looks a lot better this time.
Yeah, split into the even, I would say. Boot camp seems really, really nice right now. But obviously it's a place you're gonna have to fight for blood to maintain your position. Now, it's the Alpha Islands that we haven't yet seen throughout the SEA Games here. That's usually a very interesting circle to watch since there are so many elevations that you have to contest from in the hills of Camp Alpha. And it's such a small map, so everyone's just forced into close quarters skirmishes very, very early in the day. And we have seen right now Malaysia already going on to Hatin, which is such a Malaysian drop to have. I remember when Yudu gank was a thing. That's where they always dropped off.
Look at this early skirmish between the 2 teams. Myanmar already with those weapons, gonna have the advantage as Philippines just trying to buy time and run around his circles, waste his time, he says, but he does have a weapon in hand. He's gonna try and avoid it, but he's so very low. Don't think he has the advantage in terms of healing, not gonna happen, and Myanmar picks up the first blood and the first point of this match.
So does that mean game's over? Philippines, they don't have the numbers advantage.
Are you sure about this? You're so harsh, man.
No, I'm just saying if you're operating on a scientific and objective level, right? Both games they got the chicken dinner and a huge amount of kills was when 4 play was up, right? So if this is something new, right? We don't know what to expect, but I mean you could only expect. Sorry.
I was gonna say one of the crappiest feelings to have is when you hop into a game, not even 1 minute in, immediately eliminated. You're like, I waited so long to get into the lobby, to find a match, and to drop down, and just like that, I'm out. Horrible feeling.
That's every battle royale though. It's
not 1 minute in. Like I'm okay, like going out like maybe 5 minutes in, but 1 minute though, that's rough, man.
Dog eat dog. You gotta get to the guns first.
That's cannibalism, though.
Yeah, well, the world is cannibalistic.
Wow!
We just don't eat each other, but we eat each other in ways that are different. You know, people compete in different ways.
Let's move on from that that topic as we move on to Timor-Leste. Now for Timor-Leste too, I think that the most outperforming player has been Dizzy. Like he doesn't necessarily have to be in your face, but he's definitely very sneaky, very great at taking those flanks, catching you off guard from the backside. When you think you have one Timor-Leste player, you're like, yeah, that's 1 point in the pocket. No, bro. Dizzy from the other side gets 2 back in return. You're just like, what the heck happened there? And you see a random Dizzy just running outside. You're like, oh yeah, that guy who we never seem to see until it's just way too late.
I must have missed him or was a little bit dizzy during his moments because I only remember him getting shot at the crosshairs. That's my recollection of the man. But I guess we'll see later on. Here we have Thailand, the only team from Thailand. It's got Tuni.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, Heath, just now during the drop, I saw Thailand drop over the northern side of the bigger island, and they were so very separated from one another. If you look at the map here, God Tuni is all alone. Is this something that you see a lot from the Thai teams?
I have. In fact, some of the Malaysian teams do it too, but only the teams that are aggressive in nature. So teams usually who plays on a 1-1-1-1 split are usually teams who wants to accumulate as much loot as possible for every single individual members, get them stacked, and then they'll rendezvous in a checkpoint somewhere, and that's when they'll actually start taking fights. So we've seen that in Malaysia. It was 4 rivals back then, and so for that spells a lot of confidence because it comes with great risks, right? You will get one member down if he somehow appears in the compound where 3 other opponents are at.
It's always very fun to see these high-risk plays. We saw that happen from Thailand yesterday, I believe. Vietnam, not the kind of team to play that high-risk, but also, of course, we also seen some teams have one player playing so far away from it. It's like a 3-1 sort of strat. Also very fun as well when you think about it, because when you have that one person scouting and giving information, and when they are able to buy enough time when they meet another team, and their team were able to just push out from a different area and catch the other team off guard, is also very good. We talked about outplays earlier, and I feel like yesterday we saw Frankie with the outplay almost getting a 1v3, unfortunately not able to clinch it. We saw Mika's outplay onto Team Thailand, and I'm really hoping to see more, especially from Team Laos, because I feel like Laos, they do have pop-off moments, but I want to see consistency, and I want to see more unorthodox style plays.
Let's not forget Redface with his 1v3 crash car moment.
Yes.
Hands down the best moment that happened yesterday. Everyone, if you haven't seen it, go look for the clip somewhere online. I'm pretty sure someone's posted that one.
Yeah, I feel like for Indonesia, it's not really like something that we would expect as like a team effort. It's very, I would say for Indonesia, it's very hero or like a one-man show sort of moment where one person just really pops off and his team gives that support. We saw that happen from Satar. We saw that happen from Yummy, and it's always very fun to watch. But at the same time, when you're in these like 1v3, 1v4s, or those pop-off moments, you such question like, should this have happened? Yes, from a viewer's point of view, it's very fun to watch, but in a team play situation, when you have a person who's always constantly carrying, always forced to clutch, you're just wondering like, what is the rest of the team doing? What is going on here? What was wrong in our strat to the point that our teammate had to go above and beyond to bring us to victory?
I feel that it's always the case, right? Like we can only advise if things goes wrong. You can only wonder how things could have gone better. Like the same can be said towards like teams like Brunei, where we've been saying the entire day yesterday, why don't they try something new instead of sticking to the game plan they have? Because they just never could, get a winning moment playing the game style they did. And when newbies OP finally did something outside of the books, then they looked like a team who could fight.
Yeah, because of not Chewy, a newbie was the one who was able to get the isolate fights. And on top of that, to Indonesia, I mean, what on earth? And sometimes as well, when you think about these plays, right, some wonder, like, are these teams underestimating each other? Are they a little bit too aggressive? Are they on the overheat? And yesterday, I felt like for Indonesia, that was an overheat. They were probably still feeling the heat from the previous match, tried to go and overtake Team Brunei. And because they weren't able to play together, their timing were a little bit off in terms of their swings. They were able to get isolated, and Chewy with the shotgun was able to get him out of the way. And Assassins will be shot out here. His car crashed. Unfortunately, unfortunately, and he manages to get out. But Kong will be shot out on the other side. Immediately will be lobbied. Laos wasting no time to get that point. And if you remember, Vietnam too was a team who were not only super consistent, but was also able to get back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday.
Back to back, right? Side by side with Indonesia. This time around, finding themselves in, well, not a very strong suit. And look at the position itself. Terrain-wise, Laos, they have the high grounder peering downwards, a much easy peak for them. And they also have Nengs, who's already positioned flank side. That shot came from a mile away, and that secures the kill. And if you're Vietnam, you don't really know from which direction that shot came from, and you have to strategize an exit plan out of this sticky situation.
Honestly, Laos, like, Assassin should have died there. But instead, Assassin just jumps out of the vehicle as it exploded, moves out of the way into cover behind a tree, and his teammate was able to get a pick to Kwang. And if you remember, Kwang has always been a player who's not afraid to play outside all on his own. And today, finally, I was wondering, how is Kwang able to not only take up space, but push out and flank out and not be punished? And finally today, it feels like Laos is already very aware. They did their homework last night, and they marked him so very early, sending him straight to the lobby. Now, with Vietnam 2 losing one of their, I would say, core members who is doing a lot of the work when it comes to those flanks, they're seeming a little bit crippled, but it's not something that has stopped Vietnam before to be able to get at least a top 3. We've seen them get all the way up to top 3 with just 2 players nearly getting, even second place. Regardless, in this situation, Vietnam 2 gonna have to respect that they're not able to take up the spot, they're not able to take up this area of the high ground, and not able to take up that compound. But at the same time, I really gotta give it to Laos. They got that pick. They say, okay, I think it's best for us to move because we may have attracted unwanted attention this early.
Yeah, especially when the unwanted attention might draw in their own neighboring country, which they do not have, and they do not know for sure on hindsight. But if they were to get into a close skirmish right now, it would feel really, really bad to find out that you just eliminated your own teammate from the same country. But again, this game is fair, so it doesn't matter. But right now, Indonesia in compound against the Myanmarians. They kind of got an idea. The Potato, he was there. Myanmar stood really still, but the circle has now closed, and perhaps it's not so advantageous to kind of take that fight. Indonesia will look to make an exit here. Everyone by query.
Have you seen that video where there's this girl going skiing, and she had music in her ears singing Rihanna, and behind her was a bear, and she didn't even realize that the bear was chasing her the entire way? That's exactly how I felt about Potato just now. Like, he's just coming in, he thinks it's another day of free loot, but what he doesn't know is 3 Myanmar players so close by him. So, technically avoided a death trap. But speaking of death, Sando this time getting picked off by Mascardo. And look at that, from Malaysia in trouble, snipes immediately lobbied by the Indonesian team. Mika outside, all alone. I don't know if they marked him. Yes, they did. Lapar cooking up that nade. He's in trouble. Yuhai close by, but he just swings out and he sprays out, catches Lapar off guard. Punbit and his teammate inside the compound. Only 2 players left. Yes, they are not that, I would say, disadvantages in terms of numbers, but that nade does stop his molly. Yuhai eating a little bit of damage from the other side. Damgood coming forward, trying to flank from the other side. Punbit trying to meet up with Satar. It's going to be really hard. They're trying to run for their lives, but Malaysia is being really smart. Damgood on the other side, they have marked him. Those long range fights is really good. Damgood getting a pick onto Yummy, and Ponbit now all alone. It's going to be Satar on the other side. He's not able to get a pick onto Damgood, and now
Malaysia should take this though.
They should, but they haven't moved quite yet. The blue zone is pushing up to the Malaysian players, but without the information where the other 2 members of Indonesia is, they're saying, okay, should we really take this fight or not? Or risk being pincered from 2 different areas?
Because right now the zone, they're safe. They are well within circle, so no one's going to have to tank the zone in a little bit. But with the numbers advantage, they need Damgood to kind of make an advancement forward and give them that information, because he's coming in flank side, so he should be able to catch round off. Mika actually spots out Ponbit. And another fight's breaking loose right here. They have Malaysia Only one member left from Indonesia here. It will be Satar. Damn good. Finally close in the distance. Get spot out a little bit. The information has been transferred immediately. Rotations comes in. But the DBS. This could be ugly. Then drop two. Malaysia, they fumble with their thumbs and the kill was secure. Satar walk away with the crime of taking off members of Malaysia unnecessarily. Malaysia, they should have pushed S3 and now they are left with one, although they came out victorious.
Oh man, that was a very, very bad mistake to make. And speaking of that, it's gonna be Vietnam meeting up with Potato, and Indonesia, one rather, coming up forward, does avoid the nade. Now the circle will be pushing to the middle side here. No problem for them for a lot of the rotations at all. But Potato taking a lot of damage. He does go down. Technically, that duck saved his life. Red face from the other side, playing through. The smoke's gonna push out here, but he has to be careful. No information on where exactly it's gonna be. A nice spray comes out and goes to in trouble. Lobby, just like that. Karajin trying to play prone all alone, but what can you do when Rosemary plays straight in your face? Vietnam 2 now out, and they're not going out without a fight, at least 4 eliminations in the pocket. But coming back to that Malaysia fight, it was just so unfortunate because of that DBS.
Right now, Thailand, the last team remaining from the land of smiles, shooting down on 2 smile from Myanmar. I guess no one else can have it any brighter than they do. Mila will go in with the pickup here. Beer 11 trying to see if he could go in with the reposition, but he's up alone. They have to operate as 3. And talking about 3 players left standing, it's Philippines too. 1 member's on the knee immediately. Timor-Leste looks to make the push nameless across the valley now. Pushing onto Quebec, who's alone within his house, but the Molotov might have pushed him out from his comfort zone. Has to make the exit, but they're making a wraparound. Who's going to catch who first through the window? He saw. Information has been transferred. Quebec trying to outplay his position. He has to be careful. There are 3 members here, but he does have a DBS. They only need 1 at a time to address this problem. Quebec did decent damage, but not dead just yet. Arkatis coming in as a support fire. All the member of Timor-Leste is low, especially Dizzy, who's playing by the corner, gets caught with the hitbox. DBS for days. It is just chugging and clunking. A spray down from the Philippines here. That would secure their victory. Now we'll go in with the revive.
Really love seeing how they played that. Just having 1 player waste their time, and Philippines just coming in from all different angles. And speaking of angles here, Beer getting shot at from 2. Oh, good from the other side. They've marked it. A2 Zai in trouble. Sorry, 2 Zai in trouble. But Malaysia also very close by. Now, as the dust settles, a nice little reset to come through. And Thailand gonna hold down the line, keep quiet. They do have 2 players in their hands to work with. Mela, on one side at the very least, able to cover 5 from the backside. But I have to say that in terms of positioning here, the best position is gonna be Cambodia. The circle favors them. They have the compound in their hands, but it's gonna come down to whether or not they're able to turtle shell this, as the other members of Malaysia 2, Myanmar 2, and Thailand 2 is gonna have to rotate downwards. It's gonna be a bloodbath to the northern side.
Cambodia is such a good position. Both teams have been playing it really slow.
What a nade.
Nade to secure rabbits, so that would be Vietnam out. But back to Cambodia, like I said, they excel in mid-range to long-range combat. If you can push into the compound, there's a chance you can take it over from them. But that's going to be a tough luck. Meanwhile, Myanmar, talking about tough luck, Beer 11 taking so much damage. Will need to get picked up right now. It seems like they might just get away with it successfully so. Lizzie finds Red Face crawling in the bushes. We'll send him down to the lobby. And Laos, they are right next to another Cambodian squad trying to make a move into the circle.
For back out, has to be careful. Porza as well. They do have the ghillie suit. At least gives it a little bit of cover. Mika, play the dangerous game. All alone will be eliminated. 4 in the bag, but we'll be getting at least some placement points. So unfortunate for him, just being caught out from so many different areas. But that's the problem with this map, no, because it's such a small map. And wherever you go, whether or not it's a high ground, low ground, or even a compound, even behind a tree, you have to check everything. There's not a lot of places to work with. And speaking of that, it's going to be West holding down this area. Very aware, 2 players from Thailand marked already. And for him, he has to stay alive because Ichi is down, waiting for Tuzai to pick him up. He can't go too aggressive and risk their placement, as Tuzai running forward there will be throwing down those smokes, giving him a little bit of space to work with, and killing spree for them, 5 eliminations in the bag.
Ichi burned to the blue. Right now, Myanmar is trying to crawl their way forward. Cambodia 2 is being stopped by their own brethren. Cambodia 1 from making an advancement into the circle. And now Cambodia 2, despite losing their 1 member, will have their eyes fixated on the Myanmar squad. Eliminates them at 8th place. They did get 5 kills though, so not too much of a waste, but Thailand has to be careful. Cambodia, Pov got spot out. Logan's head is also right there. He knows it. He's gonna spray in the blind, catch one. Mila now has to clutch things out. He does have the BBS. He's contemplating between the 2. How will this end this? He will with a DBS, obviously. But now members from Cambodia 2 is making a push. Flank side, goes in with the warning shot. They kind of get an idea on where he is. Will secure that kill. Can Mila outplay this? No, he will not. That is Thailand out in 7th.
It feels like we've seen this deja vu moment yesterday. Especially, it just feels so unfortunate for Logan because whenever his head just pops out, it gets popped from different teams. It just shows that he has to be careful. He should just unnecessarily dry peek at this point. But for Assassin, he's gonna find his fellow countrymen there. Honda now out of the way, back out eating the blue damage as well as bullets from Assassin. But it's going to be Nang X that will be stealing that kill, putting that into the bag. Now we're down to the final 4 teams here. Indonesia won 6th place with 3 eliminations. La Forza in trouble. And 20 takes it out here. Laos has no mercy for any team at all. But both teams from Laos making it up to the top spot today. They're doing so very well. Cambodia is still hiding. Doesn't want to go too aggressive. They want to try and get that chicken dinner today. They weren't able to yesterday on the qualifiers. Philippines as well, still very much online. But look at all the teams here. Cambodia 1 is the only team with 4 players still happy and healthy. And Joseph will be the one picked out here. And that is the circle advantage as well as the compound advantage as well.
Overstepped themselves, Joseph. And Cambodia's got to be careful because there's still numerous amount of teams that's still left playing. So they can eventually get overpowered if they get picked off unnecessarily as they did. But they will now hold the largest advantage. Circle closed even more towards their directions, which means they are forcing players to run out in the open to pretty much go towards their vicinity. If there's any perfect time to play smokes, this is it. They have to expand those utilities. There's no way you're running into the compound willy-nilly that way. Gets shot down immediately. It's free and easy pickings for this Cambodian squad.
For Joseph, circle. They have the circle, they have the compound, all the win conditions in their hands, and so far Cambodia 1 is doing so very well and maintaining this deja vu moment, very similar to what we saw from Vietnam. And immediately Joseph gonna pick up a kill. It's gonna be Cambodia 2 on top, taken out. Skying from the inside, spots out Philippines 2 here, tries to spray out through the window, not able to get that good angle. They don't want to overstep the boundaries, they don't want to overheat. And this time around they know they don't have to push out. The blue zone just slowly pushing out forward as Antarctis eating up that damage as well. Antarctis goes down here as easy. KA gets 1 more. It's still not a member. Kaplik on the other side. The sprays come out. He still gets 1. But Skyden from the other side. I saw his teammate Amali as well to zone him out. He's eating all the damage in the world. And Cambodia 1 hold on to the chicken dinner. And look at the Cambodians just get so excited about their first chicken dinner today.
What a way to go big and go home with a potential medal here. 1 step into a championship victory. Not just yet, too soon to count the eggs, but this is definitely a great start for them. Home ground buff working at its best. You can see the smiles in these Cambodians' face. The Khmer people is really happy right now, and they deserve it. Although it was a little bit determined by the fortune they have. moving with the circle closing onto their way from minute number 1. They stayed and put that trigger discipline. No reason to push outside and lose members in the process, and they are claiming it. 9 eliminations and a chicken dinner, a whopping 19 points.
When you talk about teams playing too safe, you also have to remember that placement and positioning is also very important. When you have that positioning, all the advantage in the world, all the space in your control, the kills will come to you. And that's exactly what Cambodia 2 did. They learned a lot from yesterday, especially from overheating, over pushing, and taking up too much space too aggressively. And this time around, you saw the trigger discipline was there. The movement was also there. They said, okay, we don't have an angle on the Philippines, and that's fine. Let the blue zone do what they have to do and try to make sure to peek out for some information as much as we can. The Philippines, especially for the last member standing, they tried to at least get another extra point before he went down. But in this situation, Cambodia was smart. They're understanding that we shouldn't be playing too close because the DBS meta, everyone has a DBS. And the problem now is how close can we play, and we don't want to be taken out. And that's exactly what we saw just now. We saw that in Malaysia 1 as well. Underestimating the DBS was the reason they were knocked out so very early.
Yeah. But one thing that could have changed the tides in that ending outcome was the fact that nobody had utilities to play around with. You could see Laos getting a little bit desperate. They know they were caught out from that tree line. They had nothing to play around with. Send one member to run into the compound, get shot before they even got into jumping distance near it. So it was an impenetrable fortress, I would say, this time round. The best the rest of the teams were playing for was the second place, and Philippines with sheer trigger disciplines. Pubg also, you walked away a big victor here, being able to outlast the rest of the competitions. And this is Philippines number 2, if I'm not mistaken, the one who is going to be a force to be reckoned with. So for them, also a good start. And I guess that kind of checks out my theory as well about Philippines and needing all 4 members alive, because the outcome was different.
I mean, the fact that even though they did lose 1 member so very early, they were still able to maintain that second place. If anything, I think that it means, it just screams consistency in my opinion, because it shows that they do have a strat in mind on what they can do when they cannot get the chicken dinner, when they don't have the numbers advantage. How safe are we going to play? And on top of that, I feel like they were still getting some kills across the board. They were able to get those long range picks. They were able to third party at the same time. Unfortunately, weren't able to hold out till the end, but it is good enough for me. A top 2 win is still a top 2 win. It's about 6 points in the bag for them on top of whatever eliminations that they have. And I believe that it's honestly a really good start. And it also checks out my theory that the Philippines is a team that is very momentum heavy. Now, whether or not these teams are aware of this, to stop this from happening is to take away this lead. And this one, we're going to be seeing Cambodia 1 with their first chicken dinner with 9 eliminations, and 10 rank points gives them 19. And Philippines 2, honestly, not so far behind, because they have the same amount of eliminations and only 6, because you remember 10 for first place and second place gets 6 points only for 15.
15 still a very respectable one, closing the gap towards the ultimate champion here. So they're not winning by a mile at the very least. That the strive to get that gold medal is still very well in play, especially now that it is a 3 days hurdle here to get passed by. Unfortunately for some of the teams down below who's got 0 of everything, Philippines 1 might have to look and re-strategize on how they can come back in stronger. Malaysia, unfortunate events that could have been theirs. They could have only lost 1 member, but I guess they kind of misstepped and maybe got a little bit too eager to run in one after another, and they paid the price heftily for that. Honestly, great way to start this whole game. We have a bunch more games to go on to, but take a look at the outstanding teams.
I was gonna say that for Malaysia 2, getting knocked out so early and still getting 4 eliminations was pretty exciting to watch. It just shows that they're still maintaining that aggressive stance in terms of playstyle. Again, a minor mistake can turn into a big mistake, and that's exactly what we saw. But coming back into the outstanding teams here, it's going to be Philippines 2, Cambodia 1, Cambodia 2, and Myanmar 2. And I think to start off the week, having both Cambodian teams on the top 3 is, top 4 was insane if you think about it, because you can see that both Cambodian teams doing very well with 9 and 6 eliminations. But let's have a look at the graph here, where we can see Cambodia 1 so far ahead in terms of numbers of kills, but they are going to be tying up with Philippines 2. And on top of that, in terms of damage, Philippines 2 is still maintaining this high damage stat they were holding on from yesterday.
Yeah, Philippines, they really had to work up for this. I saw them rotating from the outside in, so they had to move a little bit more than Cambodia 1 had to, where it was served upon the entire valley across that open fields. So Philippines, although looking very even with Cambodia right now, how they got their kills has to be acknowledged as even more the remarkable feat here.
I think it's also really exciting to see that Vietnam 2, despite the stellar performance yesterday in the qualifying stage, are now struggling. And I feel like it's because a lot of teams have started to understand how exactly they operate, and they're very aware. As soon as they met Vietnam 2, you see how exactly the team started to rotate, especially from Myanmar, where they were able to not only rotate on one side, they were able to find Quang first. And as soon as Quang went down, they immediately pushed in, and suddenly Vietnam 2 had nowhere to go. As we come into the first map today, this aggression definitely is welcome. They are understanding how they win conditions, but let's have a look at the interview and see what Cambodia has to say.
របស់ពួកយើងការចាប់ផ្ដើមការប្រកួតថ្ងៃទី1វគ្គ Grand Final ហើយជាមួយនឹង Chicken Dinner មកកាន់ក្រុមម្ចាស់ផ្ទះទៀតតើមានអារម្មណ៍ថាជាមួយនឹងការរៀបចំនៅម្ចាស់នៅផ្ទះរបស់ខ្លួនឯងហ្នឹងវាជួយយើងបានអត់បាទបងប្រកាសណាស់ដោយសារតែយើងជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះហើយជាក់ស្ដែងទស្សនិកជនគាត់មកគ្រប់គ្រងបានច្រើនអញ្ចឹងវាជំរុញឲ្យទឹកចិត្តពួកយើងកាន់តែមោះមុតក្នុងការប្រកួតដើម្បីយកមន់ឲ្យគាត់ឲ្យបានតែដូចជាក់ស្ដែងថ្ងៃនេះពួកយើងយកជូនពួកគាត់បានមួយមែនបាទ So my question to him was, as a starting game for the grand final and as a host, this is the first chicken dinner ever for the team. Does being in a host country, being the host team, play a role? And he said definitely it does because of the support. He can hear all the way from outside, and this will definitely push him to keep getting the chicken dinner. ជាមួយនឹងបាញ់មិញគឺយើងឃើញថាក្រុមយើងបែបការកំហុសដែរតែយើង reset ឡើងមកវិញជាមួយគ្រាប់បែកគ្នាឯងតាមមើលទៅគឺវាមានសម្ពាធខ្ពស់មែនតើជាពិសេសនៅពេលដែលយើងលេងតំណាងប្រទេសហើយជា SEA Games លើកទី1ក្នុងរយៈពេល60ឆ្នាំជាងតើយើងធ្វើអ្វីខ្លះដើម្បីព្យាយាមទប់អារម្មណ៍ក្រុមរបស់យើងក៏ដូចជាខ្លួនឯងនៅក្នុងនាមជា captain ក្រុមម្នាក់បាទបងយើងព្យាយាមប្រាប់គ្នាទាំងអស់គឺធ្វើអារម្មណ៍ឲ្យមូលយើងរៀនពី relax លេង chill កុំភ័យ ដោយសារតែយើងនៅកណ្ដាល zone អញ្ចឹងយើងព្យាយាមបិទគ្រប់ angle ទាំងអស់កុំឲ្យគេចូលមកគៀកយើងដើម្បីគេអាចងាយនឹងគប់ net ចូលផ្ទះអញ្ចឹងយើងព្យាយាមបាញ់កុំឲ្យគេចូល zone បានមកបាទ Okay, so my question to him was, he did make a mistake just before the end of the game, and how does he do it as a captain to calm the team down and keep playing at the highest stake, right? So he said, as a team captain, he tries to calm the team down to make sure to keep your composure. Mistakes will happen regardless of big or small tournaments, but just be yourself and keep playing as a professional player. So the third question, បាទសំណួរទី3ដែរគឺ Joseph បាននៅក្នុងវិស័យនេះយូរហើយគឺអាចនិយាយបានថាយូរប្រហាក់ប្រហែលជាមួយនឹងជើងចាស់ផ្សេងៗដែលធ្លាប់តាំងពីជំនាន់ទៅចិនបាទដោយសោកដោយគ្រាមអីដែរ ប៉ុន្តែនេះគឺជាការប្រកួតអាចនិយាយបានថាធំបំផុតរបស់ខ្លួនឯងនៅក្នុងអាជីពរបស់យើងតើវាមានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងណាដែរដែលលើកនេះដែរបានតំណាងកម្ពុជាយើងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី 32 បាទបងប៉ុណ្ណេះព្រោះវាជា tournament ធំសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំពិតជាមានមោទនភាពដែលបានតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក៏ដូចជាមានមោទនភាពចំពោះ team ក៏ដូចគ្រួសារទាំងមូលដើម្បីបានមកឈរលើឆាកដ៏ធំមួយនេះបាទ He is extremely proud to represent his own country as a long-time Pubg Mobile player since the release of Pubg Mobile. So lastly, what do you want to say to the fans outside? សូមអរគុណអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលបានចូលរួមទស្សនាផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជាតាមរយៈ live stream ហើយសូមកុំភ្លេចបន្តគ្រប់គ្រងពួកយើងទាំងកម្ពុជា1កម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងក៏ជាខ្មែរដូចគ្នាហើយចំពោះ game មិញពួកយើងធ្វើបានល្អទាំងពីរអញ្ចឹងសូមអ្នកនរគ្នាសប្បាយចិត្តបន្តទៀតនៅ game បន្ទាប់បាទអរគុណ Right, so wishing best of luck, not just to his team and also to Cambodian teams and other teams that is represented here as well. That is all for now. Back to our casters.
it. I called it when Cambodia Team 1 was in that turtle shell and one player got knocked. I'm like, that shouldn't have happened. And he said it. He made a mistake. That was Joseph. And he's thankfully though, he calmed the team down, played within their composure and still win them the winner chicken dinner. But just to show you how detriment that could have become. Thailand lost their stronghold to Malaysia because one member took on the Molotov damage. So him getting knocked right there could have been go time for the rest of the teams to try and push in onto that stronghold itself. So thankfully things work out for him. Congratulations Cambodia for the first ever winner chicken dinner in the grand finals. I'm sure there's more, but first we're going to get into a quick break in just about a bit. This is the 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports. Tash Bunny joining me. I'm Keith. We'll see you in just about a bit.
Hello survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight Till the End
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်ပါပါပါအဲ့ဒါလည်းညီမစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နေမြောင်စီကင်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Yes, the scores are in the running right now, with 19 being the total points to beat so far if you're trying to maintain yourself in the number one spot. But obviously, that is assuming the number one contender right now does not stay at 19 points. We'll see will they remain in the top one position, or will someone else come in clean comes the next game as we take it down onto Miramar. This is the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports title division. Tash Bunny and myself, Keith, were your casters for today.
It's really exciting as we go into this match, especially for Cambodia, seeing not only Cambodia 1 getting the chicken dinner, but Cambodia 2 getting the top 3 as well. These two teams are starting off the day very, very strong, showing us an upset for a lot of teams that excelled yesterday. But don't count your eggs just yet, because we are going into the second map as we go into Miramar, a map that is a little bit more set play heavy, a little bit harder in terms of rotations, and can be very, very, very detrimental in terms of positioning as well as trigger happiness. Now, as we go into the second map, I think that it's always very important to think about yesterday's matches, where yesterday we did see Vietnam still able to get a chicken dinner for round number 2. But for you, Keith, which team do you want to see pop up for this particular map?
This particular map, Miramar, I'd like to see a lot more gun actions, and for that, honestly, Vietnam is one up there in the contending list. Indonesia as well. I even say Malaysia to come in with those long range shots, because we know Damn Good is one of the damn best player out there when it comes to shooting far range from the back end as a support. So I'm looking forward to that.
I am really excited to see Indonesia too, honestly, when you think about it, because yesterday they did have consistency throughout the first 3 maps. They played very, very well coming forward, and I think for them as well, I mean, their aggression is very, very rewarded, and it's always really hard to play really aggressively on Miramar, in my opinion, because it's such a map where you are able to get information quickly. It's easy to stop someone trying to push out into your area if you are marking an area or being very, very aware of your surroundings. But Indonesia seems to do that very well. I'm not too sure how exactly they do in terms of their rotations, but it's very rare to see Indonesia 2 stopped in the mid of those rotations. We see it happen to Laos, we see it happen to Myanmar, hell, we see it happen to Malaysia as well. But one thing about Indonesia is that it's rare for them to be interrupted in their rotations. Their fights usually happens in a compound of their choosing, or if they're gonna get interrupted. Regardless, let's have a look at the head-to-head here. It's gonna be from Pubg, from Philippines 2, and Gosu as well. I mean, from these two teams, elimination-wise is gonna be the same, but this is where the numbers start to change. Damage-wise, Pubg, as a player who likes to play in your face very, very aggressively, giving that pressure for his team as they give long-range support is just huge. Gives him a little bit extra edge in terms of damage, as well as, I would say, percentage in terms of damage as well. But overall, between the two teams, it's very similar.
Yeah, you were talking about Indonesia and how their rotations cannot be stopped. I kind of get a reason why, just based on their pattern of play over in Miramar. It's because they are the ones doing the crashing onto others. I remember it was between two teams, Cambodia facing off some other teams out there, and Indonesia just came in and just wiped it clean against the rest of them. It was a very cool but painful moment, I guess, for the rest of the other teams who was in that situation. So I'd like to see them still maintain that aggression, and if you're going to pull an aggressive play style any time of the tournament today, it has to be Miramar. I want it to be Miramar, where there are not much buildings to play around with, no concrete jungles, just play towards your terrain advantage and, coordination with your teammates.
I feel like we haven't really talked about IGLs very much, and I feel like, you did touch on that a little bit earlier about how he was able, Cambodia was able to calm a team, and I think it's always very important to have an IGL who is not only level-headed, but also someone who is able to the team to trust, the team to listen to. Because sometimes there are situations where you tend to panic, you lose 2 players, yes, they've been knocked down, but you are in a high pressure situation where you want to get those pickups. Oh, that's cute. You want to get those pickups. You want to be able to revive your teammates and have those strength in terms of numbers. But at the same time, you are facing up against 3 players. When you have a good IGL who's saying, relax, all you have to do is just focus on the enemy first and then focus on those pickups. And also trusting your teammates to relay that information to you and understanding that you can, as a player, even provide or contribute some information and what you want to do in terms of play. And the IGL, if they trust you enough, they'll be like, okay, I think I'm really liking what you are putting here on the table. Let's go with that. I think that throughout, I think across the board here, we've been seeing or hearing that a lot more in those interviews, not only in this tournament, but also in the league stages as well. But in your opinion, which IGL has stood out the most?
So when we're talking about IGL, I could only assume, because I'm not too familiar who gets the role of captain here usually in the SEA Games. I can only assume that the same person who's an IGL in the Pro League becomes IGL here in this whole game. And I think I would want to commend or credit, I believe Jumper is probably leading his own team. He should be the guy who's leading his own team. He's the man with the most experience, because to be able supposedly and confidently say push into a compound in which you know full well 4 enemies still resides on the inside and get the chicken dinner that we saw yesterday screams more than just calming your team down. You're actually giving directions and setting goals or for your team to follow, and that's, I feel, plays a heavier role as an IGL than, you know, attending to morale and attitude.
It's true, but being able to do both can also be a whole different issue. Regardless, as we go into the second map, Miramar, the map where rotations can get very, very complicated, coming in from the northern side of Impala all the way up to La Crobreria. This, I would say, is an alright standard circle, but depending on where the circle goes, it might be complicated. Now, one of the most annoying areas to play with would be the high grounds near El Pozo as well as Chumacera. Oh wow, it's gonna be toward the southern side here. A little bit of water, never hurt anyone. And you know what? Let's bring a circle to Los Leones. I always like a urban warfare end.
And we're going to get it most probably here, seeing that this circle is more familiar than not, but Philippines changing their drop spot, no longer at Valdemar. Obviously, with the distance itself, they drop onto Ruins, but this does not make it any easier for them. Philippines 2 will have to push into Philippines 1 in a straight trajectory into that circle, and already war breaks loose here. It's the West from Myanmar, and the Wawa West gets shot down by the likes of Timor-Leste.
Gonna be 1 point as well. Very quickly. They are moving already. I think in this situation, Minas Deval can be a very scary place to go to. And I think that we've seen a situation where one player plays very far from the team. This 3-1 strat. We talked about it before. And I think that for Myanmar too, to play that kind of strat on this map in particular can be very scary. It's very hard to relay information. It's very hard for a team to quickly rotate to you, and it's so hard to buy time. Now, for the Philippines, we didn't really see them excel on this map yesterday. Hell, we didn't really see them really excel until, like, I would say, Erangel. Yeah, the last 2 maps. So I'm wondering if that heat or the momentum can come onto this map. Because as we said before, this is a very tough rotational map. Moving around the high grounds, making sure that no one is going to snipe you from far away. If you have a team member who's good at long ranges, like Malaysia 1 having damn good, great. But if you're a team who thrive on short range fights, which is what we primarily have been seeing Philippines do, it might pose a problem.
I would say Philippines is pretty okay mid to long range, because I mean their playstyle, and the most successful playstyle was that they turtle within compounds and they shoot outwards, right? So they're never really pressured to be in a 1v1 situation against another team. So Miramar is kind of a blessing to them. In theory, they should be able to perform, but right now what's tough for them is that they have to push into another Filipino team and crawl their way through the entire opponent in front of them just to get into circle. And we've never seen them gone through such a long drawn skirmishes before.
No, it's very quick for them.
Yeah, so to kind of confidently say that it's no problem for them because they're all the way up in ruins. This is no man's land right here. So they're definitely safe.
I was gonna ask you about Myanmar too. Just now we saw Ichi from Myanmar too, all the way up in Graveyard. He was alone. And then we saw Wes go down. Not too sure where that is. Now, where's the other two members of Myanmar? Are they going for a 1-1-1-1-1 sort of strat, or is it 2-1-1? Haven't seen them quite yet and how they want to work. But coming back to Malaysia, I feel like they have an okay success rate on this map. And going out so early just now in a fashion that you would say is a rookie mistake, I think in their mind, I'm really hoping that they're able to just say, okay, go next. This is something that we learned from, and we shouldn't reenact this mistake once more. And this situation, I feel like for a lot of Malaysian teams, it's interesting because when I've seen other Malaysia, or at least most Malaysian teams play, they love to play a 3-1 strat. They have one person as a scout and 3 more holding out the area. Or they love going a 2-2 where they have 2 players playing in one area and another 2 in a different area to get more loot. And I'm wondering if this strat has changed because if I remember yesterday, they were kind of going for playing together. They were kind of playing with they weren't necessarily close together, but they were still far enough apart to cover a large amount of area. But what do you think about this change in strat for this particular map?
I think when it comes to a game like PUBG Mobile, right? Like all what you said does make sense. There's a lot of truth in that, but because essentially what's this game about? It's about survival, right? And call me a Darwin kind of guy, but
Darwin.
I believe in the whole strategy that the best strategy for survival is the ability to adapt. So there are times where you want to go 1-1-1. There are times where you want to band together, right? Like you mentioned, Myanmar, they're so separately apart. Because traditionally, what happens in the early phases in Miramar, you need a few members to scout out some vehicles. It's a huge map. If everyone's looting at the same time, comes vehicle time, then what do you have? Where do you even start? You don't know. So they usually have 2 members securing vehicles for the team, while the rest of them will try and loot up. And they're band together, and then depending on how and where a fight takes place, if it's on a hill, then usually 2 members can shoot from one direction while the other 2 come in for the support or flank side just to cover grounds, right? So like to be able to flexibly adapt a strategy on the go is what would pretty much make you an unstoppable team in a game of survival.
And I think that's what makes it so great as well when you talk about a team that's so adaptable with so many pages in their playbook, because it's really hard for a lot of other teams to kind of pinpoint what your next move is going to be. Because sometimes a team does so well, like say Vietnam yesterday, it felt like there was a lot of teams that definitely have microscoped on how they played, how they rotated, where they dropped. And it was to the point that, you know, when you talk about drop spots, right? And you kind of like see those patterns and you're like, okay, if Vietnam drops here, would we have a chance if we take those fights early against them? And hold that thought first, because Nameless is the one who's going to be shooting out toward Malaysia. Snipes and Yuhai are playing together, so they are able to at least trade out if push comes to shove. But it's going to be really hard, at least from that range. But in this situation, it did kind of stop Malaysia 1 from their rotations, but they're pretty much okay. Snipes with a bigger vehicle, nice tanky vehicle to provide some cover at least. It's a little bit slower than the buggy from Yuhai. And this situation is taking a lot of damage, but don't think it's gonna do a lot from this far.
It was convenient too, right? A guy named Nameless who's trying to shoot down a superstar like Yuhai. He's trying to make a name for himself, that's for sure.
Oh man, circle. Oh my god, I am cursed! I'm so sorry! We're going to Los Leones, huh? Well, maybe toward that area. If you remember yesterday, the circle actually pulled up to the crater of La Bendita, if I'm not mistaken as well. And it caused such a massive traffic jam for a lot of teams who were rotating because they were holding around the crater area. And for teams who didn't get that high ground, they were shot from above. So Hopefully today that wouldn't be the issue, but look at the amount of teams rotating in from the west side. I am excited for the massacre that's about to happen.
Look at the rotation as well for Philippines though. Philippines 2 and Philippines 1 are literally right next to each other, playing at the edge of the blue zone. At this rate, you kind of can see what...
You're so amused.
Their strategies are the same, but we've seen this happen before and it never works out for them. I'm not sure what they're expecting to do different this time around. Remember, the only time things goes the way for Philippines when they're playing center circle, not rotating from the out.
I mean, for Malaysia too, I think that they want to prove that they're just as good, especially for a team that has been playing together for a long time. If we see in terms of differential and skill, it's very similar. It's just that Malaysia 1 has a little bit more firepower. But let's not discredit them just yet, as Davan with the opening does find one player from Laos, got Tuni as well, gets another one, Beer. This is a nice push out, but looking at Vietnam against Myanmar is also very, very scary. Myanmar won with aggression. Unfortunately, his nade does not bounce where he wants it to be. Car comes forward on the other side, gives him a little bit of cover, as Rabies is in trouble, gonna eat up that nade. His teammate Sando is very close by at the very least, so they have to respect that space. A Molly will be thrown out, he changes his mind, but Marna on one side, but Loki fighting Chua. And once again, Chua being the first person to get knocked down. No problem to get him and pick him up. They are inside of compound, smokes as well. But pushing forward here, Sando playing alone. A little bit of a scary situation. The car explodes and they are trying to push out together. Here's one sec, tries to make it happen. Marna gonna go down. They didn't realize Loki was from the backside. Now, no movement quite yet from the Vietnamese teams. What they're trying to do is try to lure them inside. A DBS in Sando's hands. He does shoot it out. That nade stops him though. What can you do with a DBS when you can't shoot? Frankie's all alone. Farajin goes down there to Lafar. But coming back to this fight, Choi pushing out into the smoke will be punished. Frankie on the inside of the area, unfortunately not able to see anything here. And it has to move out and eventually does find Sando. He's over on the other side.
Yeah, there was a big whiff. He literally flopped it right there. The
man he gets it now.
Turning. It was. I think it was Sando. Was it Sando? No, it was someone else who was trying to flop a grenade over, but it landed right next to him.
Beside him.
And his teammates just came in and got blown up in the process. Took a lot of damage, and they had to like heal up. And so that was time taken away from his entire game plan, and that time was pretty crucial. Now they're left with one member. All Vietnam members still left alive can be picked up, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if they confirmed that kill, but we do have on Vietnamese here who have lost a member. No, it was Vietnam 1.
So look at Thailand coming through!
Meanwhile, Thailand already on a hunt. Now look to change their scopes onto Cambodia, who is in similar circumstances to battle. Logan also on his knees, got the Tuni left alone to try and clutch things out, but Cambodia, they're in good efforts here. Easy with the DBS, gets an easy K.
It's actually insane how much damage that DBS can do at such a prolonged situation, and Gosu will be shot out, jumps out of the car. He's gonna answer back to Satar. He's eating out a lot of damage, and nades comes out there. Gosu, whether or not it actually hits him is the question. Doesn't quite show it quite yet. Yes, it does. Satar sustaining a lot of damage here, has to run for his life. Gosu not chasing back. They're not going to be answering. If you guys remember, Indonesia 2 tried to pick a fight with Vietnam 2, weren't able to take that space away from Graveyard from Vietnam, tried to go for the long rotation. Vietnam 2 chased them, and now we're still in this long drawn fight. And Gosu is here all alone. No clue where his other teammates are. And I have to say, Satar, you got some big courage running through the blue zone, out in the open on the buggy in such a low health fashion, and just openly just saying, you know what, take me out of here, I'll heal on the buggy. But like that, at the risk of being sniped, that's very scary.
I guess they're pretty confident as well that playing at the outskirts, there's probably not going to be too many people that could gun them down, since first movers would most likely saturate towards the insides. But definitely still a very risky move right there. One tap and it could be the end of him, and his friend would have to drive him off, leave him in the dust. Meanwhile, Laos Found a little nest egg inside the circle. Doesn't seem to have to worry too much. Based on what their loots here, they don't really have much of a throwables, and that has always been a thing for Laos. But hold that thought though, Vietnam now going up against Timor-Leste. It's Quan G. He seems like a one-man army here. Does he have backup on the ready?
I always notice that Kwang has been all alone. He's always the first one to go down, but you have to really give it to him how he's able to be just so untouchable. Every time you think you're done with him, he's out of the game. No, gets picked up, survives, and still thrives. And it's a 1 versus 4, him against the rest of Timor-Leste. Just trying to buy time for his teammate. Goes to outside on the area, managed to get that reset. Nameless in the front line. So if he's able to get the isolate, he's able to just not and just take these 1v1s, it will be great. This smoke gives him a lot of areas to work with, but his head is going to be very, very dangerous here, because if he pokes his head up, it might be a headshot. You don't want to get dinked, but he is very healthy in terms of his shields, in terms of his helmet, as level 2 Kevlar as well as a level 3 helmet. He's not going to get dinked so easily. But on the other side of the map, look at Vietnam 2. Gosu now in trouble in the blue zone. This long fight is just taking so very long. Vietnam is having such a big or a hard problem trying to get into the area. It's just being gate kept at this point. And meanwhile, Malaysia 1 alone, Yuhai inside the compound, facing up against Cambodia.
I guess that was a whole plan all along. He was trying to create so much diversion so Gosu could try and make it within circles, but they didn't budge. Timor-Leste didn't budge, and they still had eyes against Gosu, and at this point his vehicle is undrivable. It's just going to blow off at it. If he were to go in, it would be suicide. Meanwhile, Yuhai and the rest of the Malaysian squads right next to Vietnam and Cambodia, they do have the high ground though. For Team Malaysia, perhaps they might want to look into actually getting something out of it. Cambodia is down on the low, but Vietnam might be a problem here as they're playing on even planes, so they won't be hidden from some sort of hills. They have to be careful not to overextend in the open.
Yuhai has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, especially as a player who tries to be the distraction or diversion for the team, but for Philippines 1, I think Philippines 2 has been really getting all the spotlight. And I know that in Philippines it can get very, very competitive, especially in the esports scene. We do want to catch up. But we're seeing skirmishes throughout the map here. You can see that the observer is trying to show the multiple fights coming through here. Will be Malaysia 1 at this point. They didn't do too well in the last map, and Sanhok were knocked out by the DBS so very early. But this time, they are trying to take the space, or at least gatekeep the space away from Cambodia. They are still, for Cambodia, they are still inside of the circle, but they do want to get deep in, go in deeper. So in order to go in deeper, they have to take up the space away from Malaysia. And if you look at Indonesia, they had a long drawn-out fight with Vietnam. Now that they're inside of the circle, it's going to be Timor-Leste that will be stealing their attention. Dizzy is already very low. A nice position from both ends. Abu giving him that space at least to go for the flank if he wants to. And Dizzy, we know that he thrives when he's able to go for that backstab. Lapar throws in that nade. Hits Abu. He's so very low. And here comes Dizzy. That's a very, very dangerous play. Dizzy so low will be punished. Abu as well blown up to smithereens. And his teammates left to fend for themselves. Evox all the way on one end. Not even close to Nameless. They have to play together. But it's going to be so very hard. Yummy has already marked him. And Satar as well. Going to get one more pick. Puts that point into his pocket. And Yummy, eliminating with the grenade, puts him ahead.
Like I said, my only recollection of Dizzy is getting shot down in a barrel of a gun.
You are hard!
No, I'm just calling it out there. I mean, he had to do something. I give him that much. He's got the courage to try something. Otherwise, they'd just be pinned down there for status quo forever, right? So for him to try and make that play, hey, it was a good attempt as it is.
He's a go-getter. What can I say?
Yeah, high risk, high reward, right? Sometimes you gotta make that call. Meanwhile, Malaysia, though, they are by the edge. I'm not sure if they can get into circle side without getting shot by the team on top, so they might have to look for another entry on the northern side. They are gate kept by Quan G. He is the only one there, so if they do take him off, this could be a good thing. But they will try and use the vehicle instead. Meanwhile, Malaysia is still up against Cambodia. Cambodia look to push now. Up on compound, the top, rising to the top here. Malaysia they've got to position themselves ever so carefully, not to give in to Vietnam, who was within the area earlier on. But Cambodia, they're just looking to make the distraction so the rest of the teams could rotate within circles. They're trying to go around Malaysia right now. Malaysia, they have to look to punish to get some kill points across the board.
A very aggressive play from Malaysia. Nice reposition as well. 1, 2, 3. Snipes trying to give out the information. But it's really hard playing on the side of the train. And to chase out, it's going to be very dangerous. I mean, Malaysia does have the advantage being closer to a circle. What they're trying to do here is to get those points and put them in the pocket. Especially as Cambodia 2 is very much ahead. But Mika will be the one in. But wins barely by the skin of his teeth. What a play, but he is in trouble. His teammates need to give him the support as the other members of Cambodia will be rushing out here. Damgood tries to go for those long range fights. Not happening quite yet. They're not able to get a pickup for his teammate. Despite that, it's going to be Indonesia 2 third partying there. Finds Mika, takes him out of the way. Still able to get picked up here. Potato so very low. His vehicle gets flipped over. Frankie gonna get picked up by Rabis. But for the other members of Indonesia, they are ruthless. Look at the amount of throwables thrown out here. Fortunately, none of those throwables are gonna be hitting them as Big Boy try to push out. Hard to see in these smokes. They can't see anything. Rabis will be the one to go down next. Vikoy try to cook up this nade. Wants to get those picks. One good nade will take out 2 members of Indonesia. We want to see this happen. Potato, what do you do? 2 members to pick up here. DBS straight to the face. Not able to pick him up. And eventually, they do go down at 13th place.
Vietnam's not done though. Spring down. Vico, he spots out Cambodia, but Laos as well. Try to go in from the back end. Back out. Well, probably have to back out here. He's in worse for wear situation. If he goes continue pushes on the way up, Philippines has got him under their sights. If he stays there, Vico will get him, or even the blue that might come in eventually. So that member right there is just as good as dead. But let's take a look at the circle. Close in again. Cambodia, a Cambodian team, both of them side by side each other, well within the circles, will have to fend for their ground. But Cambodia 1 is the ones with the high ground and the compound to play along with. Malaysia 1 eliminated. Unfortunately, the Vietnamese came in. But right now, a civil war. We've seen how Cambodia 1 got the chicken dinner with a fortress before, and now they might have the same chance again. Although their captain Joseph will not be fighting on their side.
Cambodia 1 and Cambodia 2, they are just right beside each other, but Cambodia 1 having this advantage of not only the high ground but also this compound, they have nothing to lose. But this time around, we just talked about how Malaysia 2 wants to catch up to Malaysia 1, and this might be their shining moment. They already have 1 elimination in the bag with only 2 points, but this spray out here from Cambodia 2 will be taking out Kikoi, and Vikoy now in trouble. Frankie tried to make something happen, playing for the side, but this scope is not doing him any favors as Davan picks up 1. And on top of that, Laos, we can see the other side, got 1 player from Malaysia. This is a 3-way fight, honestly, when you think about it. There's 2 different terrains to work with, and any team in the middle of this valley, they have a death wish. That is so hard. It's going to be so hard for Cambodia to come out of that alive. And on top of that, the high ground on the other side, Myanmar, from the top side there, they're in trouble. But as the dust settles, no one is moving quite yet. They want to go for those resets. But for Cambodia 2, I don't think this reset is possible. As for the other members of Vietnam 1, they are just going to go for their reposition, cooking up that nade. That nade will eventually just pop in the middle, and Rabis, too aggressive, will be punished by Cambodia 1.
They try to be a little bit overzealous there, but they have to address Cambodia 2 before trying to make a rotation over. They've sent 1 man, realized it was a bad idea, but now Puff under fire will burn to the Molotov. Will that be the end of him? That will. Chua GH gets it, leaving the top, hiding behind a broken down vehicle, but Devan comes in with the flank side from the top side here. Gets a great shot, takes a heap amount of damage, and that could very well turn into a headshot if they wanted to. They're trying to spray down this vehicle alone. Nang acts with the support fire. They will win this trade. Cambodia against Vietnam, but only to get bitten back as Cambodia 1 will try to rake in the scores here. The crowd goes wild regardless. It is still a Cambodian victory.
That was a brutal 3 or 4-way fight when you think about it. A valley in between two high grounds for Cambodia 2. There was honestly nothing they can do. With Vietnam on the flank side, Cambodia 1 on the high side, as well as Myanmar on the long range on top of the mountain. It was so hard to reposition. And on top of that, despite having a teammate trying to make something happen, they still eventually went down. This nade goes down by Echo and immediately ace in the hole. Vietnam 2 only managing to get the placement point at 9th place, but it is enough for them. Now for Malaysia 2, they have lost 1 member, but still 3 members left alive. Yen playing very quietly behind Myanmar 2. I don't know if they have marked Yen at all, but I don't think they have, because all eyes are on the Philippines, all eyes on Laos. They are playing together, and with this high ground, it does give them a little bit of an advantage. But for Myanmar, having these 2 very, very tanky vehicles does give them not only cover, but also mobility. And what a way to make a statement, jump off the building and make it down alive. They are inside the circle, in the very middle, easy all alone, and Indonesia with the drive-by. That is nasty, my friends. And Indonesia too, still very, very aware inside of the circle, got a compound. Tuzai trying to make something happen, tries to go for a spray out, but Indonesia playing together will stop in the tracks thanks to that Molly.
They made a big mistake though. Myanmar, why did they make their way downwards? They should have capitalized that hill for as long as possible until they're forced to go down, because now they're not even safe. That compound barely even had a roof. Talking about being safe and a gun down from the high ground. So Laos right now pressuring Flax OP, who's going to make the rush for it. I heard a little bit of DBS, but right now sheer numbers from Indonesia. They're running in a single file, but Too Smile, there's not much he can do as a single man. He will take that shot, but it is Skyrim. Skyrim got the kill from a far side. Malaysia now tries to contest the top hills here, but they're losing out badly against the likes of Laos. Yen will try and come in from that far end, but he does not have them within their sights. Malaysia too might have to forfeit this engagement itself.
Malaysia too had a great run in terms of numbers, but they were separated. Flax OP now out of the way. Echo needs to be picked up, and in this situation, his teammate, it's gonna be so hard to go for that follow-up with 2 members waiting, as well as Assassin pushing up forward. It's gonna be picking up his teammates. Sprays all around here. Echo hasn't been spotted out quite yet. Assassin tries to follow with those sprays, but without any information, it's gonna be so hard for the push, and Assassin finally gets it. But Malaysia 2 with 2 eliminations, a killing spree. They're still very much alive, but this long-range shots coming out from across the map is just so fun to watch. Cross maps, and it's so hard to mark these areas. Sprays for the top side, Skynin, eventually marked by the Indonesia team, takes out down. ECK, at least from the other side, can follow up if they want to. Nanghex from inside the smokes. Indonesia so aware. The nade has been cooked by Yummy. But whether or not is Yummy gonna be hitting is the question. Doesn't show quite yet. And again, as you mentioned, without that top side of that roof, it's so easy to get shot at from the top side of the high ground. It can be so easy to throw in some throwables and just flush them out. But for Indonesia, they're playing this very smart, playing the corners of the compound, so at least they have a little bit of wriggle room. But Nang X, despite being on the outside, they haven't noticed him at all.
Well, they are hidden for the time being, but they will raise some sort of suspicion. Malaysia, though, will be the ones who capitalize that high ground in which Myanmar handed off. And it will be free pickings for this team if he plays this one right. He only needed to be patient until he's forced off of it. The zone's not closing in just yet. This is still very much his game. He's got an idea. Farm it from the top. Oh, he's got to be careful, though. 2 tricks, the same tricks don't really happen 3 times in a row. So you have to be very wary on how he's trying to make the peak to get those kills. Meanwhile, the top gets shot, gets gunned down and running towards the compound. Cambodia will be in a halt here. Now X gets knocked out as well. Yeah, now before he could get in closer. Only Easy left alive for this Cambodian team, but there is another one to represent the nation. Oh, this is it. This is actually the last Cambodian team. What happened to the ones within that compound?
Actually been down here, but for the Philippines 3, very healthy. They're gonna be right beside Philippines 2 at Tartus. digging some damage. But the rest of the Filipino teams, the blue zone just closing in. They need to make something happen. But there's not enough cover. They don't have a vehicle anymore. To push out in the open area is practically suicide, especially as the Philippines too have these long-range weapons. Regardless, they will be moving out of the way. You can see that resources-wise, they still are very healthy. Indonesia too, with 4 members still alive, and they're playing it very, very safe. As the circle finally goes away and the area slowly encloses around them, Yen is being the annoying fly on the wall, just putting in the damage. Doesn't matter who you are, I will bring in the hurt. If possible, a consolation prize, an extra point if I want to. And on top of that, he has the high ground. No one can reach him. He can either go down to the blue zone, deny points, and the sprays come up from Atartis, and exactly his fellow countrymen will be barbecued to hell. Yen from the top side tries to put in and make it rain. Atartis in trouble, will be knocked down. Kabik tries to retaliate. What he's gonna do here is just leave his teammate. Yen gets another point in the bag. Now for Indonesia, they try to be running out here. They can't climb up to where Yen is. What they're gonna do is just hug the wall close together and just avoid from being shot from the top side. It's gonna be very, very hard, and Yen, like it or not, he's gonna have to go down to the blue zone. What he can do here is just throw in the pin, and Ponbin eats up that damage. He goes down, but not without a fight. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to Indonesia too.
They've shown it once, they're doing it again here, securing themselves that winner chicken dinner in a Miramar map of all. After being denied, they come back clean. This is it. This is their final moment. I mean, finally, they have a chicken dinner within the desert dunes. But also a disappointing one for Myanmar to have given the high ground. Look at that. Look at how fruitful that high ground has turned for Malaysia as Myanmar made their exit. Had they just stood up there and let Indonesia take the compounds down below, they would have set themselves up for at least a second place finish and a heap amount of kills, because let's be honest, 8 for Malaysia. They had a couple of their members held back there in a fight against Laos, but still he made up for it. Yen came in at the right time.
Honestly, Yen's survivability is very admirable, going for not only going for positioning, going for placements. I mean, when you want to go for positioning, what's really important is the going for the placement as well. So if you want to survive for as long as you can, you need to stay safe. And honestly, holding up to that area, the top side there, I think what happened for Cambodia is that they were maybe overthinking the position, hoping, maybe they're thinking, okay, the circle's going to push up to the middle, we need to get off of this high ground before the circle pulls in. But the problem is the circle didn't push downwards or anything, it just went toward the middle. It doesn't really matter where you are toward the end. So that overthinking ultimately was their death. They were actually shot at in the middle of moving to another area. Indonesia just holding down the line. I mean, we talked about how Indonesia's positioning was a bit detrimental. We didn't really like the warehouse they were holding. We didn't really like how open it was on the top side. It's exactly what Yen did, was shoot up from them and just waste their resources. And because of that, he was rewarded with 2 picks before the end came. But at the same time, you know, for Cambodia, I mean, there was a lot of pop-off moments for Cambodia. They had a nice little, they won against Malaysia because of that positioning. And again, I do question why that was going to happen, but the only conclusion I get is overthinking where the circle is going to be at the end.
Well, because for me, it's simple, right? Like if you're in Myanmar, you had the high ground. When they crashed down with the car, I just didn't see why they did it. Number one, you're still inside circle. Number two, the blue wasn't even in for the next shift. Number three, after the shift, they were still within circle. So you could have, in a good position, decide, hey, let's wait for the next shift. And if we're bad in the position, then we'll try and fight our way through. But that premature movement cost Myanmar, and they walked out despite a high ground only at 2 points. A big win though for Indonesia, 21 total points and a chicken dinner. A second time we've seen this faces up across the screen here. Yeah. Very familiar faces.
I think what's really, admirable about Indonesia too is the fact that they didn't have a clean rotation. If you remember, they had a long drawn out fight in the blue zone against Vietnam. They didn't finish that fight. In fact, they actually got a pick abandoned it, went into the circle instead. And for how long did Vietnam try to chase them? And eventually Vietnam was gunned down by so many different teams as they were trying to stop Indonesia in their tracks. And I think that for Indonesia too this time around, their strat was actually pretty interesting, how they were not only staying as a 4 until the end. This is not the very aggressive Indonesia that we saw yesterday. This is an Indonesia that's prioritizing positioning. They took a leaf out of Vietnam 2's book yesterday, and look how it turned out for them. And on top of that, look at that, 47,000 meters traveled, which really shows that for them, they were taking the long way around, trying to go for the survivability instead of prioritizing picks. And 11 kills were in their pocket, and it all happened toward the last circle. Vietnam 1 also today making a comeback, showing that they can be just as tenacious as Vietnam 2, and Malaysia 2 today showing that they are going to be able to catch up to Malaysia 1. 8 picks in the pocket for them, and Cambodia 1 is still maintaining their momentum, coming out here with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, they did find themselves in a better position again. Cambodia 1, they just seem to know where a stronghold is going to be formed. They capitalized as long as they could, but Philippines came in and took it away from them. Henceforth, we didn't really see them towards the last top 5 position. Nevertheless, valiant effort for all, especially Indonesia with the 11 kills here. Malaysia 8 tying that one with Vietnam, and Cambodia at 7 with Philippines, team number 1. Rest of them will have to take an L with a 0 to, I guess, a maximal of 3 points. But so far in the overalls, Cambodia still reigns supreme as the number 1 spot. They held their ground, and it seems like they're not gonna be shaken just yet.
I mean, momentum is definitely a factor, and I have to say that Cambodia might be very similar to the Philippines, riding in on that momentum. I mean, we saw how aggressive they were in the first map, but I have to say that today has been a great day for Cambodia because they have been getting very lucky with the circles. Even though they didn't get the circle toward the end, I think Indonesia too was able to not only prioritize in terms of positioning, but Cambodia was still close around, and they were able still. I think the idea for a lot of these teams is to find an area that they think is really good, try to prioritize, or just really learn predict where the circle is going to be, hold down to that area, and then figure out what to do. And a lot of situations for today, especially toward the end of yesterday as well, teams are learning that if you do predict where the circle is, right, the kills will come to you. Regardless, let's have an interview with the team that got the chicken dinner. Let's have a look.
Perhaps not just yet. Oh, it's all right.
Not gonna happen.
The tide could have changed though. If it wasn't for Yen going on the top side of that hill, Cambodia actually had a fair chance to push into Indonesia's compound. Like
Truly.
I said, there was so many holes in that wall, so there's not much of a cover to play with. And you already had members of Cambodia hiding behind smokes. That smoke was necessary to kind of get people to push on forward and position themselves to be able to take that fight. But because of Yen, they weren't able to do so. So unfortunately for that one. I
mean, I wanted to say that map was very skirmishy. We weren't really seeing a 4-on-4, but we are going to be going to the interview now, so let's have a look what Indonesia has to say.
Jadi tadi kan match pertama dan pertama kali kayak kalian langsung dapat chicken dinner. Gimana perasaan kamu?
Yang pasti perasaannya senang karena ya ini juga bisa dapat chicken lah akhirnya. Meskipun di kualifikasi kemarin 2 kali gagal lah, puji Tuhan bisa dapat di final.
So basically he's very happy because he already got the chicken, because yesterday on the qualifier they failed to get the 2 chicken, got the high stake too.
បាទគាត់បាននិយាយថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនដោយសារថ្ងៃនេះគាត់បានចាប់ផ្ដើមហ្គេមទី2នេះមកជាមួយនឹង chicken dinner តាំងពីម្សិលមិញគាត់ព្យាយាមដែរប៉ុន្តែអត់ទាន់បាន chicken dinner ទេ That was an intense game, and in a way you did not have the best zone, but you decided to get on your car, drove past everybody. What was going through your mind as you were making that decision?
Match tadi kan ketat banget tuh, kalian bahkan awalnya nggak dapet zona, dan tadi kamu langsung bawa mobil langsung masuk ke tengah zona. Apakah itu decision yang kalian buat atau kayak gimana?
Kalau dari itu sih kita udah benar-benar komit untuk ke tengah sih, karena kalau untuk main di pinggir udah nggak bisa lagi, jadi kita langsung tabrak tengah.
So they feel like they committed to play in the mid circle, because if they play in the outer circle, it's like quite hard for them to get in.
Okay, that was a very risky move, but you made it work. If it works, it's good right បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាដោយសារតែ zone របស់គាត់អត់មានទីតាំងល្អសម្រាប់ខ្លួនឯងចឹងគាត់សម្រេចចិត្តឡើងបុកចូលទៅកណ្ដាល zone ទោះបីជាមានហានិភ័យយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយប៉ុន្តែចុងក្រោយគាត់អាចយកបានជាមួយនឹង chicken dinner ជាមួយនឹងការសម្រេចចិត្តដ៏ល្អមួយនេះ we know your coach Cap so what kind of preparation what kind of training you have been doing lead up to SEA Games 32nd
jadi dari coach Cap sendiri apa sih yang kalian siapin untuk SEA Games ini
kalau untuk itu kita udah persiapkan semua lah dari mental strategi ya tinggal dari kitanya eksekusi.
So basically the coach prepare like the mental preparation and strategy preparation, but at the end it's like comebacks to the pair itself how they play.
If I have to ask on top a little bit, is mental more important than strategy or strategy more important than mental?
Jadi menurut kamu pentingan mana, mental atau strategi?
Mental.
He said mental.
បាទអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបានសួរគាត់ថាតើគាត់បានត្រៀមខ្លួនយ៉ាងណាខ្លះបាទគាត់ថាគ្រូបង្វឹករបស់គាត់ coach Cap បានត្រៀមទាំងបាទចិត្តទាំងការវឹកហាត់តាក់ទិកប៉ុន្តែបាទសម្រាប់គាត់ផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងគឺការត្រៀមអារម្មណ៍ត្រៀមចិត្តហ្នឹងគឺវាសំខាន់ជាងការត្រៀមតាក់ទិកនៅក្នុងការរៀបចំមួយនេះ So congratulations on your chicken dinner and we know this will not be the last chicken dinner because you're looking so strong starting the first day. Thank you. Back to our casters.
So who would have thought between a good strategy or good mental, positive mental attitude that the man chose mentality?
I would go for mentality because honestly,
really?
for me personally, I think that having a good mentality also kind of brings out the best of you. When you're relaxed, you're less under pressure, you're less prone to making mistakes because you're not overthinking, you're not thinking about the what ifs, you're thinking about the now. And I think it's very important to really prioritize that. And I think that for the team to just really say, don't panic and just keep going, it's just really, really good.
Yeah, but okay, so let's take that into play, right? But if you're talking about to be able to execute something in its full capacity, you need to be mentally stable. But what if you've got a stupid strategy but good mental? You're executing a stupid plan, regardless. This is a never-ending question. Why don't we just take a break? Okay, this is Tash Bunny, Keith. 30-second SEA Games, Pubg Mobile Esports. You guys tell us what do you think is the right thing to do, mental or strategy? Down in the comments. We'll see you in just about a minute. Bye bye.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight till the end
ប្រទេសសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือลาวสองสโลแกนของพวกเขาคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမှာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းညီမစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နေမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Cambodia was able to take the first chicken dinner of the day, Indonesia was not too far behind. Tashbani here alongside Keith, and we are watching the 32nd SEA Games here for the PUBG Mobile Division. And now, as we go into the second Miramar map, I'm sure a lot of teams have learned a lot, but it is a topsy-turvy ride as teams we expect to be on top are no longer in the lead.
Yeah, actually, Cambodia is still number one, no? So that is still a lead held on to them, but will they hold it on longer? Because now you still have about 4 more games to be played out before you can call it the end of the day. So we're looking forward to that one. But obviously, what you said is true. A lot of these competitors have already, turned up the knot a little bit. Some of the teams who we've seen during the qualifier perform so well are not really showing up big time this time around. Vietnam, for example, sure, they got a couple of kills before they go down, but it's nowhere near impressive. And last I checked, they're not within the top 5. So what's happening here?
I think that for a lot of teams, it's all about the adjustment coming into the grand final stage. They want to outplay each other, but even then, the momentum, or rather the tempo of the game for that Miramar map in particular was very strange. It was very, very skirmishy in my opinion. We saw a very long drawn out fight between Vietnam and Indonesia. Despite the fact Indonesia did get picked off one by one, it was the fact that Indonesia was able to reset and move away and say it's okay to not take this fight and win it. It's very important for us to get the space. Did kind of change the trajectory of what the ending could have happened here. And we're also seeing a lot of third-party fights. We saw long-range picks as well, especially by Sky Nin from Laos. That was insane. Like, we saw a cross-map kill steal happening here, and I think it happened 2 to 3 times. Now, head-to-head here between Yummy and Frankie. This is the second time I'm seeing Yummy up here, where while both teams had a similar amount of damage, a similar amount of eliminations, we have to talk about the MVP points here. While the MVP points for Yummy was a little bit more high, but the contribution from Frankie was higher. It shows that for Frankie, he had to do a lot of the heavy lifting. He had to go for that revive, go for that playmaking situation. As for Yummy, it might not be as high because you see a similar amount of contribution across the board from the team for Indonesia because of their survivability, their ability to survive as a 4 toward the end.
I mean, Frankie, he was in sticky situations. I remember the moment where Vietnam went down was they had one car to hide behind with, and then on the low ground between 2 hills was Cambodia number 2, and on the high ground with the compound was Cambodia number 1. So they had to weather 2 teams at the same time, which
3 actually.
Well, eventually became their demise.
Yeah, because it was Myanmar on another hill on the other side of the area going in for those long range picks. And honestly, I think that was the highlight for that map, in my opinion. It's rare that we see a fight where we have a team stuck in the valley. Actually, 2 teams, Cambodia 2, Vietnam. We had Cambodia 1 on the top side of the trajectory, and then Myanmar as well. I think that was very, very fun. But for us as a viewer, we like seeing that kind of fight, right? But for players being stuck at the bottom side of the hill, not being able to get information, not able to get the right angle to shoot back, now that sucks. Speaking of not being able to shoot back, Yen holding the top side of the terrain, using it to his advantage, becoming the kingmaker, putting in the damage to all those players, managing to get 2 before going down was very admirable. And I think it's been a long time since I've seen a player play the survival game, play the annoying player, the kingmaker. Because for a long time, whenever we see a team that doesn't have 2 or more players, their survivability rate immediately just go crashing down.
But to be fair, Myanmar gave him the high ground. I still question the decision to get into a vehicle and crash down into a compound, since you're only 2 members there with no real reason on why they had to leave. So, well, take every blessings that you can get. You know what they say, it's all up in God's hands in some shape or form at the end of the day. And so Yan made that one work for his team. They got that decent finish, 2nd place with 8 kills. So Malaysia definitely in the runnings for at least a medal finish here. Too soon to say, I know for sure, but we will, I guess, address that statement as the tournament progressed along.
Just now you saw the Vietnamese player show off. Frankie actually show off his bottle. Just want to remind you guys here in Southeast Asia that a heat wave is coming around. While it does say maybe 30, 32 degrees, I saw in my car earlier the thermometer was showing it feels like 40. So if you guys are at home, please drink lots of water. Remember to hydrate, stay indoors if possible, and avoid ice water too much because it can be very detrimental for your health, especially in this severe weather. Speaking of that, we're actually starting to see the effects of the weather. Look at how close these fans are to the players as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of those technical difficulties were because of the weather, because if you remember, playing PUBG Mobile can heat up some devices very, very quickly. Now, for Philippines, I think they're still maintaining the momentum. They weren't too far behind. I think I'm really hoping there's a man bun buff today for this particular player. Because I don't know, I am under this impression that if a player has a man bun, that means he has something cooking.
No, that's a nerf, that's for sure.
Why do you think it's a nerf, sir?
You can't call it a man bun, and yet it's something that blurs the lines between both the men and woman.
Oh my god.
That's my thought on it. But
that's
hey,
your thought, huh?
Everyone's got their opinions. No one is ever right in this day and age, you know, because everything's gray, no more black and white. But we will get a black and white answer on who comes out as the champions or the winner chicken dinner winner here in Miramar, as the flight is looking like it is time to take path.
If you guys don't know, we're going to Miramar once again, round 2 and the final map of Miramar today before we head on to Erangel. Now, I'm really curious to see where, if anything will change here, as the flight path goes from the northern side of La Cabrera all the way down to Minas del Sur, if there will be a change in where each team will drop. I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't have an urban warfare ending, as I was hoping it to be in Los Leones, but it's okay. It was still very interesting seeing those fights from the high ground all the way down to the low ground. But for players who are on the top side, rotating is going to be a pain here. But what do you think? For Malaysia 1 just now, going out a little bit early for twice in a row, do you think there'll be changes in how they play?
No, they have to, right? You have to secure some sort of vehicle, and you're not going to get it within compound. Sometimes it's by the road, so they will still have some sort of a division and split. Let's just hope they, don't fall into a team that already has guns. Meanwhile, talking about Philippines though, it seems like the drop will change here for Philippines number 1 back to where it used to be down over in Valdemar or Minas del Sur, somewhere around the excluded islands. Philippines 2 will maintain theirs, probably making their advancement towards ruins, but the circle now hard shifts to the right.
Okay, so now we're seeing Indonesia to drop toward Torre Al Humada. That's I would say it's very rare to see teams drop all the way up there, but I don't blame them though, because it's an area with a lot of items, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're able to go to where they usually want to. If you see a lot of situations, Indonesia too has been kind of avoiding these early fights. Speaking of early fights, gonna be Malaysia too against Nameless, and Yen will be the one who's quick to get the weapon and quick to send Nameless straight to the lobby. We talked about Nameless wanting to make a name earlier, but this time around, that's not going to happen because of this first blood. Another point in the pocket of Malaysia 2. And if this keeps on, Malaysia 1 is going to have to struggle to chase their brother team. And Indonesia this time around, as they are playing toward Torre Al Humada, it's going to be a lot of loot coming up forward. And on top of that, as they rotate into the circle, I don't think it's going to be a lot of resistance, because if you saw toward the right side, or the northern side rather, there's not a lot of teams playing there, with everyone preferring to drop toward the middle side, or rather the central side of Miramar.
Yeah, right now, I think things are going to just take it at a slow pace. There's no reason to fight unless you're contesting within an area or vehicles per se, which is about 90% of the case when they're coming when you're fighting here in Miramar this early. But Malaysia, you made a good point. I think they're one to look out for. They still, although it started the lineup, still have yet to hit their strides. I would say they had one good moment, but nothing really spectacular that screams that they're a huge contender coming in. Right now, Malaysia is still quite of a, I would say, in a lukewarm position. They're not bad, but they're not outstanding either.
They're just there, right? I mean, they're just surviving, they're just playing very direct to the point. But why I said that this is very dangerous is that I try to avoid having more than 2 players in the car at one time, and having 3, I think, because they weren't able to get secure vehicles early. Just now, when Tuni shot them, if the car were to explode with all 3 there, that could have meant instant grave situation for them. Thankfully, they were able to go, get back out alive. Now, for teams that really surprised me as we come into the finals day 1, Vietnam 2 hasn't able to show us that power spike that we saw yesterday, that back-to-back chicken dinner, that positioning that we saw. I think that yesterday I think it might just be a stroke of luck, honestly, because we talked about how the circle was practically given to them in the first 2 maps, and that's exactly what they said in the interview as well. They haven't found that stroke of luck here, but I don't really want to say that, for Vietnam too, they are big names from Vietnam. They are strong contenders. But if getting the circle was their win condition, it's kind of disappointing in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I would back that statement up. If all your chicken dinners had to be given to you, then there's not much of an impressive thing, right? It's kind of no duh at that point. Like, you shouldn't be losing said advantage, much like what we saw with Thailand earlier yesterday. But I digress. I would like to see them do something of themselves, though, because we all know that Vietnam is a very, very good region when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile esports. And
I want to see those long-range picks that we always see from Vietnam, those aggressive pushes, those nasty sprays. But we weren't able to see that at all. I mean, even yesterday, right, when they won, it wasn't like aggression that got them there. It was just literally them going for position, getting that hold onto the area, and then they won.
No, they had some good moments when they were contesting Philippines. Sure, they didn't win, but they put up a great fight. Yeah, insane fight. Philippines, despite the number advantage, was finding it hard to kind of close that chapter against them. So for Vietnam to be able to do that in such a disadvantaged position, we know for a fact that they have something going on. It's just not coming out this time around.
I think it's just unlucky as well. I mean, the circles yesterday were very hard. I mean, today is a standard set play, and I think they got microscoped, honestly, in my opinion, today. I mean, Para Jin had some insane pop-off moments yesterday. Had some, I would say, him and Kwang, if you think about it, were very, very strong. I think that now, coming into the second round of this map, they want to make something happen, especially because yesterday Vietnam 1 wasn't able to come up on top, and now suddenly, how the turntables, right? This is what exactly I meant earlier, as we teams that we expect to be on top are not on top today, because teams are starting to understand that what's at risk, what's at stake, what's the consequence of not getting these points early. Because in a battle royale, or rather for PUBG Mobile, when you have this format, when you are way ahead, it gives you that wiggle room to make mistakes. It gives you that wiggle room, that breathing room of being able to go out early, at least 1-2 maps, when you know that other teams can't catch up to you so fast. And Cambodia, I think they're in a good spot to do that. With 5 points ahead of Indonesia, we start to see that gap between 3rd place and 4th place, especially from number 21 and 16. But MAS 2 is not too far away. Looking at the score here, the only team that really has to be worried is, I would say, anyone under the number 8 with only single-digit points. But even then, it's still very, very early to really determine which team has to really be careful.
Yeah, I think it's too soon to tell, because every winner chicken dinner here always couples in with at least an average 6 to 8 points, right?
Yes.
So you can make the difference and still catch up, because it's only been pretty much 3 games in. But at the same time, I agree. I don't think they should lack back a bit, because you're supposed to fix some weaknesses from the get-go, right? Not let it run, and when it gets too bad, and when you're too behind, then it is nothing you can do at that point.
I was thinking earlier about teams who perform very, very early and then suddenly just you know, kind of disappear to oblivion. And I think that for some teams, they warm up later is because it's a learning process for them. It's about making those mistakes, about learning the rotations, and then
Whoa.
finally coming back online. But at the same time, I mean, we talked about Thailand 1 wasn't able to make it. Sometimes it takes a little bit too long, and this circle is just pulling toward the western side. And I think for teams who are already inside the circle, like Indonesia too, so comfortable having to only worry about people coming in front of them. And on top of that, they have the high ground. They only have to worry about Malaysia too, who is going to contest the area. And now Laos and Cambodia 1, this is where things get very, very sketchy, especially for Cambodia 1, because this is an area which comes in with terrains. And you want to be able to contest Cambodia 1 to get inside of the circle. But in this situation, when you are playing this terrain, it's so hard to peek upwards. Yes, you have the terrain to work with, and Skynin gonna reposition, get information with his vehicle, but he's a little bit too fast, and Assassin is being pincered. So he's aware of this, and he's saying, okay, let's just move out of the way, but look at Nang X moving up forward, as Laos to Zimbal and 20 are just going to go in with the aggressive sprays to give up that spot. But I think they're gonna say it's okay. I don't think we should be taking this fight so very early because Laos has the high ground. They have pincered us, and it's best for us to go inside of the circle and go in for positions as Skynin as he leads the charge. Thankfully, none of the bullets are gonna be able to connect.
So Skynin's playing scout this time around. That's great. He used to be one of the more reliable shooters within the team. This time around, he's giving his life on the line. And them actually spotting out this teammate from Laos could have turned into something sour if they had committed, because with already 20 positioning from the far end, there were so many cover fires that could retaliate against the likes of Cambodia. So making the right call, they get out of there. They live to fight another day for sure. Right now in Junkyard, Malaysia 1. They're still within the loot phase, and if I recall correctly, they don't really need to have the urgency.
Where's the damage coming from?
What damage?
From UI. Who is shooting at him? That's a lot of damage coming through. Oh,
did he just jump down?
Nah, it's west. It's west. All the other side. Speaking of that, right? Like those long range picks from across the map, we saw a few. What do you think of them?
I think they're sharpshooters, depending on what attachments you already have on. But I mean, these players are world class. So even with a iron sight, sometimes you could get that knock.
We already saw Mas too. 2 players are knocked down. I really wish that we could see what's going on in that fight. But for now, we're gonna be seeing Gosu waiting quietly in front of Myanmar. I'm not sure if Myanmar is aware. I don't think they've marked him quite yet. They are going to be rushing forward here as Vietnam 2 wants to go in for those extra picks, as the circle will be ping-ponging to the left side here. It's going to be 2 and Junkyard. The sprays come out here from Gosu. Unfortunately, none of the shots are going to be hitting to the Myanmar members. But Myanmar, unfazed, just going to try and push up forward here. 1 member already out of his vehicle. I think he went into the compound first. But the damage is out. 1 member from Myanmar, Loki, I believe, taking a lot of damage, but not deterring them at all. Yeah, Philippines is close by as well, but it's a nice little crossfire from Vietnam 2, from Gosu and Kong. If they're not careful, they can go for a 1-2 tag team.
Philippines are real far out trying to make it into the circle, and they will. Well, I guess the advantage to that is that when 2 teams are fighting up in front of you, you could come in as a third-party aggressor, and they're gonna try, but I don't think it's working out for that one team. There you go. Rosello gets shot down already, gate capped from trying to make it in.
At least it's gonna be traded out though. Rabiz and Parajin get 1 each. Myanmar not looking so great, but look at this damage and that pressure coming here from Chuang. It's only 1 member left, Barod, but Barod's gonna just run away. I think it's best for him to reconvene his teammates. Thankfully, none of the damage comes through. As the circle comes out here, Chuang has to skedaddle as well. It's best for him to just move away and not take this fight so early inside of the circle. And it's gonna be a gentleman's agreement, saying you get out alive, I get out alive, and we fight another day.
Oh, it's a temporary fix, I would say so. they will eventually have to come in contact with some of the teams who are already inside the circle and gatekeeping. But we'll see. Maybe there's a genius behind this, right? It could be somewhat of a what's the word here? Orchestrated chaos.
Oh yeah, I like that word. It's a very nice word. But coming forward, I think if you were looking earlier, Malaysia 1 dropped inside of Junkyard and the circle happened to be there. They were just smack dab in the middle. They have the compound, they have the area. Now the question is whether or not Malaysia can kind of hold off on being too aggressive. I think that's one of their biggest weaknesses right now. They're a little bit too aggressive. And I understand the sentiment that, you know, that a lot of Malaysians carry langgar sahaja, which is just hit it. Just go in. But at the same time, the overheat is very, very damaging. That's why we're starting to see an all-in or nothing at all attitude, or rather wins here from Malaysia. Speaking of that, we are seeing Philippines 2 now in a Mexican. This is a very long drawn-out fight between Indonesia 1 and the Philippines number 2. Not sure if they're aware that beer is inside of the compound because a lot of their attention is toward the high grounds where Indonesia is. Again, a nice little heel coming through here as a circle coming push forward toward the middle side. We're seeing a lot of teams try and get as many of the high grounds as possible. Junkyard full control by Malaysia 1, Myanmar 2 on the small terrain, as well as Malaysia 2 playing in the middle side. We also have Laos 1 playing in the outskirt of Minas de General. And the sprays come out from Rosemary, but nothing enough that's detrimental enough to take them out. A push from Philippines into the area on the compound here. They're very aware that if they go out, if they were to peek, they might be in trouble.
Laos 1 in a good position though. They're within circles and have the hills to themselves. So I'd like to see how they would capitalize it towards their favor. PH on the gunfire with the Thailand team earlier on, but thankfully with Indonesia being within the area, it wouldn't be so easy as to advance and take a member off. But right now, Philippines, what their next move is going to be is still unclear as they're right in the heat of fire. But talking about that though, skirmishes happening with Malaysia and Vietnam. They catch on to U high, so it's an even trade so far. But Malaysia, with the lack of manpower, will be the ones to go down. 2 members inside of a bus now comes on in to kind of clear things out. Gosu falls down. Parajin though, he's within the smokes, gets picked up. Would they spot this one out? Could they pretty much snip it in the bud, or will this cancer spread on further? Nice toss with the Molotovs. Great prediction, but unfortunately a little too short. Parajin take a little bit of hit here. We'll go off. We'll whiff that 1v1 trade, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Micah with Pubg. Don't fall. No snipes. Thankfully so. Malaysia comes out victor. Big victory right there. Could have lost all members once again like they did in Sanhok.
Very dangerous play. They lost one, but at least Malaysia weren't able to go for that pickup again. I was very concerned. I think they only lost Damrud in that situation because Damgood was playing at a very long range situation. He was getting flanked, but you really have to give it to Vietnam. They were very aware of how exactly Malaysia plays and understanding that there is going to be Damgood playing away from the area and going into those flanks. Now, for Indonesia 1, holding on to this high ground, them and Philippines 2 have been holding this area for a very long time. Now, the problem is here, these 2 teams, they want to go inside the circle further in. But the problem is, for Indonesia, they have to come down of the terrain and they don't want to get sprayed out by Philippines. And speaking of that, here's Thailand behind Indonesia 2, finds Lapar, Eclipse, Tuni. Nice knock, taking out one of the big firepowers here. Satar, a little bit too far away to play close. Logan this time around wants to put in that fight, pokes up that nade. Satar eventually going to be stolen away by Vikoi. It's going to be Vietnam close forward. It's going to be stealing third party. Hanzi from the other side. Just spraying out here with his teammate. A nice zigzag to come out. Lafar eventually will be clipped out here. Yummy from the other side. Inside the smokes, taking a lot of damage. Throws that nade out here. A zigzag. Mela so very low, but Yummy still wins it out in the end. Got Teddy trying to give in that pressure. A nice shot from the other side. That DBS doing so much work. Indonesia 2 does go out 15th place. He's going to be able to pick up his teammates at least, so they still stay with 4 members alive.
That was not a very clean fight coming out from the Thailand. They could have immediately used all members. Thankfully, no kills were confirmed, but Philippines, they're rising to the occasion, trying to pretty much play vultures and capitalize on that disadvantage that Thailand currently have. Now let's take a look at other Filipino team here up against Cambodia. Pubg makes the advancement forward with the vehicle. He is in I guess peaking conditions. They do get one member knocked, so it is go time to maybe come in at a bigger sum to try and overpower in the smoke. We missed it. Didn't happen though. Philippines, they still get knocked down eventually.
He tried to run them over, but instead gets shot out of the vehicle and they get sprayed down, which is so unfortunate. And that bomb just now we saw just takes out Beer. Mela's so very close to going down. At least there's some smokes up there. But for the Philippines, they are coming with the vehicle. Choo-choo train of pain. They're rushing up. They can't see anything from the smoke. They're playing it very, very safe. And Mela quickly gonna reposition. He's not gonna be able to get the pickup here to his teammates. So Beer left all alone to fend for himself. Tunny at least is there to give a cover fire, and Beer does go down eventually. Grenade elimination by Mascardo. At least he's in the lead, and he gets a little bit of a pickup there in terms of resources. Meanwhile, for Indonesia, we can see the bomb comes out here from both sides. None of them gonna be clipping those players. Pavel gonna go in for the heal, or at least that shield comes out there from the energy drink. Potato, maybe a reposition might be the best thing ever. But you can see how they're playing here. They have to take a fight from two different angles, from two different teams. And this is very, very rough from them. And coming down to Philippines, they have to go up against the other Filipino team. Got Tunny from the other side. And actually, it's Myanmar that'll be clipping him. These are long-range fights, but Tunny gonna go in for that steal. It's gonna be so hard for them. But it's gonna be very dangerous as well. As his teammate says, okay, I'm so sorry, Mascardo. I gotta leave you behind. Yen steals the kill. What?
Yep. For Thailand, despite it, they've only lost one member so far. Two members still stands. Could look to clean up the rest of Philippines here, but Echo from the far side, he's crippled a bunch of those members before with his love taps, and now he can do it again. They're in prime position right now. Malaysia untouched, nowhere on the near side. They're just peeking out of windows and claiming those kills, taking a playbook out of Cambodia.
God, Tunny is all alone, so separated by Mela as well. Meanwhile, if you see the kill feed, Mika managing to find one pick onto Myanmar. Takes him out, already on a killing spree. Myanmar is being clipped by two different teams here. It's gonna be Malaysia as well as Indonesia, but Myanmar will answer. They still got one return, will be sprayed out on the other side. Pavel, still very low, will take the damage, goes down. They have to worry about Potato. Potato getting clipped from the other side. His teammate, a nice cover fight from his teammate, takes him down, and they are eliminated just like that. But not before they get 4 eliminations in the bag.
Indonesia a bit disorientated in that fight. Svavel was not looking at the direction of Myanmar Smile, who probably came in from the flank side, so came in unexpected. Right now within circles, Laos still maintains their high ground position. Approaching real soon is also another team from Laos. Cambodia coming in from the southern side, with not a lot of the teams, majority from the northeastern side itself. So that's where a lot of things will happen, with Vietnam trying to shoot down them easy from Cambodia, but it's not hitting the shots, not so much at the very least. Thailand is there, so he can't look to overpeak as well, otherwise he might just get gunned down. But the gas station that Malaysia currently plays within, seemingly like an A1 checkpoint to try and take over, and so they expect some sort of a rush into that building sometime soon.
Decoy is trying to play this terrain, trying to take the Thai team out. There's also Cambodia 1 at the bottom of the terrain. Easy, nearly going down. He takes a lot of damage. Not sure if he goes down. Yes, he does. Frankie finds him at the end. Decoy, nice little cross from different areas of teammates, so far away, but this is confidence speaking. Jumper already finding a target on the other side. Meanwhile, Rabis playing so carefully, trying not to over peak here. It's Decoy as well. Getting into the circle here is very difficult. Just look at these terrains. You have no clue which team will be playing inside of those alleys in between. Rabis has already marked 2 players from Laos. And you can see a lot of teams are actually sandwiched between so many different areas. This is definitely a very hard area to navigate, not only getting into the circles, but you have to take into account the terrain. the compounds, and just like that, Malaysia, because they're holding this gas station, is so good for them. 5 eliminations just so that all they have to do is just peek, get those picks from long range, and then go back inside. Philippines 2 now already out of the game with 1 elimination. 11th place. Got to me as well, now out. Vietnam
no.
1 looking so very good.
They have to be careful though, Rabis. If he nearly spot Mela out, if he was a tad bit higher on the ground, it would have been spot out on his head already. But regardless, it is only Godtuni who looks like he might fall down for now. Mela will remain hidden, but not for too long, I would guess. Cambodia, Nang Axe gets shot down, trying to kind of secure a single kill before he actually burns out. But that didn't happen too much. Maybe it would have been a better idea to held on to that trigger discipline after all. Better said than done. Frankie right now trying to scope out across the valley. He kind of have a rough idea on where Laos is currently playing in. But Myanmar doing pretty okay for themselves. Already 4 kills in the bag. Malaysia might be next if they do not watch themselves. Already Smile coming in from flank side.
We started the game with the slowest tempo that we could see. But yet as we reach circle number 5, look how aggressive everyone is. I think it's more because of the circle being just so ping-ponging in the beginning. Everyone has to fight for the place inside, and I think there's a lot of the fights are happening toward the edges of the circle. Again, we're seeing this from Malaysia 1 and Myanmar as the circle will be pulling downwards here. Malaysia has to fight Myanmar, has to look out for Cambodia 2 and Laos at the same time. Not the best situation to be in. Yes, they have vehicles, but all they have in their hands are buggies. And the downside of buggies is that it's so easy to get picked off. The amount of times we've seen headshots is just insane. And Pop this time will be going for that open with that grenade. Unfortunately, does not clip onto anyone. Myanmar, I think this one is a little bit more passive. They're like, okay, I think it's a little bit too early for us to play aggressive. Given the fact that they're on 16th place, survivability might be their best shot because clearly they're not winning their aim duels, they're not winning their fights and their skirmishes. It's best to go for placements.
This game could be Malaysia's best chance to leapfrog to the number 1 position. Look, the difference is only about 5 points. They've already got 5 eliminations. And all that would probably be enough. The difference is only about 9 points, right? So they only need about 4 more to maybe tie the odds here. And it looks very possible given their position and having all members alive. But Vietnam cooking up a god nade. Will it hit onto the whole crew? It will hit onto Nang Axe, who will not be down on the ground just yet. But a second one will probably do it. A return nade will be tossed on Bowen though. Vietnam, I Troy, he is quite close. He will get the dual victory right there. Gets 1 member down, 2 more left remaining. Actually, just the 1. Can 20 try and outplay this situation? Frankie is trying to dance his way into victory here, but the rock right in front of him, the flank side Pico seals it in the bag here. Laos, what seemed to be a hopeful engagement turned sour.
Look at Malaysia right now. Flax OP knocked down. Malaysia versus Malaysia. Mika just trying to play forward. Yen already picked up here. Echo trying to stop the bleeding, but Mika is not letting that happen. A nade comes out, some smokes as well, and Mika will just spray and pray. It's something that he does so very well. He already gets it, and he just puts all of the Malaysia 2 team to sleep. 6th place, but 5 eliminations is looking so very good. They are at a comeback here. But when you think about it, Malaysia 1, the pickup's gonna happen. They're gonna have 3. They have to watch out for Laos 1. They're so very healthy with 4 players left alive here. Cambodia 2 playing the safe game, but Myanmar 2 spots out the final member left alive for Vietnam 1. But they still have 8 in the bag. It's looking so well for them despite going out a little bit too early and not getting the chicken dinner.
Unfortunate, Malaysia 2 went down. They were the ones who could have contested the top spot. They only have about 26 points now. 30 was the goal. So for them to bow out this soon, I would be kicking myself in the foot if I was them. Can't count the eggs out just yet. Pov from Cambodia too, who's been phenomenal so far. Still within play here, just to get in a little bit more placement points if they want. Malaysia, they've taken majority of the lands, although they're not within the blue, nor they are within this circle itself. They have to try to inch their way in and maybe take control of a mass area in which they can lay their control off and they come in as a third-party aggressors.
So for Malaysia, They have a nice little road to play with. It's a nice little high ground, but it's a little bit too open for my liking. My opinion, the team on the top side, the middle there, Myanmar 2, will be the name of the game. I just talked about how Myanmar is playing it safe. And I think that it's not about playing safe, it's about getting that position. And Myanmar has been playing this very, I think, smart. Regardless, Lizzie will be pushing forward with Porza here. And I'm liking the fact that they're trying to go for a pinch. They're watching in from both sides. I think Mika is the only one there, but look at where Snipes and Good and Damn Good are. Regardless, Mika eats at nade, Pov is just close by. And given the chance rather, Pov will be the kingmaker, or rather just killing or just trying to steal some kills. Porza with the spray, gets one. Not able to get any more. A little bit of damage, but not quite enough to deter the Malaysian players just yet. As the circle shrinks with only 3 seconds to go, things are going to get very, very messy. And the prone game comes forward. Why is it very scary here? Because everyone has to go downwards. It's a crater in the middle. Some smokes come out. Mika has been knocked down. Smile pushing up forward here. They don't know where Pop is. Some sprays come up here. It's going to be from Snipes. And the sprays come up from West. It will be answered as Mika trying to crawl forward to his teammates. Dumps up on the other side. A nice little pincer. And he sprays out. Killing spree though for the Cambodian team. But Damn Good will be knocked down.
Legend crumble. Pov got one member. I believe that was Snipes and was really retaliated. But now Malaysia only one member left alive. Snipes is trying to make the push as a solo army. But he's trying to go down on the prone side. They did not clip him just yet, but he's taking far too much. And Malaysia down in 3rd place. 13 eliminations though. That would be the difference maker. But it boils down to these 2 wildcards. Myanmar up against Laos. Nade has been tossed on forward onto Lizzie. Lizzie takes a little bit of heat. But Itchy and West trying to get in from flank side. So that could be very beneficial for the likes of Myanmar. West gets one member. Another kill secure. Immediately turns a 3v2 into a 2v1. And Lizzie down on the low ground. Myanmar takes this one home.
This is a very good moment for Myanmar. Their first chicken dinner. And what a way to win it. A change in pace was exactly what they needed. It felt like for yesterday, they were meeting so many teams. They were taking up too many fights. They're going to pick off one by one. But this time around, playing it a little bit safe, going in for positioning instead, this looks so good on them. Now, for Malaysia 1, I think what's great about them is what I said, that all in and all out kind of mindset, right? That aggression. We saw them playing, okay, this time around, how are we going to play? Play aggressive, get as many picks up as possible. And I think out of all the top 3 teams, Malaysia 1 was a team with the most amount of eliminations. Regardless from Myanmar, this is the start of something great for them, showing that Myanmar is still very, very much in the game and can compete against the teams that have gotten chicken dinners that did really shine yesterday.
It was insane stuff. The way Myanmar played this, it was a classic outplay. You had 3 members in your team as the opposing from Laos against 2 of Myanmar. It was one guy who was trying to keep them at bay, and immediately West coming in from the west flank side, I guess you could call it, shoots 2 member down immediately. Tides were turned and Myanmar claimed their winner chicken dinner victory. If anything, this is what I call a worthy chicken dinner. It's like an outplay towards the end, no advantage, just pure tactics.
I'm really liking how a lot of teams are being very bold with their plays today. You have players like Frankie, like Mika, like Gotuni, who's just playing straight in their faces, but giving enough space for teammates to rotate the other way and pincer from the other side. Those backstabs are just so phenomenal to watch. And I think that this map in particular really shows a big improvement throughout all teams on the entire board. And I think that for the tempo, it's a very interesting situation because on the first map of Miramar, we did see a skirmish early. We did see picks throughout the map. But for the second one, it was very quiet in the beginning. I mean, we were kind of struggling to really figure out like how the rotation's gonna be. It was very quiet, everyone going in for positioning, not really much rotations. The only team that is really rotating was Malaysia won. And even then, it was because they were forced out of their compound because they were actually hit by the Vietnam team. But surprisingly, they still managed to survive. They still managed to rotate into the circle very early and still managing to get picks throughout the entire time. And I'm honestly quite surprised at how they're still managing to get 13 picks because it felt they're very quiet, but they're still doing things behind the scenes.
Well, yeah, I think one of that can be a credit to us not being able to capture key moments that happened within the game, because let's be honest, I didn't even know Malaysia had 13 eliminations because there wasn't much of a feature on them on the screen here, but numbers do the talking itself. Myanmar gets themselves that winner chicken dinner. Malaysia came in super close despite going out in third place because of their 13 elimination points. 18 in total points has been raked up, a road to recovery, one might say. Vietnam finally signs a life, 8 kills, pretty formidable one. Laos came in close with a 10.
I think what's really interesting about Malaysia 1 is that sometimes we're like, it's kind of like we get disappointed by them by 2-3 maps in a row, and then suddenly they have a pop-off moment to really leapfrog them up to the top. And I think this has been happening, I mean, for these players throughout so many different leagues. So which is why people say like Raja comeback, Raja ngeprank, you know, that we are going to be hearing that a lot. But for the outstanding teams here, both Malaysian teams on the board, but the one that to look out for here is Malaysia 1 with 13 eliminations. Now, how exactly does that work is because you have Mika in the front line, so very good with those sprays. How many times have we seen him just go up close and personal? He is not afraid. He loves the fact that he can spray and pray, just zigzag through and take out 2 to 3 players at the same time. Myanmar, I think this is their pop-off map because they changed the way they play in terms of playing safe early and letting those kills come to them. And I think for Vietnam 1, this sentiment can be echoed at the same time. Now from Malaysia 2, they had a really good moment, I feel, especially since the last map till now, where they had a survivability situation going on here. Yan as the final player standing up alive, and then after that having more players up. But it was just so unfortunate they got knocked out a little bit too early because they met against Malaysian team with Mika and the sprays.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Malaysian 2, they were so close into actually topping the number 1 position. 30 was the point to beat. They were already at 21. They got 7 points. That means they land themselves at 28, and they were only put to halt by their other Malaysian team. So how about that, Malaysia? Just when you think you were so close to the number 1 spot, one of yous pulled them down. But of course, it's all a man's world here. It's all in or nothing for every one of these individuals. No such thing as a teammate. So Malaysia won, making it big time. 13 elimination. Don't ever feel bad for putting Malaysia 2 on a halt.
I think that for Miramar today, Malaysia 1 and Malaysia 2 has been meeting quite a lot. Out of all the teams we've seen here today, they are the team that's most likely to meet up with each other. The second one, of course, being Cambodia. But looking at the overall standings here, Cambodia is still holding strong here with 13 points. They only have 1 chicken dinner, but consistency is key, and they're still very much ahead. Now, Myanmar 2 going up to the top here, second place, 27, and Indonesia not too far behind with 25. Look how competitive the score is from number 2 all the way up till number 8, all in the 27 points here, where we have Indonesia 2, Cambodia 2, Malaysia 1, Philippines 2, Malaysia 2, as well as Vietnam. How competitive it is, and I'm really hoping that, you know, all of these teams keep this, I would say, consistency up there, because in a lot of these sort of format situations, I've noticed is that we always have one team who will really start to kind of stack up those points and be so far ahead of the rest of the curve, and we start to see that happen with Vietnam 2 yesterday.
So 3 games in a row, it all swings Cambodia's side, but that lead is slowly dwindling down. A pointer of 30. At second place, you've got 27, and it goes down no difference than that. So this next game is going to be even more crucial because they are literally 1 game apart within the top 3 position. But first, a player interview is required for the winner chicken dinner winners.
Second. SEA Games မှာပထမဆုံး chicken dinner ရတဲ့ပုံမှာဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲ
ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာအသင်းအနေနဲ့ chicken ရအောင်ကျွန်တော်ခုံယူပါတယ်
Yeah, we are really proud of being at the first time chicken dinner at the SEA Games as Myanmar team. Yeah.
គឺគាត់មានមោទនភាពខ្លាំងមែនទែនដែលទទួលបានជាមួយនឹង chicken dinner បាទជូនបាទប្រទេសមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាបាទលើកទី 1 ក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី 32. So you have been together for a long time. There's no doubt about it. You have been participating in a lot of tournaments. You have been dominating wildcard even. How easy or how difficult is SEA Games 30 seconds so far?
Yeah. So ငါတို့ဒီတူတူတိဆောက်ထားတဲ့အချိန်ကာလကအချိန်တစ်ခုရှိပေါ့နော်အဲ့အချိန်ကိုလည်းပြောပြလို့ရဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒီအပေါ်မှာဒီတူတူဖွဲ့စည်းထားတဲ့ဒီအတင်းတင်းအနေနဲ့ရောဒီ SEA Games မှာငါတို့တို့ဆော့ရတဲ့ခက်ခဲကလွယ်လားခက်လားတဲ့ဘယ်လိုမျိုးအချိန်တွေရှိလဲအဲ့ဒါလေးကိုချက်ပြောပြပါ
ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းအနေနဲ့ဖွဲ့စည်းတာတော့9လလောက်တော့ရှိပြီတကူ SEA Games မှာရှင်ပြန်ရတော့အရင်တည်းမခတ်တယ်လို့အရင်တည်းမလွယ်ပါဘူး
Yeah, our team is just grew up 4 months ago, and yeah, we keep going as kind of like normal, and we are trying for the bugs. Yeah.
បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់ថាអារម្មណ៍គាត់ធម្មតាសម្រាប់បច្ចុប្បន្នតែគាត់នឹងព្យាយាមបន្តទៀតហើយសង្ឃឹមថាគាត់នឹងធ្វើបានល្អបាទជូនប្រទេសរបស់គាត់ The very last zone just now it was a very close one you pushed you decided to fall back and then you went back again to capitalize and get the chicken dinner was there confusion in the team or you all knows what to do
ငါတို့ဒီနောက်ဆုံးစုံမှာပေါ့နော်တွားရှေ့တိုးမလို့နောက်ဆုံးမလို့အဲ့လိုမျိုး confusion ဖြစ်နေတယ်လို့သူတို့ကမြင်နေပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့လည်း chicken dinner ရသွားတယ်ပေါ့ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါမျိုးဖြစ်နေတာက confuse ဖြစ်နေတာလားဒါမှမဟုတ်ငါတို့ကဒါပြီးရင်ဘာဆက်လုပ်မလဲဆိုတာကိုတိတိကျကျသိနေတာလားတဲ့ကဲကြွယ်လို့ရတယ်
အကုန်လုံးကတော့အခြေအနေပေါ်ကြည့်ပြီးတော့ဆုံးဖြတ်တာပါတခါကျရင်လည်း confuse ဖြစ်တယ်တခါကျရင်လည်းဘာလုပ်ရမလဲဆိုတာအကုန်လုံးသိနေပါတယ်
Yeah, we are playing depends on the time so we will manage depend on this time what we have to do and when we feeling confident and when we feel like this is our match so we do it like we own that's it
បាទអញ្ចឹងគឺគាត់ប្រាប់ថាជាមួយនឹងការបុកដកអំបញ្ញមិញហ្នឹងគឺស៊ីសងទៅលើកលៈទេសៈជាក់ស្ដែងដែលមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរគ្រប់វិនាទីយកតែម្ដងមិនមានការនិយាយគ្នាខុសអីទេគឺដកនៅពេលដែលកីឡាសូវល្អនៅពេលដែលកីឡាល្អគាត់នឹងបុកដើម្បីយក chicken តែម្ដង Okay so congratulations on the chicken dinner
yeah thank you
and this is your first definitely not your last I hope you will get more chicken dinner and now I would just want you to imagine how does it feel to carry that gold medal back home Right, we have here a smile from the land of golden temples. Back to our casters.
Thank you.
Man, what a statement by Myanmar, honestly, coming into this game. I think for a lot of us, especially me, as someone who's been casting and interviewing some of these players, especially for PMPL and PMSLC, this, I would say, really insane performance by Myanmar is not like it's not expected, but like not this dominating at least. I thought it will be a little bit more close. Regardless, I have to say that now with all the teams across the board up there, teams like Timor-Leste, they need to step it up as well and show that whether or not they have been to the big stage, they want to show that in this situation, they can keep up with the teams who have played on with the big leagues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what the SEA Games is all about, right? When you're going into a pro tournament, it's a different thing. You're representing an org. Right now, you're representing nations. Things are only gonna feel like tenfold, even though they're playing with probably zero to no money, right? But because it's a national pride thing, everyone's on gear 5 and so are we, but we're tired right now. We're hit the midpoint. We're going to take into a quick break. Actually, it's not quick. This will be the longer break for players to also freshen up before their next set of 3 maps. So, Tash Buddy, Keith Lee, this is a 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll see you after this.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight Till the End
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်ပါပါပါအခုလည်းဒီမှာစီးကိန်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်အခုလည်းဒီမြောင်စီးကိန်းမြောင်ပဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points, and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ប្រទេសសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជាពីរពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်ပါပါဦးတဲ့ညီမစီးကိန်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြင့်မှာလူဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဦးတဲ့ညီမစီးကိန်းမြောင်ပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ together we ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ប្រទេសសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជាពីរពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สบายดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါဥက္ကဋ္ဌညီမစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဥက္ကဋ္ဌညီမစီကင်းမြန်မာမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ together we ရဲ့ကျန်တဲ့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Before we went to the break, we saw a great showing by Myanmar, showing us that they are not to be discounted here at the SEA Games. Tash Panihirla Sakitli, and we are casters for the 32nd SEA Games for PUBG Mobile. Now, as we go to the second half of the night, we're going to be seeing 3 Erangel maps in a row.
Yep. Erangel is all what's on the table right now. Now everyone's got to play in a map that everyone agree is fair battleground. So for the teams that are so far, stuck at the bottom, maybe this could be their redemption arc to try and make it into the mid tier and maybe potentially contest for the top 3 positions. But that is all speculations. They will have to play it to actually, turn the tides around. But the one thing is true, though, that we've seen within the qualifier and probably here as well, is that the tides will turn comes the match number 4 onwards. And boy, did I saw Micro Boy earlier.
It's going to be really exciting, especially for Indonesia, because we are seeing them in a pressure cooker situation. Usually in a lot of tournaments, I feel like they have a big, I would say, lead or even dominance over other teams. Indonesia and Thailand has especially been so. But now with the Philippines in, we've seen last night that the Philippines not only able to take up the pressure, but also really dominate on Erangel. A lot of teams have to watch out for them. Yes, their momentum still is carrying from yesterday. No, they haven't really been able to get an edge, but this was the map that they start to have the pop-off moments. And I'm really hoping that a lot of teams did learn in terms of how they play, how they rotate it, and what they can do to counter-strat this particular team.
No, I think what's more exciting is right now, in that glimpse of a moment just now, I saw Micro Boy. Now, one of the questions yesterday was Micro Boy going to play in the SEA Games? He is one of the original aliens in BTR during the heyday when BTR was unstoppable. He moved out to EVOS. EVOS became a good team. So people are saying that maybe he was the heart and soul behind creating a championship team. And if he is finally in to play today, then Indonesia might just look like they might, stormbolt this entire thing.
It's a really interesting situation because Indonesia isn't really at the bottom of the charts. They did have problems playing the way they do, in the way that they like to play barbar or just really aggressively. We're seeing a change of pace here, but with Micro Boy in the mix, will it change the dynamics? Will it change the way this team goes, their morale, how they think, how they tend to take? It's going to be really interesting, and I'm really excited to see how it changes. Now, coming back into the teams here, we saw a very dominating, I would say, aggressive play in the previous match by Team Malaysia 1 as well, with 13 pickups in terms of elimination and 3rd place. I have to say this is one of their most dominating leads, and it kind of like falls into, I would say, their narrative. And I think that for Team Malaysia 1, given the fact of how exactly they've played together previously, when they have a good game, when they play aggressive, they kind of like steamroll and choo-choo forward. But with Keith and I, what we've noticed is that consistency has been a big problem for this team in particular, because it's really hard to achieve the same results when you are playing such a high-risk, high-reward situation. It's a very 50-50 situation. And in a lot of situations that we've seen here throughout the 2 days, I don't even think it's 50-50. Perhaps it's a 40-60, perhaps it's a 30-70 at that point. They have to really watch out for it, because a lot of teams, we've seen some really insane long-range snipes.
But one thing's for sure, though, although consistency might, sound like a good thing, not having consistency isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? In the end of the day, all you need is probably 2-3 games out of the entire 3 days that are so dominant that puts you on a map. Imagine if you get like a 30 points like Philippines did yesterday, right? If you get three 30 pointers, you're already at a 90, and that's, you most likely would definitely be in position for a gold medaling finish. But of course, if you want to be an actual championship winning team, then to be consistent is a one trait forward into actually securing that. And Vietnam, although qualifiers, they look like they might be the championship winning team today. Well, a little bit shaky. They're not the best, but of course they're not struggling as well. They're at least within the top 5 position.
I think that for today, a lot of teams are starting to ramp up. They're really, I mean, we saw how competitive it is between places number 2 all the way down till number 8. It was so close in terms of points. Now head to head here between Damn Good and West. Now Damn Good, we know him as this insane long range player, insane flanker, and the same could be said for West. But Damn Good still dominating in terms of damage, and you really gotta give it to his team, especially Yuhai Boy, who's always there to become the person to distract, to become the person who's soaking up all that damage. It's very different to Myanmar, who's not about having that one person to distract, but rather more of a pincer style gameplay. So 2 different styles, but the same results. Regardless, for these 2 teams, they look so very good right now, given the fact that in terms of points, they're not too far from each other.
Myanmar, I forgot where they are currently in the positioning, but I guess we'll find out later on during the overalls. But right now, Logan, or was that Mela? No, that's Mela. Looking like he's ready to kind of tip the things around here. Thailand, they have been pretty much snoozed at this point since the qualifier onwards. Nobody would have thought that they would be what's the word? The opposite of being dominant, right? Like, you're insignificant so far, but I'd like to see that turn the tide. That is truth. That is truth, though. Did you ever think that Team Taiwan was going to be this disregarded, if not even, it barely even qualified through? So acknowledging it is number 1, right? Do I hope to see them like somewhat bounce back and show me what Thai is capable of? Of course. They always put on a show when they are able to do so, and so now I'm hoping for this one team to come out stronger. That's all I can say. Just come out stronger, boys.
Honestly, given the fact there's a lot of national pride coming into this game, it can be very difficult as well, because from what I heard from a lot of these teams is that because of a lot of local leagues happening, because of the professional league happening as well, they didn't necessarily have the most time to prepare and play with each other. Well, yeah, they may be, scrimming with each other, but scrimming with each other in different teams may yield different results than actually playing together. But surprisingly, despite the short amount of time they had to prepare, a lot of these teams are showing really good chemistry, coming in from a 1-2 tag situation, a really good communication. I mean, you really gotta give it to them. They really have come together to just really show Southeast Asia that, beyond the professional league, beyond organization-wise, this is what our country has to offer in terms of play. Now, coming back into what I've seen today, I mean, like, for the first 2 maps, it was very skirmishy. It was Sanhok as well as the first Miramar. As we went into the 3rd map of Miramar, that's where set plays begin to form. It was a lot of 1-2 tags. It was a lot of set plays. It was a lot of, I would say, nice flanks as well. There are some teams that have changed up the way they play yesterday and today. Indonesia especially, and Myanmar choosing the more safer route compared to aggression. But for Malaysia, I think that throughout my entire time that's been watching them, and as well as interviewing them, I think that one thing I've noticed is that they rarely ever really change the style of play. They like to play aggressive. They like to go in for the aggressive picks. And when push comes to shove, they don't have the resources to go for those eliminations, then only they go for placement. And honestly, I don't blame them for it, given the fact that, how harsh the point system is for this tournament. Only 10 for a chicken dinner, and only number 1 till number 9 getting points. I don't blame these teams, a lot of them playing very skirmishy, going for those third parties. It's a whole different momentum, a whole different ballpark than what we expect to see during the Pro League.
I mean, third party is necessary, right? Especially if you're going to come in contact with another team, and if you see it happening right in front of you, you'd be foolish to opt out on it. Like you said, chicken dinner only brings you 10 points. You kind of have to make a difference through your eliminations itself. And so, but they cannot choose to go in also recklessly as well, because right now we've seen one great game from Malaysia. Can they maintain having those one great games every four game that has been played tomorrow and the day after? I hope so. That way, at least Malaysia will maintain their position in getting a fighting chance for that medaling finish. But drift no more further, as the flight path has been casted here across Erangel from Primorsk all the way down to Milta Power. SMB looking like a big catch.
It really is. We were just talking about how yesterday was the cursed map day, and looks like that curse will be snowballing till today. Toward the southern side of this flight path means that those who are usually going to Georgia Paul, Rozok, Shooting Range, Severny, Stelber, Yasnaya, Pollyanna is not going to have a good time. Now, I think what's really interesting is the fact that I think we talked about this in the previous map about how some teams go for a 1-1-1 very early, prioritizing the vehicles, and then those loots separately, and then meeting up together. Now, I think that for a lot of these teams, they have basically memorized where the vehicles are going to be, which is why we see some fights early to get those vehicles. But at the same time, when a flight path is this way, it's going to be even more competitive. I think yesterday we saw one of the most teams dropping in Sanhok military base, 4 in particular, as the circle pulled up to the north, pulled up to the middle side. The rotations were very, very painful for most of these teams, but again, same circles we saw yesterday, not the worst way to go, and on top of that, it's in the middle of the flight path. No one's going to be complaining here.
I think some of them has already secured themselves a vehicle here. I believe that is Malaysia, Team 1, Snipes, already
They
driving.
dropped so early.
Yeah. They're really prioritizing it. I mean, I understand in Miramar because to get around, it holds much weight. But when it comes to Erangel, it's a slightly smaller map, and it doesn't seem too pressing at the time. But I guess the earliest birds gets the worm. Having vehicles also means that you could loot in different compounds faster than the rest of them to ensure that you're stacked up as well. So kudos on them. An early drop by Malaysia. I saw Thailand taking over the hills of Gatka too. Not too sure where they land specifically. But if they do so, then they might just come in contact with Team Malaysia at that rate.
Yeah, Frankie. I mean, yesterday we were questioning, like, he had a 1v3, almost clinching it, but didn't get any of the eliminations. And we were like, Frankie barely got any picks. And today, it's as though he had watched us or listened or learned, perhaps. And he was like, let me just prove you all otherwise. I can go for this picks if I want to. Now, we can see that for Laos, they're going to, I believe this is Ferry Pier. I have to see the bigger map to know where it is. But coming forward for Laos, I think the Laos has had both Laos team actually, has had a pretty good run. They are very consistent. And look at that, in terms of points, these two teams are only 3 points next to each other. But surprisingly, in terms of rotations, we haven't really seen Laos meeting up with each other as much as we see Cambodia and Cambodia and Malaysia meeting up with one another. Indonesia as well, like, I don't think we saw them meeting up in terms of fights very, very early.
I think Philippines are one of those teams who will also rub shoulders amongst each other very soon, because they both just share the same rotations, it seems. I'd be surprised if they don't shoot on each other, because then that's calling for a certain inspection to happen. Well,
yeah, I mean, like, you can't really tell, right, who you're fighting until after you knock them. And, oh God, I'm sorry, but it's a little bit too late. They're already gonna be mad at you, gonna be shooting back. But let's talk about Svavel's performance. What do you think of him?
This guy, I mean, he's always been gifted, right? I think he was featured as a potential FMVP, or in fact that he actually won FMVP within Indonesia during one of those seasons. I can't recall, but he's definitely been in the limelight for a while. So we know that when it comes to mechanics, this man is up there with the rest. So definitely no question on what he can do. Red Face as well. This man, I guess, shared the same team with Microboy, who right now I think they're playing in opposing teams, which is interesting. You would think that, with the chemistry that's already been developed, you would have paired them together. But Indonesia is just in a different ballgame when it comes to putting together this country dream team.
I think they have a lot of players to choose from when you think about their league. just the country is just so very gifted in these kind of games, and I mean like in esports in general, I don't know how they do it. They're just one of those countries, like I think Indonesia and Philippines is one of those countries that regardless of what game they touch, they will tend to excel, and it's honestly crazy when you think about it. Now for TLS2, being at the bottom of the board here with Myanmar 1, I think in this match, they want to separate themselves from Myanmar 1 as possible. And I think you and I have such a, I would say, differing view of Dizzy. Hold that thought though, because Laos 1 will be meeting up with Cambodia 2. Now, Cambodia 2 has had a history of being very consistent, being able to at least survive toward the midway of the game. But this time around, we saw the damage already put through. And on top of that, Davan is alone. He's at the side of the hill on the low ground. But I'm not sure if Laos has actually managed to spot him yet. The rest of his teammates are not too far away. They can just hit forward if they want to. But I think Laos trying to play very safe, decided to play together on the top side of the hill. Nothing quite yet gonna happen. So coming back to what I was talking about in terms of TLS1 and Myanmar 1, because they're at a 2-point at the same time, which means that after how many maps now? We're on the map number 4. When we're on map number 4, only having 2 points is not necessarily the best outcome you can come out with, because that means you have not only failed to get a placement point, you also failed to get any picks at all. And you can actually kind of hear the resounding alarm bells playing in their head as they try to catch up in points. But at the same time, as this is a longer, I would say, tournament with 3 days for the finals, they can have pop-up moments, like you said. Sometimes just one pop-up moment is enough for them to really leapfrog themselves up to the middle of the ladders.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need to pretty much snowball from, right? By understanding that you're still at play or still has a chance to compete for the gold medal title, that's where you will get a bit of a positively inflicted morale, as compared to thinking that even if you aced the last few couple of games, you would not have ever reached a gold medal, and then that's just downward spiral altogether. So we'll hope. Thankfully for them, it is a 3-day run for the grand finals here, so the room for errors, there's margins there that they can pretty much get away with, but they have to make things happen fast just so they can get into the next day with a better headspace than they are currently at now.
I think Vietnam wants to play the bridge troll. I don't know why, but ever since the changes to the bridge, I'm really liking how some teams can be very creative on how they cross, how they hold. It's always very fun, but is it Laos picking up the fight with Indonesia? That's very, very ballsy. Not quite sure what happened there. You can already see a movement from Indonesia. They lost one player already. And Indonesia, I mean, like, a lot of the rounds that they tend to win, like you mentioned earlier, from Philippines, has been the rounds that they do have this extra firepower from each player. And this praise come out here from Vietnam, and they're gonna pick out one player from TLS2 just like that. Easy pickings from them, catching them off guard before they even cross. If you won't cross the bridge, we'll come to you, and TLS2 is now stuck.
How did Vico even see that one? He was hiding behind the bushes, at least from the angle plane that he was looking at. But he got a great shot onto Nameless. Unfortunately, Nameless did not go down just yet, just severely injured. Has got the med kit to bring himself back to health. But Frankie spots one out of the windows. Vico has got the eyes on the man on the rooftop. Rabiz, though, looking like they might just make an exit out of there. Circle has closed on further. 30% of this plays on water. Now, what do you think about that?
Honestly, because the water is cutting through the middle, it's gonna be a problem here. Well, most teams are going toward the northern side. Look how already so packed it is over there. And because the body of water is huge, no one wants to play on SMB area. And if, say, the circle does decide to ping pong down, woo, that's gonna be painful. And even more painful because it's so packed on the northern side. Vietnam's still not done yet with this long drawn out fight. Picks come out here. Frankie is such a sharpshooter. 2 players already dinked and a lot of damage put on him. Yes, he sustained some damage, but honestly, he got 2 in return. That's so very worth it. And despite this long drawn out fight, they only managed to pick off 1. So I wouldn't say it's the best outcome, but it is enough for them to rotate to the other side, and they do manage to hold a compound to themselves.
They are currently playing in the northern end, right? There, look at that, Frankie. So they're on the northern end of the river split.
Yeah.
They decided to take Bang.
They're on mainland.
Yeah, so I understand why they would do so. This way, they just, I mean, no one's gonna swim on over. That's just a cause for suicide. But at the same time, that all the teams are going to contest for them, and Vietnam has to be ready for that because everyone's coming in northern end. Do they have luck? Thankfully for them, they do still have every one of their members, so controlling an area would still be within the books for them.
Indonesia won. I think that is very interesting how we see Indonesia won. Like Svavel, I mean, like there's a lot of expectation on him given the fact that he's a very big name. But in my opinion, Rosemary has been the heavy hitter for the team. Very, very aggressive, very in your face, not afraid to rotate out. And this is enough for Rosemary. We just talked about him. Relaying the information that someone is at least rotating from the other side. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, side by side with the Philippines won't be moving quite yet. They have the high ground advantage, but I'm not too sure if they're inside the circle just yet. And I feel like for Cambodian teams, both of the teams have been rubbing shoulders with other teams, but it has been fairly uneventful for them. No one's shooting at them and they aren't shooting back, as though they're on a gentleman's agreement. Now everyone has decided that, okay, it's gonna be a northern side, and with this water, there's not enough land here, and this is where a massacre is gonna happen. Look at how many teams are onto it from here. Laos, Cambodia 1, Vietnam 2, Indonesia 1, Vietnam 1, TLS, Vietnam 2. This is very, very painful, and the Malaysian teams and Myanmar will be passing by each other alongside with Thailand 2. And we're gonna be seeing a three-way fight. On top of that, there is a package there as well as they come forward. And here's the aggressive push-outs here as Myanmar will be the one to open fire. Shots from the other side. Smile nearly going down. Forgetting that Damn Good is always on the flank from the other side. More pressure onto him, but Yu Hai is so very low. Snipes just running for his life, trying to provide cover for his teammate. Ichi and Tuzai from inside of the compound. They have the cover they need, but West on the outside. This is smart playing, honestly, as Smile, given away his position, that Smoke gives him enough space to rotate out. Meanwhile, for Cambodia and Vietnam, they're right beside each other. Peaceful neighbors for now.
Yeah, they're trying to get the knock on, and I think they did. Skynet, no. Vietnam 1 was the one by the bay here. It's Vietnam 2 who might come in confrontation against Cambodia. Skynet down on his knees. Vico from the far side by the river bank, actually knocking down these Cambodian squad. Meanwhile, Laos breaking in. It's Assassins, the only member from the opposing Laos squad who has to fend things off. Lizzie is within the area. Honda gets knocked out with the grenade. Lizzie tries to make a rush on top. Back out is pretty low, but the rest of the members of Laos, squad 2 is finally in play. They can't be so comfortable. He's trying to go out with the DBS, gets spot on, but gets retaliated. And Laos, team 2, will be the ones that comes out on top, eliminating their neighbors into the lobby.
How on earth was Assassin able to fend that off, get a pick, waste their time, and buy enough time for his teammates to rotate inside? It's honestly an amazing feat, and he seems to have done it quite a few times already. His teammates are just really quick on the ball, and speaking of clicking on the ball, Myanmar saying, yep, I'm not going to be fighting any of these teams. This is a very, very high-risk rotation coming through. West does find Yen over on the other side, not too quite sure what happened here, but look at the amount of damage Sando, as well as, I think it was Sec 11 has already gotten. Jumper now down, not too sure what happened between Cambodia and Malaysia too. Wish we could really see. Sando now picked off here from the other side. 20 now going down, 11 Sec. Gonna get the revive at least. It's inside of the shack. Boy Sean with the spray coming out here. They want to go for Myanmar. Myanmar in trouble. It's going to be pinned by 3 different teams. Cambodia already getting 2 picks. Indonesia as well, picking them up one by one as they rotate inside. This is a bit too ambitious for them.
Gone down right now. Echo taking a heaps amount of damage, but Devon Axe cannot seal the deal and topple him upon his steed, but they are looking like they might make the push to the top here. Laos, Nangs, he has also gotten eyes on the rotations of Malaysian second team. Black's OP taking decent amount of blue zone damage. It hurts though, despite being so early within the game. Have his life down to nearly half in just a brief moment of being within the blue. That's worrying already as it is. But 5 kills for Laos Team 2. A good start.
This is a very difficult circle. I can start to see all these desperate rotations, this desperate push-ins. They know they're running out of time. They can't take up these fights. They want to be able to survive till the end. So what can you do? You have to force yourself to push forward. But this high-risk situation is what happened to Myanmar. They only lost 1, thankfully. But Myanmar too lost the entire team. Regardless, Indonesia, they're so comfortable playing over on the edge of the circle. I don't think that this trend has been changing throughout the maps today. Indonesia 1 has been trying to play the gatekeeper, has been trying to play for picks, and for Malaysia 1, they are in trouble. Yuhai on down, damn good, so very low snipe, so the next one knocked down here. Thailand putting in that pressure on top of Myanmar. In trouble now, Yuhai taking damn good now, drop down to the ground. This means trouble here as they're eating so much damage. Frankie with the steal, Vietnam 1 is taking it away from Thailand, and God Tuni has no choice but to push up forward. They're trying to survive for as long as they can here, but for Malaysia 1, with 1 player still left to life, Mika trying to go for the pickup, but I don't think it's going to be happening. Now he's all alone inside of smoke, playing prone as Vietnam puts their eyes onto the other members in the area. He knows Mika is in there somewhere, and he is hungry for blood.
Mika or the entire Malaysian squad, that was a rough finish for them. I doubt that he'd still be alive here, as only 1 member. He's low, that's for sure. He's covered by smokes, but where else can he be? Surely other opponents cannot look to waste more time on him as it is. His fate is sealed. Meanwhile, Vietnam, after taking his stronghold, spots out Mika. Ravis through the windows itself deterred Mika from actually showing himself. But they've reaped the rewards of moving early towards that riverbank. Right now, Indonesia and Thailand, they're making a decent amount of noise here. Oh, spots that one now. Red face with the flank side. Gets him with an off-angle shot, but might just go in with the revive unless the push can be successful. Indonesia already at the lip of this mountain. This small hill, but they have the DBS slogan. Can he get the pick off though? He primed up the nade. Red face shows himself. Kind of get a rough idea. Toss one forward. He will! That's a takedown right there. Secures that one. But the members of Cambodia from the far side, Boy Sean, stops Thailand in their tracks.
Look at these steals from across the map. Look at these multi-team fights, and Logan will be able to be picked up by Beer. But the circle will be pulling up to the southern side of farm. Vietnam 1 is in the most comfortable position still. Now everyone will be fighting to get inside. Indonesia 1, Laos 2, and Thailand will be the one to take up this fight. Laos 2 now in trouble, have to fight Indonesia to come forward. And this is where things get very complicated because Laos is all the way out on the outside, and that nade just clips him. Tuni tries to just fire back to Cambodia too, but it's so very hard. It just shows away his positioning. His teammate is now in trouble. He has to play together despite the fact of getting a knock here, but Laos, at least 20, is able to put in the pressure for Indonesia. They're not able to fight back at the very least, and these smokes are not doing any team any favors. Yes, it does give Indonesia a little bit of leeway, but they do get just sprayed through. And while Zimble's still trying to pick up his teammate, Laos to Mengs here will try and stop the rampage, at least from Rosemary. And again, they're playing from behind cover, behind smokes. It's really hard to pinpoint where exactly they're going to be. And these sprays as well will attract unwanted attention. It will become a 3-way fight. And that's exactly what I was talking about as Cambodia 2 comes forward. And look at that nade. Just hits Tuni, Beer, and Mela at the same time.
But they're hitting one back immediately. Cambodia lost 1 member in the front line. That will be Boy Sean, who takes a nade right in front of their faces. More nades will be going through. Boy Sean's trying to crawl his way into safety, but with all these smokes, that secures another. It is go time for Thailand. This is as clear as day. You are under the cover and under the guise of smoke. You can advance slowly if they want to, but they have to be careful. Onto the left hand, in which another team, Laos and Indonesia, currently stands. And right now they're going on with a drive-by aggressive maneuvers here. Logan with the DBS probably easily cleaned that one up. Didn't even have to leave his buggy. will clear up and has got covers already in place. Will go in with the revive.
That is so disgusting how he played that. Just shots to the face and immediately just takes them out. Indonesia won out of the way already. Despite skirmishy this has been, there's still 10 teams very much left alive. It's just been pickups and pickups all around the map. Loki trying to put in that damage, trying to put in that pressure. One team on the other side. It's really hard for them to see because of those smokes. Regardless, look at how aware they are that they are pincered by two different teams. Thailand 2 this time around, they get the reset. This is the best situation that they can have. They keep Myanmar at bay, but at the same time, they have to be careful. The 2 is inside of this compound. Luckily, Vietnam 2 has their eyes onto Yummy, has to go prone here, not able to cook out an 8 properly. And at the same time, Vietnam 2 is picking a fight to Indonesia at the same time. So it's pincers upon pincers, 2 Vietnamese teams looking at 1 Indonesian team. And in this situation, it's really hard to know what's happening because Myanmar 1 is stuck in this shack and 2 just has no interest in them at all.
No interest, or do they not know the position? I'm sure you kind of have to address everyone despite how big or small that team might be, because it could be the one snake in the grass that would deter them. And in fact, they're already tossing nades out towards that small hidden shack. So maybe perhaps they do know and are looking to take action upon it. But let's take a look at the updated circle here. Vietnam now has to make their move into the northern side, in which it relies on. Indonesia got in comfortably already. PH has got Vietnam's second squad and Cambodia first team to fend out for that position on the western side.
This is definitely a hard circle to maneuver. How long has the circle been pulling down and down and down toward the south, and then suddenly it ping-pong up toward the northern side? Now Vietnam 1, despite having the best compounds possible, has to give it up, and Yummy already on the open now drop down. Yummy having that compound on top of that, on the top side high ground area, Zimble barely making it out alive in those smokes in that pit of fire. And now as Thailand pushes up forward, they haven't really committed, but 11 seconds is just eating up a lot of damage. Loki still holding down the line. They're trying to bait them here, but look at Cambodia. This is a very aggressive play. They're pushing up toward Vietnam 2. Trong with the opening finds finds Easy so very easily. That's the power of the DBS. Osu with the sprays, unfortunately not able to clip any of the members. Kwang as well. They are going to be trying to take this area away from the other members of the team. Not happening quite yet, because suddenly there's that hesitation coming through here for the other members of Cambodia. Where have they gone? Skydin hiding inside of the shack on the other side. They do have some resources to play with, but it's still very hard to really pinpoint where the other members are. Yummy does go down from Parajin. This is a 3-way fight with Indonesia. And now for Vietnam 1, they're like, okay, thank God that this fight is happening from Vietnam 2. He can move out of the way. Goes with the sprays, finds Skydin on the outside. He tries to be nasty, tries to be like a rat, but it didn't really happen his way.
Nothing really does, it seems, but it is happening the way of Thailand so far after being disregarded as a potential competitor here. Now they walk in with 6 kills and it only has just begun. All 4 members still live in Philippines too. Finally down and out. 0 eliminations. I guess it's a byproduct of the late rotations, and well, Barod to join in with having similar strategies. Right now, Vietnam, Thailand, seemingly like the most likely winners. All 4 members still alive, and Vietnam has already got 10 kills of their own. Just across a mile across here, one nade could potentially reach within vicinity, but they don't want to overpeak. Any sort of overcommittal may cost in a potential knock, and that would be the end of it, since none of these players here are undercover.
Very open area. There's the opening there onto Vietnam on Rabi's getting a lot of damage there, and Parajin as well. Thailand is having a 3-way fight with the 2 Vietnamese teams. The sprays inside, one around Chuang as well, and this might just cook them all the way to hell. Be happening right now, not quite. They can still move out of the way. It's so hard to really pinpoint where everything is, but they will be pushing out here. They will be trying to pick up that space, and they spray out here, find rabbits, and immediately everything is brighter than my future. they're in trouble, at least for the Vietnamese team. Rabbids goes down, unstoppable. Thai 2 looking so very good today, and they're so very dominating on this map. Got Tuning now pressured as Vietnam 1 pushes up here. Frankie with those nades. They do have a little bit of a terrain to play with, but it's still very dangerous to play here because those nades can bounce off the air, it can roll off down into where they are.
Now this is why I've been hyping out Thailand for the longest of time. They are one of the more aggressive teams. Immediately on Buggy, went straight in blind and to find them. Eventually takes a little bit of a stun grenades in the process, but still only lose one member. If they can translate this to take down the rest of Vietnam squad, which Indonesia will already come to an assist. Trong is down on the count. Vietnam now only 2 left to play. Parajin.
Oh, Frankie.
Quan Ji in one team, and well, Frankie trying to go in for the res as well. But Indonesia now has the height advantage, and even within the terrain, they are playing on top of the hills. But they have to address Thailand coming in from the left-hand side here. And Thailand, they've also got Laos coming in from the back end. Shots out Mela. Mela can still go in with the pickup here.
Indonesia already so very aggressive with 5 eliminations. They denied Laos any access to that package. Carlos Neva does get blown up here by assassins. Yummy with the sprays. The take nice little point, at least behind this box.
It's perfect.
It's a little bit of a resource. It's a little bit of a top up as well. Fortunately, they hit on 21, but here's Pon Bit. Look how dominating this control is Indonesia has for this entire circle. Despite the fact that they're only for 3, Vietnam and Thailand still playing very safe. Vietnam 2 inside a small shack, 1 nade is all they need to just blow them both to smithereens.
Right now it's super even. I can't even tell you who might end up on top, because even as much control as Indonesia is trying to exert within this circle, they have, okay, control wise they have it. But Vietnam, they're right next to Yummy. The moment they take Yummy down, pick him off, immediately becomes an even trade. Although Indonesia would know then Vietnam's position, but Thailand is also someone they have to address. So it goes down to the wire. 11 kills already for the Thai squads. Last I checked, Indonesia had 9 of their own, and Vietnam probably 11 too. And no one's going to make the first twitch here. They know in a standoff between 3 teams, he who moves first will end up last.
The only thing that will make these teams move is the circle, is the blue zone pushing forward. In 5 seconds, everything is about to change. I can already feel the tension in the air as each team tries to move forward. It's going to be Beer who's going to be making the daring move forward. And exactly as you said, Beer takes a lot of damage. Will be just spot up by Satar. Yes, he barely survives with the skin of his teeth. Logan is there at least to provide some cover fire, but immediately Yummy will put in that pressure. So as Beer gets a reset, Logan manages to distract Yummy away. But Yummy, you gotta commend his game sense because he's keeping an eye out on both the teams. Beer, despite kicking that nade, he's taking a lot of damage here, gets Vietnam, and he will be knocked down. And this is an unfortunate situation, and that nade doesn't even hit. But now Yummy goes down. You see a 3-way fight as Gosu does get a pick up here, and Beer will go down to Satar.
Logan, a little bit premature with that one. If only he was a bit patient. Beer already given the information onto that end. They knew where Indonesia was, and Vietnam, well, now under gunfire. Satar immediately with the rush forward has got nades. All he has to do is toss on to the right direction, and he did. Will it connect? It will get him just enough in the blast radius, but they will play it safe and go in on a pickup, while Pawnbit coming in from flank side gets 1 member. Parajin is down on the ground. Gosu up against the world here. It's 3 members and 1 behind the tree. He grazed him a little bit, but now the 2 will be coming in. He has to pick this one off. If he has the information, he catches one. Yummies goes in with the switch, but unfortunately from the far side, it will secure it. Indonesia's second squad yet again, another chicken dinner.
Control as well as pressure. You can see that 1-2 switch they did. As soon as someone shot at Satar. Satar went away. Yummy put in that pressure for Logan. And while Vietnam was inside the vicinity, it was so hard for them to do anything because they were inside a small shack. One nade was all they needed, and then suddenly you saw a trade. While one player shot at Indonesia, Indonesia shot back at another team, and then it was just about whittling down in numbers because each team were not allowing that full-on fight to happen between each other. And on top of that, on top of being a very difficult circle to maneuver, I would say the final circle was even more difficult to work with. It was an open area with barely any cover. There was a single rock, a tree, and a shack. A shack is great, but one nade is all it needs to really blow you up to smithereens. And just as I predicted, that's exactly what happened to Vietnam.
This is more like the finals that I would have expected, right?
Exactly.
The top 3 teams, all the countries are named. It's right there, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. And with kills flying across the board, I believe it was 11 for Thailand, 11 for Vietnam. I guess 6, 7, 8, 9 kills for Vietnam's second team, and then comes Indonesia with like more than 10 kills themselves. All the regions boils down to this, right? When you're talking about PUBG Mobile, these are the defining regions for the game titles itself, and to see them finally put that one out there, it kind of gets you thinking, what could this game turned out to be if Thailand's first team was qualified to play here today?
Yeah, I mean, like, when you think about it, I mean, Thai teams do take some time, and this is exactly what I was talking about. If the qualifiers were perhaps 2 days long, we might be seeing a different story, but that didn't happen today. But you really gotta say that for Indonesia, both teams showing consistency across the board. Unfortunately, one of them did not make it out. And on top of that, I think that it was not only just a difficult circle, it was a circle that pulled down south and ping-ponged at the last moment. Vietnam 1 was very, very safe. I think that in a lot of situations, Vietnam was not only very healthy, they were very, very safe, and in a lot of situations as well, all they had to do was just kind of hold on the line, but perhaps they got a little bit too aggressive in trying to chase those elimination points. But for Indonesia, 11 eliminations plus 10 gives them 21 total points, and Thailand, despite their good plays, their 11 eliminations and only 5 rank points, give them at 16. Vietnam 1 as well, very, very close, as well as Laos 2, but Vietnam 2 not too far behind, only 3 points behind Vietnam 1.
Look at that, 11, 11, 11. All these 3 countries that has made it into my own personal top 3 list, all getting 11 kills in this one single match. It was an even one. No one was storm rolling against another. This is what I would have expected things to be here in the 32nd SEA Games, Cambodia.
I just really want to add that if you see the scoreboard like across the board, especially from number 10 all the way till 16, look at how many teams ended up with only 1 or 0 points. That's how brutal this game was, because it was so hard to survive because of how the rotations were, and it's hard to really secure kills because it wasn't really a one-on-one fight. Again, it was a 3-way, 4-way fight. It's just pickoffs throughout the entire map, and the worst part was seeing so many of those kills being stolen, especially by Thailand, given how aggressive they were. Vietnam 1, Indonesia 2, and Thailand 2 with 11 kills across the board, and Laos 2 only 1 kill behind with 10. What do you think about this aggressive sort of play from these teams?
I think it's amazing. I think they should keep this sort of aggression up, and I just want to say for Thailand, 69 grenades. Nice.
Wow. Oh man, but you know, those teams that do have a lot of those grenades as well, like, I think it's because that not only was Thailand the longest in terms of travel distance, if you saw that they had a lot of pit stops. They were kind of rotating really far, pick up a fight, get the loot, and then stop by somewhere else, loot. And I'm really liking that they're okay with taking their time. It is aggressive, but there's not a lot of hesitation like we saw on day number 1. And I'm guessing it's because they're a lot more confident, number 1. They understand or have that information about these teams. And with this information, the relay of information, as well as knowing how exactly or what to predict for each team, kind of gives them an edge. Now looking at the graph here, you can see Vietnam won, despite the fact that they did not get that chicken dinner. look how far ahead they are in terms of their damage. Because you can see that Vietnam 1 was not playing around. While they are matching with the other 3 teams in terms of kills, they are the ones who are putting in that damage.
Well, but you could argue that Vietnam 1, they had first movers advantage towards the riverbank, henceforth. All they did was shoot towards the ether out there, right? And eventually when they had to move, Thailand was there. Thailand took them out. Vietnam's second team was taking them out as well. But eyes on a brand new top 1 victor here. We have Indonesia too with the 2 winner chicken dinners. 46 total points. Pushing Cambodia, who has been holding the number 1 spot for 3 games in a row, now in the 3rd place. This is remarkable to say the least.
You can start to see that disparity or the gap in the points start to form now, especially between number 1, number 2, and number 3. Yes, it's still very, very competitive between number 3 all the way up to number 10, I believe. But if this keeps up, this might pose a problem for those teams who are going out of the game with 0 points. And I do say that if you want to talk about consistency, it's about leaving the game with not 0 points, with not 1 point. I believe that 5 points is enough to kind of keep you forward. But after this, I think we do have an interview with the Indonesian team. If you could ask anything to the Indonesian team, what would you say?
I'd say, what's your favorite food?
Let's forget that. Let's go to the interview.
Stay so consistent.
Lu kan udah 1 kali chicken nih, tapi lu chicken lagi, 1 kali lagi. Nah, kok lu bisa konsisten banget tuh gimana caranya?
Kenapa kita bisa konsisten? Mungkin kita udah ready dari sebelum-sebelumnya. Kita udah punya strategi yang udah terstruktur sekali. Jadi kita tinggal ngelakuin hal-hal yang pas di gamenya gitu.
So it's because we're already ready and we have a structured strategy. So we just have to execute the strategies in game.
បាទអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់គាត់ក៏បាននិយាយថាគឺគាត់មានតាក់ទិកក៏ដូចជា game plan ហើយរួចជាស្រេចហើយអ្វីដែលគាត់ត្រូវធ្វើគឺធ្វើយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយធ្វើតាម game plan ដែលត្រូវបាន set ដោយសារខាងគ្រូបង្វឹក Okay, so the following up question is from the coach and assistant coach perspective. These game plans, right? Definitely not every game is different. Every game is not every game is the same. Every game is all different. How do you manage to prepare your players for all situations?
To be honest, it's a secret for us because this is our only for us lah.
Okay, បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាគាត់អាចចែករំលែកជាមួយនឹង secret របស់ពួកគាត់បានទេទុកឲ្យពួកគាត់យកមេដាយសិនចាំចែករំលែក Can you share after you get the gold medal then?
Well, maybe I have to ask the head coach first.
Well, that is very good. Okay, next is this is a little bit personal for me. What we notice is the way Indonesian teams, the way you prepare and hype yourself for every game, you cheer every game, you say something into a hurdle. Can you share to us what are you saying? How do you prepare your people?
Is that a question for me or for Ponbit?
Let's get from 2 perspectives. How does the player feel after the huddle and hype, and what is the plan for that from the coach?
Kan kita ada huha-huha itu kan. Nah, gimana rasanya kalau habis huha itu gimana rasanya?
Rasanya kita lebih semangat gitu karena kita udah sangat yakin dan kita semua sangat bersemangat dalam menunggu match selanjutnya.
And it's because ulang.
Yang pasti kita sangat semangat karena kita sudah sangat kan kita udah dapat kayak strategi baru terus persiapan buat next match-nya. Jadi dalam menunggu itu kita sangat semangat lah buat.
So after the hurdle we are very excited because we have already got the plan, the coach's plan for the next game. So I guess we're just excited and it's the same for me as well.
បាទអញ្ចឹងសម្រាប់ពួកគាត់និយាយគឺមុនហ្គេមទាំងអស់គឺគាត់តែងតែជុំគ្នាហើយគាត់ធ្វើយ៉ាងណាឲ្យ player របស់ពួកគាត់នឹងមានកម្លាំងមុនចូលគ្រប់ហ្គេមតែម្ដងមិនឲ្យចូលទៅទាំងលក្ខណៈថាអារម្មណ៍ស្មើតែក៏ចង់ឲ្យចូលទៅជាមួយអារម្មណ៍ខ្លាំង Can you share or translate to us what you say and what it means? What do you say in the hurdle? Can you give an example on the show?
It's basically Raja Wali. It is a bird. Yeah.
It is what?
A bird.
A bird.
Yeah, bird. Like
bird.
You know, something that flies. Bird. That's bird species.
Okay. Can you do it? Can two people do it? Let's try. Let's try. Và đâyคือchiều war cry đam đo. That is a very interesting war cry. Keep doing it because I think it's working. Well, this is Indonesia too. Back to our casters.
Hey Keith, if we had a a handshake, how'd it look like?
Well, number one, we won't chant it based on a bird or a species of a bird. I think the fact that at the end of every match we're shouting winner winner chicken, which is also a species of a bird, we don't need to have a war cry based on a bird, right? Well, we'll do it on something else at that point. So, but to answer your question, I honestly don't know if we'll ever have a war cry. I know I'm cringy, but that's where I draw the line. This is all you right now, Tash. You're
Alright,
cringy.
but yeah, you know what? My war cry will be like, caw. Let's go to break. After this, more chicken dinners as we go to 2 maps of Erangel. We'll see you guys in a little while. Tash here alongside Keith.
That's cringe. Bye-bye.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the 2nd year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points. The second place receives 6 points. The third place receives 5 points. And the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points. The second place will get 16 points. The third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของพวกเขาคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမှာပါဥက္ကဋ္ဌကြီးများစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဥက္ကဋ္ဌကြီးများစီကင်းမြောက်ပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together we Channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Indonesia still in a very dominating lead, but the other teams are not far behind. Tash Buddy here alongside Keith Lee. We still have another 2 more maps of Erangel here for tonight, and I'm wondering, for a lot of teams, will they be able to tackle away this momentum away from Indonesia too?
Yeah, right now Indonesia too is the only team with a double winner chicken dinner. Cambodia gets 1, Myanmar gets 1. All these, but the 2 out of 2 of 4 of the chicken dinners that will earn today, 2 of it goes to the wildcard, 2 going to Indonesia. Is Thailand finally going to see the chicken dinner, seeing as though that 1 match alone, it seems that they are starting to get back onto the groove of being such a dominant force within PUBG Mobile. So I'm excited, looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Malaysia didn't end up too hot on that note. Would they also have a chance towards that chicken dinner? It could potentially be within the next 2 games, but what are you expecting?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, if we look back toward the leagues, for Malaysia, it's always a pop-off moment in between 1 to 3 games. It's never in between. I think that's the risk of playing, how high risk that they play, how aggressively they play. But at the same time, I'm really hoping that they do have other pages in their playbooks in terms of strats, because sometimes it does seem like this particular team, especially Malaysia 1, seems a little bit more one-dimensional. Meanwhile, for Indonesia, I like the fact that not only are they able to really just hit the pedal to the metal, but also hit the brakes if they want to. They're so, I would say, fluid, they're so adaptable, and this is also a sentiment that is, I would say, picked up by Thailand too. Because for Thailand too right now, we were questioning, like, we see these big names in the leagues and they do well toward the end of the season, but they are adapting a lot faster than they would in the season, understanding that they don't have a lot of time. We are already in map 4 just now, about to go to map number 5 with 2 days left. We need to make something happen. And I think with the again, with the format, it is kind of forcing a lot of teams to take these fights. And in a way, I would say that these difficult circles that we've seen tonight have been kind of supplementing this idea of playing aggressive. And it's not really a one-on-one fight. It's a maybe 3 to 4 team fight at the same time, happening from different areas, different terrains, different compounds.
I would say one thing though, is if you're talking about running out of time, some of these teams who are running out of steam, I'd like to point out Philippines. What happened to the team that actually got double chicken dinner in such a strong fashion last night? Right now, can they try and pull the same stint again? Seeing as though they got that double chicken dinner in the last 2 Erangel, right now they have a chance to kind of set themselves up once again. But take a look at the head-to-head.
Head-to-head here, Sattar, I would say, look at his hand movements there, just kind of shows how skilled it is in terms of movements. I think that Sattar, since yesterday till today, has been the heavy hitter for Indonesia too. He's good at not only taking back those situations, but at the same time for Frankie, right? Like, we questioned on day 1, why are you not able to take these picks? Why are you not able to solidify those kills? And it's because it felt like he was having to carry everything for his team, always being the last man left standing. But today, it feels like for this team, they have a little bit more solid in terms of foundation, in terms of survivability. So Frankie's able to pop off without having to worry about losing his other teammates. Now, let's talk about the bottom 3. I think for Timor-Leste 2, they have been struggling. They're at a point where they are the same amount of points as Myanmar earlier, I believe, only on 2 points. But with Myanmar having 1 single pop-off moment, they're kind of ahead of them at this point. And the problem with Timor-Leste is the fact that as soon as they drop down, they seem to immediately get kicked out because they're not able to win these early fights. They tend to drop down and meet up with really, really strong teams and end up being just fodder to them.
I gotta be honest, Timor-Leste is a team that I haven't paid too much attention to, although they do have pop-off moments, as we saw, but almost time and time again, whenever it comes to taking these short skirmishes, they lose more than they actually bargained for. And maybe for them, just playing on an aggro doesn't feel like a good idea. I would even recommend just simulating whatever Cambodia is doing. It ain't all that spectacular nor effective, but it isn't worse. And you get some sort of points on your way and stabilize things to maybe allow you to take a little bit more risk when the opportunity feels a little bit more of a sure thing. Like Cambodia, if you notice the way they play, even towards the last few circles, if they can, they will not shoot from the gun. And if they're in a disadvantageous position, we saw Pubg in that Miramar match. He stood there with his trigger discipline, actually proning down, and it was him who took out members from Malaysia that kind of costed them the potential of actually winning the chicken dinner at that point.
Talk about home ground advantage though, but Cambodia, both team 1 and 2, definitely on fire. Survivability on point, don't have to play too aggressive. Positioning has been very massive, especially from Cambodia too. I think one of their best positionings was on Miramar map number 2. Now as we go to Erangel, I was sort of hoping we would see the same pop-off moment from the Philippines. But again, I mean, I talked about how Timor-Leste was immediately decimated as soon as they go down. They're not even aggressive. I just think it's just unlucky at this point. And I think for the Philippines as well, they try to survive, but every time they rotate, they're meeting 2-3 teams and they get picked off one by one. With only 1 minute left and 2 more Erangels to play, you want to be able to at least end the day, I don't know, maybe with 30 points. Why? Because 30 points looks like, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? But it puts you in the middle of the scoreboard. It puts you in a very comfortable position to be able to make mistakes, but not be too left behind to not be, to catch up in the first place. But at the same time, Indonesia too, with the double chicken dinners tonight, with the high amount of frags that they've gotten, what makes them really scary is the fact that they're starting to build that huge lead. And at one point, how much of a lead do you want to let them take away from you so that you're not able to chase for that gold?
Definitely, if you could prevent the situation, I would say do whatever you can, whatever it takes to not give them the opportunity to draw more leads, right? But of course, it's almost impossible to do so. In a game like PUBG Mobile, you have zero clue on who is knocking at your doorstep. And this is another one of those games in which maybe, yes, you will not know who is where and what because of the flight zone. The flight path is drawn in such a weird manner that you kind of have to pretty much expect teams dropping in alternative locations at this rate.
At least Southern Georgia Paul does have vehicles, but look at how many teams have dropped down so very early. Northern Georgia Paul as well is very, very okay with getting vehicles, as well as Gatka, honestly. But because of how a lot of those vehicles are there and a lot of people are dropping out early, I don't know why, I'm really excited. I'm kind of expecting some roadkill. Maybe some picks early. Maybe someone gets punched to death. Who knows at this point? But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like, worst case scenario, we get a ferry pier circle. The worst of the worst, quarry. Quarry is one of the most difficult terrains to navigate as a final circle. It's difficult is, I would say, kind of like reminiscent to what you would expect in that fight that we saw earlier at Miramar. Regardless, those going to Stalber, Yasnaya Poliana, Mansion, you're out of luck. Here we go. There's the early fights. Look at that, Myanmar, Sando, all alone.
He's got no
Malaysia.
weapon, but maybe
no,
he
has a grenade.
He's got a
Look
nade.
at that. But here come the shots. But Malaysia already has the weapons. It doesn't really matter. Even though he tries to cook that nade, it's not gonna happen. He wasn't quick enough. And I like the fact that Malaysia too this time, they are being very thorough. They checked everywhere first before they finally took him out.
Anyways, I was about to say, Cambodia up in Zarki, a place nobody goes to, right
no one
now
goes there.
actually being looted. But there isn't even much loot on that end. That's a reason why nobody dropped by Zarki. Circle doesn't go there. There isn't much loot to play around with. Your distance of travel into Circle is gonna be insanely far. I don't know what the game plan is here for Cambodia, but they've made their bed and they kind of have to lay in it.
They're smiling though. They're very, very amused at the outcome. For Thailand, I mean.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in this situation for Thailand, I think that it's all smiles for them because it feels like, you know, when you have figured out a puzzle or a Rubik's Cube, that has always been the situation for Thailand. Once they figure it out, it's just full steam ahead, understanding what to expect from each team. And I think that that has always been the edge for these Thai teams. That's why they're so, I would say, it's like clockwork, right? Once you really figure it out, it's like putting down the what's the word? That round thingies, the gears in the right spot, and then suddenly you're a well-oiled machine. We saw one player from Malaysia too already out of the game. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I feel like for Malaysia, they're very resilient. Even though they lose one player early or two players early, their ability to play that placement game and survive till the end, you have to really commend it.
Going back to your Thailand theory, I really don't think it's that. You know why?
Why?
Because Thailand is also known as the land with many smiles, so they're just smiling. It's just part of their identity.
I thought
kind of
my
live up to
identity is smiling.
Then maybe Thailand works best for you. Have you ever been?
I should move. Yeah, I should move. Laters, guys. Just gonna pack my bags and go to Land of Smiles because clearly everyone smiles there just like me. And speaking of smiling, I think Cambodians today are definitely gonna be smiling. With Cambodia 130 points and 3 points away for Cambodia too. I think that the viewers at the venue right now are definitely smiling really, really big because they're not too far behind in terms of points from the first place spot. One pop-off moment is enough to really launch them up to first or second place. But for Indonesia, with 10 points ahead of Vietnam 1, it really solidifies their lead to get the goal. And I think for Indonesia, I mean, they already have one goal solidified for one of the games right now. And bringing back two for another title, that would just boost the amount of support they have for esports in their country.
We just missed out on Cambodia looting in Zarki. I was trying to look around if there are any usable vehicles at all. Or are they just there as decorations? And perhaps they might have to be walk on foot, which is impressive. Very healthier choice to go with in esports. But yeah, Philippines. Meanwhile, over in was it school if I'm not mistaken, nearby the area. They are, I don't think anyone's, and it's Georgia Paul right here. Yeah, they're the ones who dropped by near Cambodia, which is the natural checkpoint for a team who dropped in Zarki, right? You drop by Zarki, you want your next stop to be within Georgia Paul because that's more of a playable area.
Here comes Cambodia.
They're running into Laos, who has got the compound already guarded and up though, Cambodia, but they're doing the right thing. They're swinging in as trios, but Zimbles from the far side gets a member. Cambodia to trade down one, gets Assassins in the process. 20 now on his feet, trying to make things work. Zimbles is cooking up the nade, but 20 is making it aware that he has got company behind him. But now, Zimbles and Nengs are surrounding the likes of the majority of this Cambodian squad. Not taking a move though. Boy Sean has got the nades primed up on the top floor. Honda, a different Laos team, putting them at stop and bay. But maybe with this revive right here, gets sprayed down. Oh, but he does not hit his shots. Ah, the idea was right. He came in at the right time, but just couldn't land the crosshair accordingly and gets retaliated in the process. Laos, they'd be kicking themselves in the foot.
Yeah, and on top of that, having another Laos team just to really be the final nail in the coffin on top of that. But for Cambodia, this is the win that they want to launch them ahead. They have 3 already in the bag and they lost nothing out of that. It was so smart for them to just play inside of the small house, close the door. The sprays are out here. We do hear this fight keep on going. Regardless, let's move over to Indonesia too. We did see them already have one pickup as the team just passed them for that rotation. I believe it was Thailand too that was picked off here. I think for Indonesia too, that win just now really not only increased their morale but also their confidence. We saw earlier they were a little bit more quiet. It was as though to say, you shall not pass. And now Thailand too, without a member, it's gonna be a little bit harder for them to survive till the end. Less firepower, but they do have a lot of different stats coming into the game. As Laos 1 passes through, Laos 2 still holding down the line. Cambodia is not moving a single inch.
But if I was Laos 1, I'll make the decision to kind of go in and take over that spot. Surely, after you want a third party, right? If they just concluded a fight amongst each other, it's go time usually because of the reset period that they have to go through. And talking about which, boy Sean with the shotgun gets him, takes him out right there. Oh, that feels bad. Every attempt from Laos's second squad just seems to end up in absolute failure right now. But, well, I guess rest assured, Laos has got the high ground all perched up, in which Cambodia would have to see through and try and make a push before the circle gets any further. But even Laos is not looking to stick around.
So the circle pulls up toward the northern side. Again, difficult rotation to come through, especially as they cross those bridges. We see Malaysia 2 taking the long rotation around, Vietnam 2 as well coming through from Yasnaya Poliana. They're going in for a 2-2 sort of formation. Now for Malaysia 2, they haven't really been in a bad situation today. I think one of their biggest weaknesses was just getting picked off one by one. We hear shots coming out there. They already lost Jumper in that process, but we saw earlier that Yen was able to survive till the end. He's very, very hard in terms of dying and really good at making sure that his placements or positioning is right. And if you look at Indonesia 1, they're going to be playing neighbors, Loki and Rosemary. That's a very long-range shot. Look at the amount of damage he put into that player. Nearly takes him down. Thankfully, maybe have prone at the very last second. But it is enough to not only break their shields, but also deplete the resources. So it's not necessarily a loss.
Yeah, that shot right there. They make bullet drop as if it was a joke, right?
Yeah, this game,
insane.
bullet drop is actually really hard to control.
That's why they're pros. That's why they're out there, controlling that recoil and the bullet drop. And it explains why sometimes it just looks so wonky with their crosshairs. It's not directly up upon target or subject, but they somehow get stuck.
Sprays are out from Nang X this time. Does actually alert the Philippines that they have been marked, they have been spotted. But it's not going to be a follow-up just yet. Now in the shelter area here, Cambodia, you don't want to be stuck inside of shelter because it's so easy to get stopped in the middle of those rotations. Regardless, I think all players are going to be quickly moving into the circle very, very early. The only the last team not inside is going to be Philippines. And it's going to be a problem because Vietnam 1 is becoming the team that's going to be stopping the Philippines from crossing into the area. And so is Cambodia, honestly. But if you look at the screen here, it's going to be Myanmar. Try to take away this area from Indonesia. I think Indonesia is saying, oh, that's fine. We literally do not mind. We're okay to passing over the area, but if you were to push out though, you may be in trouble because it is quite an open area as they go toward the area of the church. But personally, I would rather hold the church because it's a high ground area that you can hold. But I think because of the lack of information, it might be easier for them to give it up instead. The circle got a ping pong to the right this time, and the only teams inside is Vietnam 2. I mean, the middle rather.
Thailand's got a good read. Initially, before the circle closed, Thai is split into two. Look at Miller. How far is his position from
He's
his
just
entire
following
teammate?
that package, honestly.
Yeah, and he got into the circle, so immediately he that sends signal, right? He can tell his friends, you can follow my path. There's no one was in the same position he was earlier on, and they're playing only with 3 members right now. So they just trace on his rotation, find their way, a safe way into the circle. But how long will they remain safe is the real question to ask here, as more of these teams starts their great migration coming in from the western side.
For for Cambodia and Indonesia, I feel like they have been in this mess. They'll hold that thought though, because this rotation from Malaysia will be stopped here. Gaping now in trouble. They try to spray out, but this time Tuzai eating a lot of damage. It's really Yuhai. The pressure, but it's really hard when there's a crossfire from the other members of the Malaysian team. Damgood as well has been clipped here, but Mika does get a blow onto Ichi as well. Snipes as well get one more. Snipes gonna immediately send West to the lobby. Meanwhile, Tuzai is trying to push out. He's trying to pick up his teammate. Smile as well needs to get picked up here, but look at the other Malaysian teams. They're just crossing around like sharks. And meanwhile for Philippines too, they're getting knocked one by the Laos team. A nice DBS shot there, gets one more, eliminates Philippines too. And again, going back to Malaysia, Damgood, as he just gets picked up here, not able to reset, is in trouble. Snipes goes down, but there is still another one more member from Malaysia 1. But Mika, I don't think he's going to be able to go for this pickup here.
They want to secure the kill.
Oh, he's coming!
Yep, he's behind the tree line, so Mika just missed his opportunity, but that may be just for information gathering, and Yuhai does not miss, they say. Eventually, he will clean up the rest of Myanmar, saves his teammates. They lose none.
It's insane when you think about it, because Mika was playing very aggressively, and I think like in that high pressure cooker situation, you're thinking like Mika's gonna drive by, jump out and shoot them, but what they didn't realize was Yuhai had already been picked up. But they have to rush in. The blue zone is pushing out here. They do get the reset at the very least. But in this situation, they have to go up against another team waiting on the other side. And I noticed that Vietnam has already put in that pressure. Even though they just finished that fight, barely got to reset. The blue zone damage is really high, and so is Vikoy's.
Is that how you pronounce it? Oh, with an accent.
I'm guessing.
Vikoy's. Okay. I'll bear that one in mind. Meanwhile, circle updates coming in real quick. Thailand losing another member, although they still find themselves on the inside. Logan and Beer 11 left to play on the side of Thailand. Timor-Leste's second squad has got the high grounds. They came in from Stalber's direction, so they're playing by the pretty much the gradient foothills here. But meanwhile, Yuhai gets taken out by Vietnam. That's rough to watch. He just made a spectacular play and immediately gets knocked out in the process.
Only one player left alive here. Malaysia too as well is struggling. Regardless, Indonesia is thriving. Look at that. A pick from the Philippines, a pick from Myanmar, and they're just like saying like, you know what, it's way for us. Gonna have one Myanmar player here, one player from the Philippines, and immediately they just run them over. Potato saying, thank you very much for the resource delivery. I'll take it and put it in my pocket. For Myanmar 1, we talked about them, how they weren't able to find points, but we did find moments where they are able to get those picks. They do finally get that 4 points in the previous match, and this time around they're saying, okay, let's just try and rotate into the circle, but Malaysia too hasn't moved quite yet, and they're being very, very aware that they don't have the, I would say, the numbers advantage. What they do here is they're just trying to rotate very, very late. And that shot toward Indonesia is a confidence play. They're trying to show that they have been marked. And for Cambodia 1, try to make sure that his teammate gets into the circle safely. At the same time, playing at the end of the circle as well, make sure that they're able to catch any stragglers trying to rotate quickly as the blue zone shoves up.
I like the position Thailand decides to take themselves in. I've seen how Circle can close away from Stalber into the barren lands, and it is the sniper nest that will eventually turn into such a high value compound in which they can just perch off from to farm their kills. But right now, Circle is still large, out at large. You have Timor-Leste too at the foothills of Stalber, so during this period of time, depending on which way the Circle go, it could be beneficial for Timor-Leste too, and we might be able to see them maybe go up the charts a little bit. But right now, Philippines out in the open, sharing this Circle edge with Indonesia. Can they look to maybe punish one of them? But they have to be careful and make it quick because Cambodia is waiting for the victors.
Sprays are out from Rosello, not allowing Indonesia to take that space. They want to fight for the southern side area. But Indonesia, they have a lot of terrains to work with, but their only vehicle has been exploded. Silence here from all the other side. You can see a needle already cooked up by Barod rather. You see the molly come out, jump peek there from Yummy, but not high enough to get his head exploded. Aceto tries to push up forward, and Yummy immediately sees shot. They do retaliate. There is an answer at least, so you're not gonna just go down without a fight. But so close by is Cambodia, and they are a team that not only loves to play third party, but kinda waits till the last minute to steal away kills. Let other people do your job, and we'll take full credit for it.
I mean, you gotta play to your strengths. Cambodia, like, you know, they're mid to long range. You can't always rely on that. They've been really good at it so far. I mean, Skynin with that far steal in Miramar, they can do that one once again. And now Yummy sees a very Yummy target, will secure that kill as well. Surely there's no problem trying to contest the Filipinos on the left-hand side, but Laos maybe a little bit falling too far forward, showing themselves, but the circle closed away from the Stalba's foothills. Thailand may be playing for the late game here, as they're already down with 2 members, but they have the sniper's nest, which last I checked was well within this area.
This aggression coming through here. Red Face spots out the Malaysian team and sprays out 2 away down to the count. Only 1 final member of the Malaysian team again. It's gonna be Yen. Can he actually bring it back this time one more time? He's barely alive, playing inside of the cover. His teammates are gonna be crashing, at least trying to crawl toward him, trying to go for that pickup. The vehicle is just so very close by. It's a very scary situation in case the vehicles were to explode. Meanwhile, Lapar as well has got another pickup from the Philippines, and Red Face will run out forward here. He is not afraid. Yen will go down eventually, and the sprays are up here. Indonesia won. The pressure is intense, especially once they've set up their mind on you. But this time around, Indonesia 2 goes down, and the Philippines saying you cannot bully us from this area.
Indonesia, valiant effort. Unfortunately, we'll have to bow out. But look at Thailand. They're in the hearts of it all. In that sniper's nest just bunking. They have to play it a little bit more quieter than they were already, as Vietnam will have to trace their way down and might look to even push into that stronghold right there. Meanwhile, talking about stronghold or the lack thereof, Myanmar Romeo boy has got none of it, but Skynin goes in with the entry against Rabis. Gets a couple of crucial kills here. Skynin confirms that of the Rabis, but Road gets traded in the process, and now the rest of Cambodia's Team 2 is on the rise here. Timor-Leste's member down on the ground. They have got shotguns to play around. Meanwhile, a self-nade just happened here. Easy and Joseph, he got naded by its own teammates. They kind of made a mistake here. Initially, Joseph made a mistake in that one game, and now it's Easy who has to pick up the slack of his own crime. Well, GH just priming that one out. Surely he solves that. Toss the nade on forward, gets Easy in the back end, but Joseph still walks away scot-free. Ooh,
what a nade onto Joseph. Wow, through the smokes. Just making it hurt, but he gets one instead. Nang X. This leaves a little bit of space for his teammates to go for the pickup. Vikoi from the other side, giving a little bit of a zoning out with those nades. At least Chua is able to rush out forward to his teammate for that pickup. But the sprays are out here. Nang will be chasing Vikoi with the sprays on the other side. It was just bait, but they go down. What a shot, a crossfire to come through for the team, and the crowd goes wild. Myanmar is also out of the game, but for Indonesia, 1. This might be the best outcome for them, as Indonesia 2 now out, down and out. Vietnam 1 is also down and out. Malaysia 1 out. Laos 2 down out. Myanmar 2 out. They don't have to worry too much about these aggressive teams, just stopping them in the mid rotations. Meanwhile, for Davan, he tries to make those shots matter. Unfortunately, the other team does answer, but from the top, like his name, he brings the hurt. It clips onto Logan at the very least, but it does give away his position. Another nade will be cooked here. He moves out of the way. Will it hit is the question. No, it doesn't, but it does put some fair damage onto the vehicles, and I think that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to take them out, and Beard this time will sustain that damage. TLS2, I'm actually surprised at how long they're surviving this time around, because they tend to be wiped so very early and together, but as the other members of Cambodia are around, they have full attention to this mushroom house, and I think with the amount of numbers that they have, they can go for that take, but so long as you do not get isolated. Here's the jump
Like I
with
said,
the
this is
EBS.
going to be
This
is going to be a such valuable takeoff, and immediately it goes in. If they take this one against Thailand, this is already setting themselves up for success. Cambodia, they rush straight down. They know that everyone else will play on equal level fields if they can take this area, but it wouldn't be that easy, although they do get the eliminations onto Thailand. Boy Sean gets the nade, and Triple One, looking from the far side, is also priming up the grenade, and that might be a 1 nade for 2 situation.
What a nade by Skynin! Aggressive toward Redface, but Skynin does get some damage, but it doesn't stop him from throwing another one. Cambodia is on fire right now. While Skynin is low, they have to be careful because there are players from Indonesia that will be pushing up here. Laos as well from the bottom side of the area. This is a high ground that Cambodia has full control of. Babel nearly dropping down there. They want to fight him. They want to go for this wall bank. His foot has been spotted out. Unfortunately, it does take him down. Boy Sean as well getting a lot of damage from that high ground area. Indonesia and Laos putting in the pressure. Easy. Okay, trying to go in for more damage as Vavel goes down, but look at this killing spree right now by Cambodia. The crowd, the loud yells, and the support clearly is fueling their morale here. Boyshon goes down to Kwang, but Easy K says that's fine. I will put in more pressure. I will put in more damage to the other teams. It doesn't matter where they are. If I notice them, I will take them out. And look at this positioning where Cambodia has. It's a nice little top area of the terrain. It has a little bit of a raised up rock there for some, I would say, some cover at the same time. And on top of that, they are separated into two teams because they do have full control of the mushroom house as well.
Easy gets picked up here, but right now Indonesia, there's no way they can try and march up the hills, and they have no reason to. The circle is going to close in just about a bit. Cambodia's second in team lost Easy in the process because of Kwang Ji, who's tossing in nades after nades. The top one thing bad about this house is that you are within 4 walls, and that means you will take the brunt of the damage of all these throwables deployed upon D, and they will remain supreme. Vietnam takes over the sniper's nest, shooting back against Cambodia. It goes down to the circle here, and Cambodia and Vietnam look, taking over the sniper's nest, and the circle closed towards them. That is why Thailand tried to book a ticket in there in the first place, because they know from here on out things are going to go their way if they can maintain control within this mushroom house.
Rotating into the circle is gonna be very rough because this is going down to a slope, especially for Cambodia. And with Vietnam already inside, they don't have like the biggest cover, but those smokes are enough to just buy some time. But for a lot of other teams as well, they have to fight each other. Look at how many teams are on the northern side. They're just fighting to get inside, and on top of that, it's a slope. Tato will be able to open, finds Easy. Back out, tries to take him out, tries a third party. Nang goes down, Skynin at least with a pickup onto Easy once again. La Porza tries to push up from Nang X, but look at Potato across from the other side. A 3-way fight, and Potato is just saying, that's fine, fight each other. I will just spray you from this top side, but look at that. This crossfire from the top side of the area as Cambodia will just steal and get away with these long-range fights, these knives, and just really seal the deal on all those kills. It doesn't matter how much damage you put into these players, because the ones that matter is the one who put in the final nail in the coffin.
Kwang Ji is looking like he is trying to explore some sort of a flank situation here. He knows that Cambodia is on the top side of the hills and eventually would have to make their way down, and look at this sniper's nest at work, collecting points. Takes another one down. That should be 8 kills right now on Vietnam. So that contests Cambodia's 8 kills. Skynin now has to leave the high ground area. Vietnam already booked the member in sight. midpoint here. Skynin tries to go flank side, but gets spotted out. Laos Porza, he's kind of gotten an idea of where they might potentially be. One Molotov could very well just put Skynin to sleep here as it burns down to the ground. But Vietnam, Quan G deployed far forward. Parajin supporting from the top side. This is going to be down to the wire right now. 3 teams. Who is it going to be?
I mean, Skynin is that player who has been able to make miracle plays, and he knows this. So long as he keeps quiet and doesn't show where he is, he might be able to change the tide of his game, and in fact, maybe get the chicken dinner himself. While it is a 1 player for Cambodia 1, Vietnam 2 with only 2 players, and Laos with 3, if they're able to get the isolates, or maybe if Vietnam 2 and Laos 1 take this fight, Cambodia 1 can just go for those backstabs, but that's not going to happen now as Laos 1 is very aware where Skynin actually is. He does play that damage, but the crossfire from Porza sells back us a little bit too much. He needs a lot of damage from those throwables, but look at that. Quang technically saved his life there. Nice crossfire to just take him down. Spray into the bushes, but Quang gets blown out here by Baka. What a beautiful nade. Porza at least will be able to be taken out here. Parajin with the reposition at the very least. Can crossfire with his teammate on the other side. Both players with vehicles at the very least. So it's not the end of the world, but Parajin has to be careful as all these players need to be picked up. There is a chance to be picked up, but Dizzy not allowing Quang to be picked up, so there's a final member of Vietnam left. Now, can they actually get the numbers advantage by going for that revive? Might happen. He's right over there. I think he has been picked up. Yes, he has. Needs to go for that reset. But I think in this situation, the circle, as it pushes forward, will force these players out. Skynin still holding down the line. He hasn't moved quite yet. You hear the roar of those shots, but eventually you see that someone has been taking one. No, he hasn't. How is Skynin surviving this?
He's going to be able to touch
as
this.
well. Now he rushes forward with his vehicle. He sprays out. Dizzy does a lot of damage. Finally knocked down here, and immediately Laos 1 is unstoppable with 10 eliminations. Cambodia unfortunately has gone out here, but Laos a 3 versus 1, 2 rather. Parajin all alone. Can he make something happen? He needs 1 nade. He only has 4. He can drop them out 1 by 1. Forza is all alone. Wants to go that beautiful nade. He gets just blown up to smithereens. But his teammates are on the other side, the top side area. These smokes are doing wonders for Parajin. They're just spraying, but they have no clue where he is. I think he's running out of time. He's running out of resources. He can't get away for maybe 1 more pick. He eats that damage from that nade. Parajin, how are you surviving this? It's making it rain. It's a meteor shower of grenades, but they don't know where he is. Parajin gets another point of himself before going down. The spray's inside. He's behind that tree, but Lizzie goes down. But Laos thankfully gets it, clinches it. A winner, winner, chicken dinner. But Vietnam nearly takes it away.
Great effort by Vietnam. That went down to the wire. If it wasn't for one member getting caught out there, Quan G had to go down with the grenade. Otherwise, Parajin, as a one-man army, already feeling like an unstoppable soldier. Imagine having a partner in crime during the whole process. Laos was up to their throats here when it comes to handling that pressure. Skynin from the back end, just an annoying flank he was playing. But congratulations, they've weathered through it all, and here they are right now, Laos with their first ever chicken dinner.
That was what I would expect to see at the grand final. I feel like every single game gets better and better and better. In that pressure cooker moment, Parajin with only a single tree to use and the final bits of his utility, making every single one count. And on top of that, making sure to take advantage of the wrong timing of the Laotian teams. If say that he had more HP, it might be a whole different story because that was so very close. I wish I could see both POVs at that time to see what exactly happened because it was just so quick, that final shot from Laos.
No, I think his days were already numbered. The moment he used all the utilities, including smokes, there was virtually nothing he could have done. And after that, so it was as best as it could have been. That's as that's as dry as you can squeeze a wet cloth out of there. You can't get any more out of that. Paragen, he stood the test of time towards the very end, but unfortunately death was already part of his plans here, and he had to go down. It's just
I mean, you still style on them though. If
Styling.
you're gonna go down, you make sure to make the biggest impact that you can. And that's exactly what Parajin did. I'm sorry, I'm just so passionate because that was so insane.
Yeah, that is. Well, I mean, if Quan Ji didn't take the grenade, honestly, Vietnam had such a strong chance there to get the winner chicken dinner. Skynin was already busy poking Laos from the back end, and he knew, Quan Ji knew that the Skynin was in that position. He took one member from Laos and then tried to transfer onto Skynin instead, because he saw the Molotov residue, so he had an idea where Skynin was. But unfortunately, he took that nade shortly after and couldn't do much at that rate. But Laos, it's about them this time around. It's their winner chicken dinner, and my god, it's their first one. So celebrate it right here. 21 total points, 11 eliminations, the full points going on to Laos. Definitely making a difference for, again, a wildcard team. Vietnam coming in clutch at 14 total points. Cambodia with 13 of their own. And tapers down to 12 between Indonesia and Cambodia for the top 5 position.
Honestly, if you think about it, like how competitive it is in terms of the points between number 2 and number 5 here. Again, very skirmishy this map. A lot of third parties. And I'm not sure what's going on here in terms of the circle gods today, because the circles have been not only very, very difficult, the flight paths as well on top of that, and the ping pong toward the end makes it so hard for a lot of teams to really predict the circle. I think that one team was able to kind of pinpoint the trend here, which was Thailand team, which was just following the drops that they can see around, and as soon as they followed, it's as though was saying like, oh, I'm just gonna follow the shiny, and it gives them access to the circle. Regardless, Laos with 11 eliminations, 9 and 8 for Indonesia, Cambodia, and Vietnam. In terms of rotations, Indonesia, once again, they love these long rotations. They love being able to just really go around, take the safer route if they need to, and just pick at anyone in the middle of the rotations or stop them from getting inside of the circle. Now, I think that this is one of the best graphs I've seen tonight, because it feels like for a lot of teams, they are getting in a lot of damage. They're getting in a lot of eliminations as compared to before. It felt like maybe 1 to 2 teams that was really, I would say, controlling the tempo and momentum of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thailand, I don't think they followed the drop though, because Mela was already out there before the drop happened. I noticed during the first few seconds of the circle, they were already split, so it was more tactical for them to be in 2 different locations, just in case when one closes, they have 1 foot within the door itself, and it just so happened to drop drops there. But regardless, it was also Thailand's idea to kind of get that sniper's nest, in which was heavily contested with Cambodia and of course Vietnam, and that led towards a top 3 finish in the end of the day. But it is still Indonesia, 2 winner chicken dinners at the number 1 spot here, total of 48 points, but Cambodia coming in really close, 43 in total. Laos 39, and up until then they weren't even in the top 5 position, so that definitely leapfrogged their way here. 3rd, 4th position, even 5th, 6th, I would say, all in, still in contention, 1 game away in turning the tides and making sure that they are in a medaling finish.
Man, but look at Myanmar too. Despite having a chicken dinner, not even close to the top side. Because when you see these teams that are top areas here, what defines them? Eliminations. How many fights and skirmishes have we seen Cambodia 1, Indonesia 2, and Laos have in this particular map? A lot, honestly. A lot, I think, throughout the day. Vietnam 1 and 2 still maintaining that. I'm liking the fact that they're just so close together. Like in Malaysia 1 and 2, we're 10 and 11 here. But for Malaysia 1 and 2, I think that, you know, you're right. Consistency has been a big problem for Malaysia 1 and 2. And hell, even throw in Philippines 1 and Philippines 2 into that mix as well. Because when they have pop-off moments, they go ham, they go crazy. They get the highest amount of eliminations. They have full control of the circle. They maintain or just control the entire tempo of the game. But in situations that the beginning of the match doesn't really work in their favor. It just seems like everything seems to go wrong. And I want these teams to be able to kind of really pull themselves together and say, okay, we didn't really have a good start as soon as we dropped down, but what can we do more to be able to salvage the rest of this game? Because clearly, what we want to do here in terms of execution is not working because we don't have the win conditions. Can we play safely? Can we go for placements first instead of going for those eliminations? And I'm really wanting to see this flexibility come through for a lot of them.
Yeah, Timor-Leste especially. I think they're still struggling down at the bottom. I can't recall if it was Timor-Leste 1, I think. That was with a total of 8 points. They're still stuck at single digits. And we've already gone through, pretty much 90% of the maps that we're going to play today.
Yeah. I was going to say that for TLS2, just now's map was the longest that they have survived in the entirety of yesterday and today. Because it feels like they get eliminated so early because they're not able to take a fight. But I'm liking the fact that they...
การแข่งขันที่ซีเกม32มีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่มาแข่งขันครั้งนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีที่ได้มาเล่นในงานซีเกมพวกเขาฝึกฝนมาหลายเดือนเติบพวกเขามาซีเกมมีความดีใจที่ได้มาซีเกมมาได้เห็นหลายๆอย่างที่งานออฟไลน์แล้วก็ตื่นเต้น
គាត់បាននិយាយថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តដែលបានមកស៊ីហ្គេមលើកនេះបានមកឃើញអ្វីប្លែកៗច្រើន
Yes, so he said he is very happy because he's able to see a lot of different things here in Cambodia for SEA Games 32nd. This is your first chicken dinner. It took you a while since yesterday. How difficult is it to get a chicken dinner? តើវាមានផលវិបាកខ្លាំងអត់ដើម្បីយក chicken dinner នៅក្នុង SEA Games លើកទី32ប្រៀបធៀបជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតផ្សេងៗដែលគាត់បានឆ្លងកាត់
มีแบบเหมือนที่แข่งขันครั้งนี้มันยากไหมที่เราจะได้ไก่เหมือนการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมา
การแข่งขันครั้งนี้ก็ยากที่เขาที่ได้ไก่เพราะว่าพวกเขาก็ฝึกซ้อมมานักคือกันเพราะว่าปีนี้ก็ได้ออกมาโชว์เป็นปีแรกของตัวข้าพเจ้าเองมาซีเกมครั้งนี้แมนจูเขาก็ฝึกฝนมาหลายแล้วก็ซ้อมนักชัวชีได้ไก่ซิกเกนดินเนอร์ครั้งนี้มา
គាត់ចង់និយាយថាគាត់ซ้อมខ្លាំងដែលអត់ងាយបានជាខាងហ្នឹងរបៀបគាត់ធ្វើซ้อมខ្លាំងអីចឹងណា
Okay, so he has to put in a lot of work just to get one chicken dinner. This is how difficult it is to actually get a medal back home. So you were in SEA Games 31st. You didn't do so good in SEA Games 31st, but people believe in you. You still made it here to SEA Games 32nd, and now you're number 3 in the table. What do you want to say to the people that support you and the people that do not support you? អញ្ចឹងការពី SEA Games លើកទី31ហ្នឹងគាត់អត់សូវធ្វើបានល្អទេប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងជាមួយនឹងការជឿជាក់គាត់បានមកដល់ SEA Games លើកទី32ទៀតហើយគាត់មានអីអត់ដើម្បីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់អ្នកដែលគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងក៏ដូចជាអ្នកដែលគាត់មិនគ្រប់គ្រងទៅលើ back out ក៏ដូចជាក្រុមឡាវមួយទាំងមូល
ทีมឡាវមួយเขาจะถามว่าการแข่งขันที่ซีเกม31ลาวหนึ่งทำไม่ค่อยได้ดีใช่ปะแล้วการแข่งขันซีเกม32นี่คือเราทำดีมากมีอะไรจะแบบฝากไปคนดูหรือว่าคนที่ติดตามเรา
ซีเกมที่ครั้งที่3จูเฮาก็ผิดพลาดมาหลายที่ครั้งนี้ก็ได้ออกมาโชว์เพราะว่าจูเฮาซ้อมหนักก็จะไหนก็ใช่นะ
แต่គាត់បានត្រៀមខ្លួនប៉ុណ្ណាដែរសម្រាប់ SEA Games 32ប្រៀបធៀបមួយ SEA Games
จะถามว่าได้แบบเตรียมตัวมาอะไรบ้างที่มาแข่งขันซีเกม32
เตรียมตัวคือวางแผนไว้หลายอย่างแล้วก็ซ้อมหนักอยู่ซุมือ
គាត់និយាយថាគាត់ត្រៀមខ្លួនមកច្រើនត្រូវซ้อมច្រើនល្មមបានមកបានមន់លើកហ្នឹង
Right, so he put in a lot of work definitely, and they have been together as a team in Paradise Esports for a long time. So definitely years of training just to be here. Thank you. This is your first chicken dinner. Hopefully not the last. We look forward to see more fragging from back out. That is it. Back to our casters.
There you have it, their first chicken dinner for Laos, for both teams. The firepower was intense, but they still managed to keep it together all the way till the end. We talked about consistency a lot about Indonesia earlier, about how they already had a structure, right? But now when you come to this team, when a lot of teams have figured out a structure, have figured out the way you play, how do you counter that? And on top of that, a lot of these teams today had to go through some really, really intense circles, ping pongs, weird flight paths. I think that for a lot of situations here, it's not necessarily the same thing that they would face in a lot of the, I would say, like 80% of their usual circles, but props to them for being able to adapt to it. Now, coming from a lot of teams here as well, I think that for today, we want to talk about a team that's really, really consistent. It's really hard to figure that out. But speaking of figuring out, we're going to take a 10-minute break while we figure out the rest of what's going to happen on the last map here at Erangel. So don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile 30-second SEA Games coming your way.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country. except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm primera equipa Timor-Leste. I'm pronto to competir.
Hola, I'm segunda equipa Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်ပြမှာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီမှာစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြတ်မှာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နေမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ပဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ together we ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua kami dari Malaysia 1 Malaysia boleh
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pretty much in the, one match away to closing the first chapter of a 3-chapter series here in this 32nd SEA Games for PUBG Mobile Esports. Joining you is your storyteller, Tash Bunny, on my left or right, depending where you're looking from, and my name is Keith. And we've got one more games to go. What are you expecting here? Will Thailand finally get that winner chicken dinner? Now with that, the performance that came out in a previous round that wasn't so convincing, but instead, you know who's convincing? Laos with their first one. Can they get it back to back?
It's gonna be hard per se, but for Cambodia, despite not getting those chicken dinners, consistency is key, and they're definitely fueled by the home turf buff. But you know who I really want to see get a chicken dinner for the final map today?
Who?
Timor-Leste.
I have to agree. I like an underdog story. We've already seen Laos getting their chicken dinner. Now Timor-Leste, this is your time to shine. I mean, if Brunei was here, we'd say the same thing about Brunei too.
Yeah, I think that in that last map, they're starting to really understand the momentum of the game and how exactly to survive. It feels like it's gonna take a while for them to figure it out. Regardless, they are at the very bottom of the ladder, and if they don't buck up, it's gonna be hard for them to really catch up, for at least going for that top 3. Regardless, I think that for Indonesia too, they have been really good at maintaining that lead. They are 10 ahead of the second place spot here, and I think it's held by Vietnam, I believe. I'm not sure, but we have to really look at the standings once again. Now, coming into that previous game, again, I would say it was very, very messy from across the board, and this is because of the very tough flight paths and rotations coming through. It was really hard to form an idea, or I would say a goal on where exactly you want to hit and where exactly you want to hold when the circle keeps ping-ponging and pulling toward one area and changing its mind toward the end.
But I kind of like that, though. If I'm being honest, that's what's making today super interesting, right? It's because you have hard circles to play around with, so it seems unpredictable towards the very end. And talking
Can
about
Rosemary not be so
unpredictability,
cute?
This
Like,
guy,
look at
yeah.
him. Yeah, he's been wearing that fish, and the fish is crying. Like, what?
So he's wearing a fish, and his name is Rosemary, and he's paired with a guy named Hungry in pretty much Indonesian language, and
They're
the guy who's named Yummy. So like Indonesia seems like food. They're cooking. They're cooking something, that's for sure. They've got 2 chicken dinners. Of course, they're cooking.
They're cooking a whole meal. They already served the entree. They're serving the main course. Can they get the dessert out? Is going to be the question for the night here. And now for the 2 teams that didn't manage, another 2 teams that didn't manage to get chicken dinner here will be Malaysia and Philippines today. While they were pretty dominant yesterday, I mean, Malaysia just now very close when you think about it. Malaysia won 13
very,
eliminations.
very close. Yeah, they were only held back by another Malaysian, by Cambodia, right? It was Pubg who was playing within the smokes and pretty much stopped Malaysia when they had that round of the 13 eliminations. So unfortunate to them, that was their clearest shot at getting a chicken dinner this time around. But we will feast our eyes upon Parajin and Vietnam 2, which is the squad that was dominating during the qualifier, and Skynin, a kid who back then when I knew him, he used to be this cute little small guy, and now it feels almost weird to call him that, because there's a grown man right there.
But you know what is the similarity between these 2 players? They were the last 2 players left alive from their team toward the final circle. And if you look in terms of numbers, Parajin was a little bit more impressive, but I would say that in terms of skills and the performance, both had the same impact toward that final round. Laos was definitely struggling. Imagine a 3 versus 1 versus 1. They struggle. They can't really figure out where exactly they want to really pincer, who exactly they want to go for. While Laos did have their eye on Skynin, Parajin was still able to put in the hurt as they did that, and that was exactly what Laos was very worried about. And this is where they have to really reconsider, like, okay, if we're in that situation again, who will be in charge of watching our flank? And how are we going to have a 2-on-1 fight while isolating the other member on the other side? And can we win that is also something that is to be discussed. But as we go toward the end of the day here, seeing some teams not hit that double digit just yet, it can be very scary because we are down to the last 2 days plus this one map.
Yeah, and this one map could very well make the difference for them, so they shouldn't count themselves out just yet. I guess there's one thing to put in perspective. If it's a 3-day run, theoretically, you can have one bad day and 2 good ones and still make it on top. So the odds is still within their favor, but the pressure is only gonna get worse as they flunk map after map.
I think for a lot of teams here, I mean, like, okay, when you come into this match knowing that you have a sister or brother team in this particular matchup, what is your mindset? Can you read what your sister or brother team is going to play? How does that affect your gameplay knowing that one of your teams has gone down? And I think that for today, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish the premise first.
I was gonna say that for today, we're starting to see a lot of these teams meet up so early. Malaysia has met the other team like what, twice already? Cambodia as well. Does that affect the quality of play, or does nothing matter in a battle royale?
I think to a certain extent they might have understanding in the back end, right, on how they would play their games, and certain things that they I'm pretty sure that sort of conversation goes on the back end. But when it comes to the real in-game application, you essentially can't tell. So you're going by a whim, and the safest thing is to assume anyone near you is your enemy, right? Like, although it's a national pride thing maybe, but that could also be another opposing team member right there. And so you don't want to take that risk. If you had to shoot for your safety or let them shoot you in a gamble of trying to identify if that's friendly or not, you're always going to be in the losing half, so you might as well just take that shot anyway. So it shouldn't matter in terms of understanding how your teammates play, because essentially in a battle royale there's too many RNG to even matter, even if you don't have teammates anyway, right? Because you could say that this team drops here, makes a movement here, so on and so forth. Then you get weird circles, and that threw you off your game plan. Unless you know every single one of these teams and all their alternative routes, you will never really find out, and at the end of the day you might as well just look after your own.
This flight path is honestly the most perfect flight path we've seen today. Everyone goes where they want, everyone pretty much gets equal footing, and I think in this situation maybe it's gonna be a slower start. Ow! Yo, I was about to say finally some normalcy, but oh man, SMB circle, am I right?
Like I said, there's no point trying to understand the other team and how they move. In the end of the day, everyone is thrown out of whack here. But Cambodia and Myanmar meeting each other, that seems to be an absolute constant. This time round, Cambodia does not take Zarki though. That goes on the way to Philippines team number 1.
The only vehicle that Joseph is able to grab is this motorcycle. It's fast, it's quick, it gets you to where you want to need. I think that in this situation, he's just going to be using this early, get to where he needs to go, loot as fast as he can, swap out to another vehicle, and then move on to the other side. But for a lot of teams earlier, they probably were not expecting this circle, so they had dropped to where they want to drop. And for the teams that are going to rotate very, very late into SMB, we can already expect people swimming. I can expect teams already grabbing the motorboat. And I've seen situations where, in the league, where we saw sport players just ride a motorboat, and from the land they get shot at and the boat just explodes and they just die in the water itself. So this is going to be pure chaos, and I am living for it. I am so excited to see how chaotic the rotation is going to be, how many teams are going to be holding the bridge, and on top of that, are we gonna have more than one team holding the double area of the bridge on the top side and the bottom side?
I'm more concerned that while you're focused there, which is great, I'm more concerned in the, well, you could say the indie of things, because these teams, Malaysia over in Severny, these teams in Zarki, do they even have the luxury to try and loot around at this point?
They gotta go.
Yeah, like you number one, for them to reach from this end of the map towards close range within accessible distance within the circle is one issue. And secondly, you have to cross the bridge, which is a bottleneck of everything. So if you're the last one in, I'm sorry, you probably might have very long. Meanwhile, Malaysia already starting the gatekeeping activities here. Cambodia under gunfire right now. U-High has got them in their scopes.
God, they managed to get a knock at the very least, so they are going to be taking up the space and immediately going to go for that pick. Thailand just passes them by and said, yeah, we want nothing to do with this. We are going to be taking this high ground though, so if you shoot at us, we are going to be shooting, popping off your head. And Malaysia said, that's fine. Get out of here. We just won our point and we're going to go for those loots. For Malaysia, I think that in terms of their rotations, they have been very quick, very aggressive. They are always, I mean, if we saw yesterday, they are one of the teams who are very quick to become the gatekeepers of, especially for bridges. Now, they will be passing by Cambodia. I don't think Cambodia will be... Whoa! This is epitome of Malaysian driving. I love it!
And U-High just blaming his driver for that sort of a stunt. Yeah, it's not working anymore. His car is just not working anymore. They gotta get a new one. And Mika is trying to prep himself up for it. Look at that. This is your fault, Mika. You don't complain about this order that you have to take.
Are they swimming? Oh no! They're using the car to launch them forward so they can just swim over to the other side. And I think for Indonesia, this is the smart course of action. We talked about faster rotations, getting that space early. And I'm glad that for Indonesia, getting that space has been more of their priority compared to playing at the side of the circles and going for picks. They're understanding the severity of how much more important it is to get that area, get that circle, get that positioning, and letting those kills fall onto their laps instead.
I mean, with a circle that's so hard shifted to SMB, you kind of have to. It isn't even like a 50-50 bet anymore for a circle to close on here. So that's why some of these teams already make their way forward. Kudos onto them. And that's why I'm so worried about the teams that are playing on the top side, on the northern side of this map. They literally got the brunt of it. But they kind of have to still make do with what they have. Right now, Indonesia, Malaysia, sharing space, neighbors, much like the geographical locations. And Timor-Leste, the team that you would like to see a chicken dinner on, they's perched up on above.
Woo!
Nice stunt.
Love it. There we go. The first opening once again from Myanmar. Tuzai will be the one to get that. And Laos is kind of alive. But look at this long-range pick by Myanmar. Indonesia too in trouble. They crossed. They came over the other side. But at what cost? Teammates now out of the way. They have the smokes. But it's so hard. Smile already swimming over. I'm not sure if Indonesia noticed this. But it will give not only information but also an aggression as well. Indonesia too, they lose one, and Smile saying, you know what, it's a one, let's lose one more. Lapar will be knocked down, but there will be retaliation, there will be answers. As Smile said, that's okay though. I do know how to navigate these waters.
It's almost like they're natural there. Just comfortably floating, bobbing and weaving. Meanwhile, as natural as they are, well, you could make the same argument for fishes, who always falls into the hands of fishermen. And right now, Beer 11 is that fisherman. Spots out these boats trying to make it across Myanmar, caught out in the deep blue ocean here. Can he get a read on some of these members? They do. They come up for air and immediately gets a couple of tags down onto them. Meanwhile, U-High gets one member from Laos, Zimbles, the guy who was making stunts with his car by the hillside. Thailand will continue to do Thailand things and fish them out before they get to port. The game will go on.
Honestly, throughout my entire career of casting this game, I have not seen a happy ending for any team who has used the speedboat. Oki in trouble, knocked already by Gatuni. There was a lot of, I would say, attention to them because they were not only shot by the Thai team, but they were also shot by another, I think it was Laos. Regardless, that nade is not going to be hitting. Loki still just bobbing around for air. God Tony hasn't spotting out yet, but eventually Sando has to come up for air. His teammate here, if they need to deny them from getting on top. Here we go, here's Sando, spots out, DBS, easily done. Loki just left to bleed out.
3 points going on to Thailand. The way it is, and Rosello now looking at Cambodia and Nang X. He's got to be careful though. He does have backup within the area, so if Joseph were to somewhat make some sort of a push, they will be able to retaliate. They're within capacity. Sky on the flank side has to be careful, but Rosello spots him out. Good game instincts. These teams, Philippines, they have to make something happen as well for their sakes, as they've put on quite the expectations yesterday, and right now just not living it up.
Circle for SMB, and look at how busy this island already is. I just realized that Thailand was actually fishing toward the southern side of SMB, not toward the mainland. You already have the Vietnamese team holding the eastern ridge. And I think Philippines and Vietnam are fighting for control of the western one. So for teams who are looking to cross, y'all are gonna be swimming. We're already seeing Philippines do that. Cambodia might be joining them. And I think Myanmar, this is a very unlucky predicament. Going together, so many people on that speedboat is just honestly at this point a very big risk to take.
I'm quite worried about Malaysia's second team too. They were still in mainland island, just barely grazing before the blue itself. They just got on their vehicles, trying to make their way across. But at this rate, it looks super saturated, and I'm kind of loving where Thailand is positioned right now. They are definitely in position to come in as third parties and not get caught up with this crossfire.
Still, for Malaysia 1, they haven't moved at all. They're still in this sort of stalemate with Malaysia 1. They're trying to shoot each other out, but they also don't want to be taken out so early. They also want the advantage. But don't worry about that though, because it's going to be Myanmar who will be doing the work, just eliminating the Malaysia team. I think they already lost 2 members here. Sorry, 1 rather. But for Myanmar, I mean, for them, I mean, they are still very healthy and happy, but in this sort of compound, the problem is because I would say the buildings are really far away and they are so separated. If you want to hold different compounds, it's going to be a problem for your teammate to rotate to you. It's very flat and very open. But meanwhile, we talked about the bridge trolls and Philippines, they want to get their picks. And here's Malaysia too, we just talked about them. And it's honestly very smart how they decide to play around with this. It's like, yes, we're going to rotate very slowly, but we're also slowly going to pick up those elimination points. Speaking of elimination points, the Decoy with aggressive sprays forward, unfortunately not able to clip 1. His teammate does though. Our targets will be knocked down. One of the Filipino players does get away, as we see 1 player from the Philippines left out in the open.
You know what they say, they can't get you all, you can't get them all, so keep on running. I believe there was a trend here in Area 51 in the US.
Oh my god.
Started Naruto running because simply they can't get them all. Right now, similar principles. Malaysia looking to storm the front with a bunch of vehicles. Surely they may get 1 kill, but not the rest of y'all. So yeah, I think they should be safe.
Malaysia also looking to cross forward here, and we're going to be seeing a 3-way fight. The sprays come out immediately. 1 player already knocked and lobbied. Vicoy doesn't miss. He may have missed the Filipino players, but he doesn't miss twice. Regardless, Malaysia's so very low. Kanlas was there. They tried to cross out each other. Yen was clept by him, but Kanlas will be spotted out. And immediately from inside of smokes there, the jumper cooking up that nade. 1 player already lobbied 1 more time. Vietnam 1 already on a killing spree with 5 eliminations in the pocket. And for Malaysia, as they are running out of bodies to play this game, it's gonna be rough. They do have flags on the top side of the bridge, yet at the bottom and jumper over on the other side, but they are still very separated. If they were to get picked off 1 by 1, exactly as I was saying, Frankie spots him out and jumper goes down.
Well, this is a unfamiliar visit. Quan Ji,
Hello.
right
Ding dong.
here. He's a foreign substance inside a human body. They will register him as bacteria and look to eliminate the threat. He's immediately out and strong. Comes on in. They never learn never to go in one after another. They've only lost one member so far. I would say take that blessing and run. That's you save yourself from a lot of potential loss there. Less grief for you. It's just one man.
And this time around, Malaysia forced to take the brunt of the damage from the blue zone, as Vietnam says, that's fine. We're gonna leave. They do get shot at, but honestly, a little bit too late. What they're gonna do here is just reposition themselves at the very edge of the circle and say, haha, come inside if you can. Jumper already out of the game. Flags OP, what are you gonna do? So very late. The damage is very high. I'm not sure. There he goes. He gets that reset at the very least. Yen as well. The fact that Vietnam 1 is playing this aggressively means that how hungry they are for those picks. Again, another attempt by Flags OP. Takes a lot of damage. He's so very low. A reload may have just saved his life here, and thankfully he does get away by the skin of his teeth. There's still Yen there, and I think they know.
There was only one guy. Surely they find out that not everyone can fit within that buggy alone. Meanwhile, Timor-Leste, dizzy, feeling a bit dizzy, missing his shots here against the Filipinos, who is making their way across the horizon. Out in the open and exposed. Philippines a bit questionable right there, but look at the circle now closing onto smack dab at the hearts, the military base itself. So many teams still left alive. Thai is finally breached in from the southern side. Cambodia might pay a visit here against the likes of the Thailand team. Let's watch them duke it out. So far, God Tuni getting into the buggy might look to make some sort of an aggressive motion forward, but we spot them out with the drive-by. Nang X would pay the price. Sticking out a little bit too long there. Gets knocked down in the process.
You don't really want to ride as a passenger of the buggy. You are just sticking out like a sore thumb, honestly, at this point. Punished for that. You can see that just now that Malaysia Flags OP managed to get a knock onto one player already. Rav is trying to make the best of that situation. How is Flex surviving that long? Unfortunately for Malaysia too, they're not able to get a single point extra, so at least they don't lose Trong. Now, if you look at the other side of the map. Sorry, what?
Vietnam, they got 8 kills just by staying at the bridge for the longest time.
It's called a toll. You don't pay with money, you pay with your life.
Did 8 people go through that bridge? I'm pretty sure they missed a bunch. How did they get 8?
Just spraying. That's exactly what you gotta do. Just spray, catch them off guard as they're in the middle of the rotations. And you saw how different angles that they had to hold. West taking a lot of damage here. Indonesia, Yummy especially, serving in some yummy bullets onto him. Knocked down. Yummy finding that member, he wants to clinch that kill at least. West does go down eventually, but it's going to be the kill stolen by a Malaysian team. I'm good, to be exact. Satar from the other side, he has his sights onto Myanmar too. Meanwhile, over on this area, Philippines on the top side and Cambodia on the inside. Personally, I would rather be on the bottom side there, a little bit more cover to play with, but rotating out is going to be a pain in the butt, especially as the Philippines will be the one to stop them from leaving the area.
It's quite scary though, being down in the bottom. From a player's perspective, all you can hear are footsteps. It almost feels like a horror movie at that point.
Jump scare, right?
Like you don't know if they're trying to peek or do they even know you're down there. You just have to hold your absolute silence.
I think they're aware. I think they're aware that they're sharing compounds. It's just that they don't want to risk pushing in. Pushing inside means that you are at risk of being shot from outside and inside. And going out means that the Philippines will be able to just shoot you from above. So regardless, not the best situation to be in for both teams. Now for Myanmar too, I think they're having a really good run today despite losing 2 players. They already have 6 eliminations. And all of the eliminations have been in the midst of that, I would say, very, very chaotic rotations. Now Philippines in trouble. Unfortunately, 12th place, no eliminations, not the best situation for them. But they still, for the other Filipino team, for Philippines 1, still stuck in this Mexican standoff. But you also have another Mexican standoff between the Vietnam team and Cambodia as the circle pulls on toward the southern side here, still an SMB. I think the team that really wins here is still Indonesia.
Again, Thailand with that weird split. 2 up inside the circle. Mela's just by the edge. I think I kind of understand what they're trying to do. If they were to go up against a team, at least Mela's already in position for a flank side. And talking about flanks though, Philippines might be able to knock a player from Vietnam here. You do see a little bit of a hit indicator going on. It's just green paint, they say, but that would be enough to deter them. And talking about Mela being far out, Vietnam caught him in that process, and the risk of this sort of formation is that if Mela goes down, he's down for good.
Yummy gets one more pick. It's 2 players from Myanmar that he's already taken off the map. And in this map, it's so open, so flat. A player like Mabu, with his long-range weapons, he can capitalize on it if his team's able to support him. But look at this damage. Exactly what I was talking about Philippines trying to peek in and immediately will be punished. Cambodia didn't even move. All they had to do was just open fire. There is still Joseph to worry about. But does it really matter though? You are at the very edge of the circle. You don't have to move anywhere. And Philippines out in the open, they want to take away this area, but it's so hard to retake when they're just so ready for anyone who was about to jump them from the top side. But look at where Malaysia is. They have full control, at least for the northern area. So at least they have a little bit of wiggle room to move around, to take some space. But Vietnam being very quiet. And I think if our Vietnam won with 10 in the pocket already, with a 4 for Vikoy and Chua with 5, this is very scary. They tend to ride off the momentum. They are very aggressive. And if, say, any team were to rotate, you have seen the amount of damage they do whenever they spray.
That's insane. They've got 10 bloody kills. And they haven't done anything impressive in this game besides just camping out and playing gatekeepers. And it was a couple of people missing by and breaking through their barriers. And yet they've accumulated 10. That's impressive from them. I really would want to see how to get rake up onto such a volume. But meanwhile, Thailand losing that one member, they kind of get an idea of where the battlefield might take place. But Thailand losing one member so early means that they have 1 angles left unchecked, and they are smack dab right in the center right now. There's so many teams coming in from the north, the northern side, or the northern eastern side as well.
Vietnam, not only are they already making 10 picks, they also are still 4 left alive. Indonesia? Only 1 player and 3 picks. The only team that can give them that value is Myanmar 2. Now, Frankie, with the sprays onto Malaysia, they have their full sights. They want to take away that area from Malaysia. We have no clue yet where the circle will be pulling. And for Smile, despite only being the last player left alive, they already have 6 in the pocket. I think they had a really good run, and Yummy will end that run. 11th place for them, but at least not a 0 point. As the circle comes toward the middle side, you can see TLS, this is honestly their longest streak yet. Not a lot of picks, but they have a lot of good value kills. But look at that long-range pick onto the player from Damn Good. Snipes, as well, has a nice scope to come and work with, and they know exactly how to play this particular area of the map.
You know, that's always the irony. People are saying his name's Snipes, but they utilize him on a mid-range level.
Yeah.
He's Damn Good, who's pretty good with his scopes.
He still was able to give that support. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, nothing. Yeah, no, but just, yeah, good point. Because he is a support player, and most support players have to stay in the back end, right? Essentially what a support does is, if your rusher goes into peak and he's in sticky situation, you have to make sure that you're suppressing enemies so they don't peak and or over peak and not get punished in the process, to kind of secure the kills in the front line. So, Damn Good. This time around, he's moving up in the front line with U5 right into the Thailand, and they're cleaning things up. Look at his HP. He barely made it out of there.
What reaction time was that? That was insane. And Snipes also got one more. It's going to be a Thai player in his hands. But Vietnam hasn't moved an inch. They're letting everyone just duke it out in the middle of the circle and say, that's fine. We have a lot of time. We'll just slowly inch our way to the circle, and then we'll pick you off one by one. Third party has always been a strategy, and for Vietnam, they have so many different ones. If there was a playbook of all the different strategies that Vietnam has, it would be a very, very thick book. And now we're on a top 4 here with Vietnam 1, Vietnam 2, Malaysia 1, TLS 2, and Indonesia 1.
Can you fall in a silo?
What?
Can you fall in a missile silo? I see these opening. It sounds like a bad idea, but
You can if you want to, I suppose. But look at the expectations. Look at the prayers coming through from the Vietnam team. It's a lot of pressure with both the teams still up. You want them both on first and second place if they can. But
eyes on Malaysia, Vietnam though. Look.
yeah, but TLS though, we just talked about them earlier. These are up on Rosemary.
They kind of got an idea on the commotion that's happening by the missile silo area, but nothing too lethal just yet. Vietnam looking to try and make the push onto Malaysia, which is in a very sticky situation. They've got Indonesia on their backs and Vietnam on their front, and only 3 members to play around with. So they have to give priority to one side, but who do you give it to? Both teams are at a full force.
No movement yet from TLS. This shows signs of life on how exactly they want to play this, but Indonesia in trouble. They have to move quick. The circle is not in their favor, but Malaysia will be the one to stop them in their tracks. Malaysia playing this very safely, but what a nade by Damgood! Picks off 2, and he will keep going. One final nade forward. That's enough. He can't do any more damage than that, and they are not looking to push out. All they can do is just stop them from moving out. And this silo works so very well for them because it's a little bit of a crater. They can move up and down. They have a little bit of an area where they can play for, I would say, for cover. But looking at the rest of the teams, no one is going to move just yet. There are preparations done as we go into the final circle. 2 and 1. Let's see how each player reacts to this.
Vietnam's second team, they're a bit split all over the places. But it is Vietnam team number 1 with Frankie. That's the one who's raked up a bunch of kills. Malaysia also already with 9 of their own. They're playing incredible this time around. Surely they'd hate to be denied a chicken dinner once again. They have the chance. It's right now. It's brighter than ever, but in a stalemate. But it's not looking easy for them. They do have the crates out there, which is pretty much just a bait at this point. If the circle closes away, if the circle closes away from their vicinity, it's open land for everyone. And now Vietnam, they're rushing in. Rabiz first to greet them by the door, but he sees no one.
Hold their positions here. Because that Molly's not allowed to push, and that nade explodes their car. Damgood unfortunately does get hit by that nade. Nice reposition to come through. Yuhai gonna be playing the reviver snipes from the backside, giving them a little bit more support. But Vietnam has to rush out here. The sprays are out. As he tries to throw that nade, he does get clipped. Rabies as well. Snipes doing a lot of work. But TLS is the one, the savior for the Malaysian team. The sprays from Yuhai. Yuhai goes down. Snipes unfortunately not able to come out on time. Both players trying to go for the revive, but Snipes is going to deny him. But he goes down. Frankie's reaction time is almost inhuman at this point.
Malaysia again just going on one after another, losing one member after another. That looked really bright, but like I said, they should take a page out of Cambodia, and now the vultures are coming in. Indonesia, they did have a chant that reflects a bird, but I don't think the vulture was one of them. Frankie, resilient to death, he doesn't want to go just so soon. He will trade it against Redface, and successfully so. This is why this player is such a great pickup. Vico to try and fend it off, but unfortunately, he can only do so much. 11 kills at 4th place.
So unfortunate, but so great for TLS too. They have the package. They have the extra. And the sprays are out. Umabu putting in the hurt. It's so hard for Vietnam to reconvene. They're not allowed at all to not only reset, but to push forward. His teammate is going to be pushing out here. Evox. Gonna go for the reset. Heals, shields, whatever they need. But look at the bottom side here. Two teams are there. That nade beautifully hits him. I mean, actually, no, he just hit himself. Parajin from the other side finds Nameless. But Gosu is there to assist. Grenade elimination for Gosu. It was just so good. And Gosu with another spray. TLS one by one does go out. A killing spree for Vietnam 2. 5 in the pocket. Unfortunately, TLS 2 gets third place. But it's looking so good for them. Coming from the bottom side of the ladder. Red Face has the high ground and Indonesia takes it out. A beautiful way to play. Just letting everyone play violently in the middle. And all they have to do is just seal the deal and bring it home.
A third winner chicken dinner for the regions of Indonesia. Svavel just taunting his next door neighbors right there. Happy-go-lucky. Although the good news is this Indonesian team isn't the one who's gotten 2 chicken dinners already, but still to bring 3 chicken dinners into the region, that is something to be proud of. And we have yet to see Microboy play today. Hopefully tomorrow or the day after. But this team is already setting themselves up for a great start here in the grand finals. Congratulations. And my God, Timor-Leste, they were so close in getting the chicken dinner. So that turned sour, not because he blew up himself. It was a grenade coming from the Vietnam side that did not hit him, by the way. It blasted the car, and because of the blast radius, it pushed the car and rolled it. It was registered as a rolled over death.
That was so
hilarious.
Unfortunate. It is so unfortunate as the final 2 members left alive, but honestly, Indonesia, again, so hungry for the position. They were one of the first teams to get onto SMB. They swam over, they took over the site and just waited quietly. Again, the same story in the same page of the same playbook where they said it's okay. Those picks will come to us. But again, I mean, we talk about Vietnam, how they had, 12, 13 picks at that point, but Malaysia was not bad as well. This is actually another one of their good runs where before they went down, they had 9 from what I remember. And even then, it was a good start for them. Timor-Leste nearly saved their life. The problem now is, it was that the 2 teams were duking it out there, and they were both surviving by the skin of their teeth. It was just so unlucky that I think it was Snipes wasn't able to really seal that last shot that he needed to onto the member of the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, it could have made a difference between, was it 4th place, the Malaysian bow out, and the 3rd place here, because if he won that battle, there's no saying that Malaysia would survive, right? Because then they are injured, they have to recover, and that's when Indonesia come in. But you would at least get a different in the placement points. And we know when it comes to tallying up the top 3 position, that one different in the placement points can make the difference between a championship finish in gold or one that's decorated in silver and bronze. And so, great attempt still by the Malaysian squad. In Timor-Leste, they've, survived that long, but my God, the way that car rolled him over due to a grenade is just hilarious. That's my highlight of the day.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them, Timor-Leste at the bottom of the ladder, now up by 7 points, may have overcome Myanmar 1. Regardless, their rank points are still 5, and I think this is one of the most painful things about this particular, I would say, rank system, is that even though you make it on the top 5, you aren't gonna get as many as getting that chicken dinner, and that's why it's so important for these teams to get that 1st place spot, unless of course you're going for the eliminations. Vietnam, look at that, they had 11 eliminations, only 1 behind Indonesia and Malaysia with 9, not able to get more than that. But I think that for Malaysia 1, we did ask for a pop-off moment, and here it is. They served it to us, beautifully done. And I really think that, again, Malaysia 1 does so well when it comes to those moments where the circles are just so unpredictable. You High Boy will be our match MVP, high damage, high MVP points, long survival time. And this situation, I think when you look at You High Boy, he is a player that's just not afraid to take up space, not afraid to play aggressively, and not afraid to be the first one to go down and bait out for his teammates, providing that, I would say, that cover or that support for his teammate like Mika to really take up that space and just pick them off one by one?
I would say he has one flaws, and it's very apparent. And it is also his greatest strength, but I'll get into that in just a bit. But first, the head-to-heads right now, Vikoy and Yami, we've seen their names time and time again, pulling it for their own regions. 4 elimination to 3, very, very much matched, only by differing by 1. Same with the damage in the 700 mark, damage received as well, and MVP points, although Vikoy edged it up a little bit more, but the contribution, 90% on Yami's shoulder. Now, I was talking about Yuhai and his flaws, which is also his ultimate greatest strength, is that he is fearless, but almost reckless. You saw him pick up his allies. The allies could have actually gone in with the heals and then push out his duo, but he immediately just went out there and gone in for the push and whiffed it.
I think it was just like honestly a miscommunication. I was seeing that happen a lot today. I'm really hoping that these players from Mas1 does rectify it, because they're just so very close when it comes to these pop-off moments. It's just timing at this point. But look at this outstanding teams again. Indonesia 1, Vietnam 1, Malaysia 1, and Myanmar 2. Now, I think that for today, we've seen such kind of like a switch up between these teams, kind of like a rotation, right? Sometimes we see Vietnam 1, Vietnam 2 up there. Sometimes we see Laos, but each country has had their spotlight out there, except for Timor-Leste and the Philippines. And again, the graph looking a little bit more, I would say, competitive across the board. But in this situation, there are teams that barely even made it. Look, Laos 1 only put out 12 damage, and alongside Myanmar 1 with 29 and Philippines 2 with only 50. And I have to say, this is because of how competitive the rotation was.
It was insane. I mean, yeah, nobody would have expected that circle to pair in with the flight path they were given.
Yeah!
Philippines had the brunt of it. Zarki all the way down. Come on. They're already a team who can't force themselves through so many competitors. But Vietnam won 53 total, despite having 0 winner chicken dinner. Just sheer consistency right here.
Listen,
up across
no chicken, no problem. Eliminations is the name of the game. They only have 11 rank points. Look at how far behind they are in terms of rank points compared to Cambodia 1 and Indonesia 2 and even Indonesia 1. Their idea is, doesn't matter. Placements, who needs those? Just pew pew. Just pew pew.
This is what makes them like super scary, right? Because for those who rely on rank points, let's be honest, there's at least 30% of that rank points was contributed to the luck of the circle. This time around, when nobody got the luck, Vietnam, despite against all odds, here they are, taking in the points just by sheer kills itself. Now, tomorrow, more matches to be played. Remember, this is a 3-part series, and we've only concluded day number 1, the first chapter of this book here for the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia 2023. Same time, 4 p.m. all the way down to late at 10. Sanhok, Miramar, and a triple Erangel to end the night.
I think that out of all these maps, I look forward to the Erangel maps. It's so chaotic. It's so. I really want to say set play, but that didn't happen today because of how the circles have been. But I think after this, we're gonna be seeing an interview by I think Indonesia once again, despite the fact that I would say Vietnam getting that first place spot. But no, actually no interview tonight. It's not gonna be happening. But honestly, in one word, Keith, if you could describe today in one word, what would it be?
For me?
Yeah,
educational.
For you. Educational.
I didn't know that the blast from the grenade could register a moving vehicle as a rollover. That was a first for me. That was funny. I like it. That's my highlight. So I will base my phrase or the word based on that moment.
Yeah, for me it was definitely chaotic, and I really love chaotic plays. But let's have a look at the highlights, and it will be the end of the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile. Tash and Keith, we out.